この手ぎゅっとつないで回り出すメリーゴーラウンド君にキュンってしちゃってカラフルに世界が染まるのずっとそばにいたいの止めないでメリーゴーラウンド甘い色を重ねてカラフルに包んであげるよ
Hold on. I had like turned off my my desktop audio somehow, and it's like negative infinity. I'm like, what? Hi Rika, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to another Tippo stream. We are actually blessed with a Peace Cam today, which is super exciting. If you're unfamiliar with Peace, Peace is my beautiful, wonderful cat that you see right here. She was sleeping, but as soon as I started speaking, she's just like, Mama, why? And I'm like, child, please rest your beautiful baby eyes. Of course, now that she's awake, she can just like walk out any moment now, which would be very sad, and I would be very, oh, no, baby, no. Sorry, hand cam as well. Excuse my hands being whitewashed by my own monitor. Oh my goodness. Baby, no. Relax. Love life. Chill. Oh my goodness. Alright, well, we had Peace Cam for about one whole minute. That's a new record. Wait, before I say my hellos, I see Kisa in chat. Cubs? Kisa has been my berry. What do you mean you came too late? The stream just started, so actually you came early if anything, Kisa. Kisa has been my bestest friend since 2008. So it's been a hot moment, and yesterday was her birthday. And I felt so sad because she's like, I'm having a birthday dinner, and I'm like, I have a final exam. So if you Cubs point right, point left can say happy birthday to Kisa, I appreciate you. I will. But hi Kisa, I hope you had a wonderful birthday, and hopefully we can make it up this weekend. But happy burp. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Kisa Ju. Happy birthday to you. Oh my goodness, but seriously, big birth. Thank you, of course, no problem. I love you. That's the least I can do. Anyway, let me scroll. Let me see my hellos. Let's talk about life before we get into like super study stream. We'll explain the formatting and what's happening today. And with this, today I have this, what I'm studying for today is for an exam that I have later today at 7 p.m. Right now it's 12 p.m. I don't think we're gonna have another 8-hour stream. God, I hope we don't have another 8-hour stream. Because one, that means I'd be late for my exam. Two, that was just a really long time to just only get like a 70C. That's a whole nother story. We'll talk about that later. We'll talk about that later. But honestly, hi. Hi everyone, thank you for making it to the second. It's not the last study stream, the second to last study stream, because I might do a study stream tomorrow after work. Really just depends on how I'm feeling, to be honest. But I gotta do it. I have to stay strong. I have to explain whatever my mindset was happening yesterday, and oh boy, definitely reflected. But hi Lim, hi, welcome. Hi Sunny as well. Sunny says, hi Tips, how was your exams this past week? So, TLDR basically is, I was really stressed out because, like I tell you Cubs, I have lecture exams and then I have lab exams, which are stuff that I need to like physically practice on someone. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't really have many people to like physically practice on. Like my roommates are just not interested. One of them had like a bad experience with like my career choice, and it's just like, yeah, I just don't get into it, you know. And other people are just don't feel comfortable being like touched, which is completely understandable, even if it's not like in a malicious way, you know. Do you really want a stranger on you, you know? So I completely understand that, but that sucks for me. Not saying I'm a kinesthetic learner or anything, you know, the people who learn by like touching and feeling stuff, but gosh darn it. And then when you finally do you find someone, they have to be patient with you and everything, which is why it's so good to study like with another classmate. The only issue with that whole ordeal is that how do you say it? My classmates are all far away. We're in a hybrid program. Some people live as far as not Bearcat Mountain. I think one guy literally says he lives in Iowa, and I'm like, we're sorry, not to ruin the immersion of Bearcat Mountain, but Bearcat Mountain's East Coast. So when you're like, I'm from Iowa, I'm like, huh? But But anyway, so what was I saying? Oh yeah, the difference between lab and lecture. Hi everyone coming in, by the way. I'm so sorry. I'm still like starting from the top of the chat, so I'm so sorry for my delayed hellos. But hello to everyone, and then I'll single you out, huh? But we'll have our little just chatting segment before we go into like super education, okay? So the lecture exams are all this week. So I had one yesterday, I have one today, and I have one Thursday. For the lab exams though, I had them all over the weekend, hence the hybrid program. I go up to school every other weekend, or maybe it can be back to back. The weekend schedule kind of varies, which is why I really don't stream on the weekends. I would, but I can't. Sometimes I stream like really rare, like after I come back from school, but I must have been like super motivated on that Sunday. But anyway, Gao. Wait, Gao. Huh? Kopar? What? Hi. Oh my goodness. Nice to meet you. Thank you so very much for becoming a sugar bear. Thank you for your support. I appreciate you very, very, very much. And dating sense, hello? Hi. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. Oh my goodness. Wait, Coke Bottles, no! Coke Bottles, wait! Wait, I just met you! Wait, I'm already in debt to you! But thank you for growing the Sugar Bear community. Thank you for gifting us up to Teru. I love Teru. Teru's the one who made me, what do you call it? As cute as I am. So big shout outs to her. Thank you for gifting us up to Fair. And sir, you got a lot of good cubs in there. You have really good RNG. So thank you. Hi, Dating Sims. Hi. Merry Crimma. Sorry, so Merry Chrysler. But thank you. I do appreciate it. Welcome to the both of you. Welcome. Like I said, I'm just catching up chatting randomly about school, so don't mind me before we get into super educational stuff, okay? Hi Cheryl, by the way. Hi. So basically with the lab exam, so I did it this weekend. So I had 2 back-to-back exams. One of them I did great. I almost got 100, and I'm not one of those people who are like, look, listen, I used to be an AB student before graduate school. Now I'm just like, please let me pass. Please let me pass. So C or higher, yay! C's get degrees, yay! In my other program, C's did not get you degrees. If you got 2 C's in a course, they kick you out of the program. So that was a whole nother story. Anyway, so I did really good for the first practical, thankfully. The second practical, I did pass. I did get a B. I was really nervous. It was really stupid because we'll explain about this later in the study guide, but I had to do a PNF technique. No, not PNF, that's old. What did I have to do? NTT, so neural tension test. Neural tension test, which is basically stretching your nerve, hence the title of this stream of, hey, can I stretch your nerve? We'll explain the concept a little bit later, but basically we can stretch upper extremity nerves, so maybe someone's having median nerve compression. I'm sure you guys have heard of carpal tunnel, so you know, carpal tunnel, basically you put your palm up and then you rub like around your wrist area. That's where your carpal tunnel is, and the median nerve tends to get compressed, which is why people complain of like pain and tingling and numbness and etc. If you maneuver your arm in a certain way, with the help of preferably a professional bearcat, I can help stretch that nerve, and then we could do something called like sliders and tensioners, and basically just think of it like the nerve as floss and your muscle being the teeth and the structures around the nerve as teeth, and we're just moving it, helping that mobility. So can I stretch your nerves? Anyway, so I did that. I ended up getting my B on that, and with back-to-back finals, I just felt like all the stress come off me. I was like, oh, thank goodness. Sunday I just had like a presentation PowerPoint, which is really dumb. I'm so dumb, cubs. I had to present on the shoulder complex, correct? And we had to do a summary page, and I'm like, well, as you see, the shoulder complex is, well, complex, but please understand. I'm like, why am I making a fool of myself? But as you know, coping, I always cope. Coping. Joking around and laughing is my coping mechanism. So, yeah, I'm funny. Oh no, I have to tell you something else, Cubs. So during my lab practical, I'm not superstitious by any means, but I'm like, I need a pass. I need all the good luck in the world, right? And so what had happened with that is, I wore my socks that had like little bears printed on them. I was gonna take a picture, but then I thought it was really weird to be like, hey, I'm gonna take a picture of my feet and send it to the class. I'm like, no, no, no. You have to save 1,000,000 channel points. You need the Topany time to get pictures of my feet. But all jokes aside, I was like, you know what? I want to wear like really cute socks. I want like things that make me feel cute, so that makes me feel like I have more luck. Yeah, that's exactly how that works, by the way. Oh no, sir! Wait, what the heck? Hi, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry behind in chat, but thank you for going to the Sugar Bear community. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll get to see who sniped in just a little bit. I'm so scared that if I scroll, I'll never find anyone again, because I'm still on like the 3rd message of the beginning of the stream. That was like 10 minutes ago. But thank you so much. Oh wait, let me see. How do you enjoy? Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness. You enjoy the holiday season. Anyway, so the reason why I bring up the bear socks is because other than, hey, those were hecking cute, when I had my classmate perform the exercise on me, or the maneuver for the lab practical, she told me like, Tippa, when I saw your socks, I just felt like instantly like relieved. Like I just felt less stressed. I was like, those are so cute. And I'm like, glad I could help, glad I could help. So that's all for like all these exams. I could talk about Monday, but let me just catch up with chat before we do all that. Monday being yesterday, because that's again how days work, I guess. Anyway. Hi, Atomic Bye. Hi, welcome. Sunny says also, when is your debut in chess boxing? I don't now. Box. I'm boxing you right now. Chess boxing me, you. Let's go. No, but seriously, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Cub Club. Welcome. So I don't think I could do chess boxing because I actually don't know how to play chess. I could probably do the boxing. My arms are 6, but I can probably pow. But chess, I have no idea. You know the 2 guys who were facing each other, Myth and that really other crazy guy in the chess boxing? That would have been me. That's how my round would have been. They would have been like, this is free real estate. And I'm like, I have no idea what I'm doing. But yeah, so maybe not chess boxing debuting anytime soon, unfortunately. But if it's like anatomy boxing, ooh, I gotcha. Oh no, hold on, let me move my head out of the way. Let me read this. Huh? Oh, you move bip boop the pieces and then things happen. I know, but then it's illegal, right? Sorry, that's not the right word. Like, you can't move certain pieces certain ways because they have like their own direction. Yeah, I don't know that. I just never played it. I think I played chess almost as, or yeah, I think I played chess almost like checkers before, and then my friend who I was playing with was like, Tippa, what the frick frack? And I'm like, I'm so sorry, I've only played checkers. And I think that was like once when I was like a baby. I was a smart baby, by the way. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway. Hi, Yashi. Hi. Good morning, Galmer. I'm working really hard, so I'll be lurking, but please study hard. I will. Thank you so much. Hi, Nydia, by the way. Hi. Welcome. I hope you've been super well. Oh my goodness. Potato, hi, welcome, and hi, Ox as well. Greetings. I hope everyone's doing well. I lurk. Not a hacking problem. Hi, Lucky. Hi. Thank you for contributing to karaoke, by the way, every cub. We are at 67%, so that's actually super exciting. Again, I'm really sorry for making a really high goal. I'm super sorry, but we're doing it. Yay. Hi, Zach. Hi. Sam, hi, welcome as well. Welcome. And thank you, Cubs, for wishing Kisa happy birthday. I appreciate ya. Hi, Mr. Asha. Hi, welcome. And hi, John. Study time. Iowa. Short for Iowa want to live here. Get me out of here. Wait, John, are you speaking from experience? Not to dox you, but no, not for any offense to my Cubs who live up north, but I don't know what the heck you do in like Iowa or the Dakotas. Like, what do you do? I'm so sorry. Anything like that isn't like anything in the center of America, I'm kind of like, huh? Other than like Texas, and I guess, oh, I know Ohio for me doesn't really count as like the center, does it? God, let me get my like American map out. Hold on. Lem says Bearcat Mountain ain't in Mountain Standard Time. No, it's in EST, unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know. Sex says Bearcat Mountain's actually on a beach. I guess technically East Coast does share with the beaches, so yeah. Oh my goodness. Hi there, hi, welcome. What Snipes Atomic says? Honestly. John is like, please sir, may I have a passing grade? I do that every time. Cook is like, may I have a crumb of a passing grade? Please, I need it. Kai says I thought carpal tunnel was inflammation. Yes and no. It's compression, and it couldn't happen from inflammation and swelling of muscles around the carpal tunnel, but with the swelling it compresses the nerve, which is why you have like those nerve-like symptoms. So, but we can we don't really focus on carpal tunnel in this study stream. There is another course I have to study for on Thursday, which is cumulative, and it does go a little bit more in depth to carpal tunnel, so we'll definitely look at it when we can, okay? Copium? Yeah. Sorry, I finally got it! Oh my gosh, good RNG, let's go! Thank you, sir, as well. Thank you for gifting us up the potato. Portable, Tayu, Lucky, and Pilot. Thank you. Class almost got free pictures. Lucky. No, they're really particular with like anytime you get like on a treatment table, you don't put your shoes on, which first of all, I feel the same way. I think if you're wearing shoes, I think they should be taken out before you like get into someone's house. I think if you're going on a bed, the shoes should be taken off. So I always wear like these like fun, wacky, dummy socks, like, you know, because I just think they're cute, you know? Not shaming any cups who wear plain like white socks or black socks. I know when I used to work in a certain food restaurant, they were really particular. They're like, you need to wear black socks, and I'm like, okay. Okay, sure, whatever. Access says may come as a surprise, but you can take a picture of socks off your feet. Oh, I'm actually doing laundry right now. Oh my gosh. My clothes are in the washer right now. Cups, can you remind me? Can you remind me that I have to put these clothes in the dryer? maybe when we do the little break. So today, by the way, other than going over this class stuff, which I'll talk about way later when I catch up with chat, I'm actually going to try to implement the Pomodoro method. I know lately I haven't. I've just been cramming information because I'm a maniac, but I think it'd be really well deserved because yesterday I didn't do a study stream for that course, the biomechanics, and I didn't feel like I did as well. But I mean, hey, I passed the class with a B, so I'm happy. I'm happy, but I was a little disappointed in my test score, but I just felt really burnt out, and I just want to avoid doing that with this class. Like I took the day off on purpose to just focus on this class, so I think taking little breaks will be good for my mental health, or that's what the people say, right? So that's why I have this like weird corner over here. This is not a glitch. Tipalong is gonna be standing on a timer, but right now I have lo-fi hip-hop from that lo-fi study girl. When I switch over the window, there will be a timer, and we'll actually have music once we get there, you know? But yeah. Box says, oh yeah, the moving the pieces? Yeah, again, but I have no idea how to move the chess pieces. That's really the issue. Disaster Mare, hi, welcome, by the way. Let's see, Charlie makes skits on YouTube, normally really stupid, some of them are really funny. That was my first time seeing Charlie in the chess boxing though. I'm like, this guy is a character. Who is he? Oh no. And I'm sorry, Zach, one day the RNG gods will bless you. For now, no. John says, no, I'm from Ohio, but my sister's first husband from Iowa. And yep, it sure is there. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I was really surprised because one of my friends, which is gonna sound so dummy, right? Oh, my friend. Well, no, but my friend's friend, sorry. She had moved to another state, she's from the East Coast, so she moved out of Bearcat Mountain. So I was like, oh no. But then she was happy because she lived in like a really nice place. We got to visit for New Year's a few years back. She's living the life with her wife and like her 2 dogs. Like, hello, where is my wife and my 2 dogs? But then she's like, yeah, you know, I think we're gonna move to Idaho. And I'm like, what? Idaho? What's over there other than like the potatoes? Like, wait, I don't know. And I think they moved. And I guess housing is just really cheap there, so yay. And I guess it doesn't really matter if you're like a neat where you go, as long as you have like a decent internet connection and like a roof over your head, right? I guess it doesn't matter. Take me to Idaho too. Idaho? I don't know. Zach says Ohio's the 2nd worst state. Honestly, I've been seeing a lot of Ohio hate. I've seen Ohio as like the 1st worst state. Wait, if Ohio's the 2nd, what is the 1st to you, Zach, huh? Just asking for a friend. How far north do you count as north? I count North Dakota as pretty north. But no, I know. Box as cumulative finals. I know, it feels so bad. I'm like, sir, all the other classes that I've had for the past year have never been cumulative. They just been like, hey, this 3rd exam's your final exam. Good luck, have fun, love life. So yeah. Potatoes, hey, by the way, hello, how do you do? I have finals too. Goodbye, good luck. Goodbye and good luck. Best of luck to you. I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you. So it says Ohio. Oh. Is when you recognize someone, say hi, and then realize it's not who you thought. No, but then that's how you have the opportunity to make a friend. Rainbow emoji, but in voice. Wow. Can I make a question regarding stretching? Sure, Astra, but I don't know if I have the answer for you, unfortunately. And John says Idaho has some really beautiful spots because of the Rockies. Oh, I forgot about the Rockies. I really would love to. I've seen some like really beautiful like national parks on the west side, so I definitely want to go see it. Indiana's the worst? I've never heard of it. just kidding. I assume that whole area is just bad. I don't know. Oh, do you know the main difference between dynamic stretching and static stretching? The answers I find online don't feel too satisfying. So actually, in the study guide, we do talk about the difference, but if I had to do it off the top of my head, dynamic literally is just you're moving. Well, static is that you're not, but I'll definitely go more in depth. I promise. It's literally like the 2nd or 3rd thing right after this like whole indication, contraindication thing, you know? Hey, I'm from Michigan, not the whole area. I'm sorry. All that like blends into me in my brain. Alright, every cub. I caught up with chat. I did it. It only took me 30 minutes, but that's okay because I'm a slow reader. No, I'm just kidding. I just love having fun. I love chatting. One day I'll just have a just chatting stream, which technically it's normally my study streams anyway, but whatever. Anyway, so there's a lot of new cubs. Don't spam messages! So there's a lot of new cubs here, right? So basically, I promise I game. I do. I'm a gamer at heart. We call it Galmer because Gal, it's like a bear roar. And yeah, it's like a cat meow. So Gal, yeah, yeah, it's the sound of a bear cat and Anyway, so the purpose of the study streams is to allow me to basically recite my notes and do some active recall process. And basically, if I'm able to explain it to others who may not have like necessarily a background in it, then I'm able to... Oh, I died. I froze in time. Wait, I forgot. Hold on. Sorry. One moment. So I don't die again. Holy heck. That was scary. I saw my life flash before my eyes. Just kidding. Anyway, so really the purpose of this is basically to allow me to teach the information. And this just really helps me because when I go into the exam, I could recall like, hey, I remember explaining that to my, I was about to say patients, my cubs. So it's really, really fun. Alright, I am inhaling air. Can't do that. Hold on. Thank you, sir, for the moment of silence. Sorry, that's also another thing you'll find. I need to have like a breath reading because sometimes I just go for it. I feel like I have to fill the silence every time. No, I'm just kidding. But like, please remind me to inhale air. Powerful? Thank you, Sims. Thank you. There's a spam? Where? I could use some for my breakfast. Honestly, I really want to remake, I forget what they're called, but they're like a little spam sandwich with like the seaweed and the rice. I think they call it like a spam burrito or something like that. Kisa actually had made it, and she made it with like egg and veggies. Oh, it was so tasty. And that's like, I think like the first time I've had spam too, so I wanna try to make it. John says once finals week are over, then we can game. I know, I'm so excited. I only, like I tell you, Cubs, I only get to play video games when I'm on stream. Not because of any like particular thing, it's just I don't really have much time. Sometimes you'll see me play Fortnite in the Discord, which is perfectly, you know, like, but that's like a few games. But other than that, I haven't even finished Pokemon. I want to finish Pokemon so bad. Everyone's like, it made me cry, and I'm like, I want to cry. I mean, I've been crying, but that's for other reasons. School related. Not really. But, you know, internally crying. But don't choke on air. I won't. I won't do that. And don't breathe too hard. You'll get heartburn. I'll keep that in mind. Anyway. Let's get to it. I'll start the Pomodoro timer, but let's do the overview of what we're actually doing today. So today, again, is another study stream. Might potentially be the final one for the year, so I'm super excited. We're going to be studying anatomy, but we're more going to be focusing on the topic of movement science. So a lot of this, on the other hand, is going to be talking about like stretching, how we're moving, adverse neurodynamics, so that whole idea and concept about like the nerve flossing and how we could stretch the nerve. And some other application stuff that we could talk about. We'll definitely go through this. This is about a 25-page Google document that I made, so definitely much shorter than the other Google documents that we had in the past for study streams. Afterwards, we'll do a Quizlet, so that basically will be a nice refresher to be like, hey Cubs, what did we learn? And let's see how we can apply it to answer the questions. If there is enough time, I'll go ahead and study for my other course on Thursday. If not, I might just take a mental break, honestly, because Monday was again my first final or lecture final, and I just felt so burnt out. So I'm hoping that today will be a little bit better, you know? Which Pokemon game though? I got Pokemon Scarlet. I haven't really finished a Pokemon game in a hot minute, which sounds really bad. Like, I think I got Sun, and I think I got X and Y, but I don't think I ever finished either one of those. I did finish Shield though, so if that says anything. Anyway, so let me switch over. So let's see. Oh no, I saw Rip's stream open. I see she's gonna raid. No, please, Rip. I want my hat back. What? All right, Cubs, we have to give it a moment. Hold on. We have to give it a hot moment. Tipano, what do you mean Tipano? I actually feel really bad because a lot of my classmates were talking about how do you say it? Pokemon X and Y, and they're like, that was the best story, or something like that, right? I don't know anything about it, unfortunately. I don't remember. My memory gone. My memory bad. My memory wise. Oh no.
I've been waiting for this.
Rip! I was just talking about you because I had to tab over because I'm like, yeah, you know what, Cubs? We're done talking. Let's go study. And I was like, oh God, Rip is raiding into me. Hi everyone, welcome. Rip, thank you so very much for your raid. I hope you got all your Valorant dailies in and out. But welcome, and welcome raiders. My name is Tipanya. I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do the Gao and it's very nice to meet you. Hi. Today we're doing a study stream, so this is definitely a change of pace of Valorant. This is gonna be nice, slow, relax. may talk about stretching, so that's all really fun stuff. May talk about stretching of the nerve and all that good stuff. But oh my goodness, thank you. Welcome, Raiders. Hi, Rip. Hi, Rip. Hi, Robo. Hi. Hi, Sugar. Hi. John says, honestly, the story for X and Y was my least favorite part. Oh, wait, is X and Y the green hair guy, though? Just asking for a friend. Before we were studying, we were talking about Pokemon, by the way. Sorry. Big Ham, hi. Big Ham, I'm your biggest fan. Did you see? Rip, I'm also your biggest fan. Hold on. And Selig, I'm also your biggest fan. Hold on. I'm using my eyes. Oh my goodness, the recap is so big. Look, I'm a big fan of... Look, my big fan. Big 3 favorite streamers are here. Yay! Budgie. Welcome. Thank you, cuz, for defending the fort. Hand smash. Hi. Wow. What? Oh, Salik, by the way, so sorry. Thank you for the tier 1 set for 28 whole hecky months. Teehee. Teehee. Welcome. I appreciate ya. Hi, Sugar. Hi again. Welcome, Roselli. Also, if I didn't say hi to you earlier, hi. Always enjoy a nice study stream. Well, you're in it for the long run, but hopefully not too long, because last time it was 8 hours, and I'm hoping for a nice cozy 2 to 6 hours. You know, like, we need to keep it a big range, because I don't want to have like low expectations, but I don't want to have high either. I just want to feel comfortable. Oh, he's in black and white. Oh, I'm so uncultured when it comes to Pokemon. I feel so bad. What was the plot of X and Y? I'm about to start Googling. We're about to do a whole nother study stream. Pokemon lore. Oh my goodness. Sorry, have a good lurk. Thank you. I'm so proud I'm yours. You guys are so cute. I'm in love. Wow, you're a big fan of three of us. I am. X and Y was when the professor's redhead ex-boyfriend wanted to blow up the world for no reason. I don't remember. I don't remember. The only professor coming to mind that was evil was that guy who looked like a galaxy. And he was like blonde with glasses, and his hair did like a weird swoop. The whoop. That's where my memory is going, but that is definitely a good recap. The only red hair guy I'm thinking about right now is like obviously Ruby and Sapphire, so my brain. My recap only gave me 3 favorite streamers for some reason. Your recap what is the word? Gypped. Gypped you out. I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. The professor wasn't evil, just a redhead? Oh, I misread for a moment. I thought you were just like, oh, he wasn't evil. He was just a redhead, which are like inherently evil people, but not like that evil. And all his minions dressed up in red suits. Okay, maybe I have to Google because my brain. Pokemon X and Y professor, and then I have to look up redhead. Oh, this is the cute professor. X and Y had the really handsome professor. Man, how did I forget that man? But X and Y redhead. Oh, this hacker! This guy who looks like a lion. Oh, I see. I'm so sorry, Cubs. Let me show you. This guy. Wow. I will look for a second. I got a fillet of fish. Oh yeah, no problem. Please enjoy. I know you had been streaming for a little bit, so just enjoy, love life, and lurk, you know? Lysander? Is that how you say the name? Heck, I don't remember this man. I'm so sorry. X and Y had the French-looking professor. Threw her back to the Game Awards. Sorry, I was watching with a few friends, and basically one was just like, "There's so many French people." And I'm like, okay. It's quite a hairstyle, honestly. Let me go back. Or maybe not. Like, let's go back. By the way, the professor I'm talking about, X and Y professor, so I could just show you Cubs an image as well. Because I'm a visual person, I just also don't like, not a big, like, I'm afraid I'm going to share something really dumb, you know? This guy. Hi, Dolls! Hi! Hi, Bells, thank you for 10 months over 23 whole hecky months. I wish I could wave to you. I'm waving. I promise. But thank you. And hi. Let me give you. Oh, thank you, Rosalie, for the shout out. Thank you. You read my mind. Almost 2 years? I know, big sheesh. That's quite a hairstyle, right? Imagine all the hairspray. Hi, Marshall, by the way. Hi. Welcome. But yeah, cute professor. Anyway, cuz we have to get into it. I'm almost 45 minutes in the stream and I haven't studied heckery. Haven't studied heck poop. So let us get into it. So like I was saying, I'm gonna try to implement the Pomodoro method. So we're gonna pause this. And there's this guy I like watching for the study streams, right? So I'm playing his music. The timer's gonna be on the bottom right. I know it's a black screen. He's doing his little intro, and really he has the Pomodoro set for 4 hours. I don't mean to crop his video. I just wanted his timer because I also really like the music that he plays in the background. Speaking of music, if you need it a little higher, a little lower, just let me know. I can go ahead and do that for you, Cups, okay? The music is very chill, lo-fi, and maybe it may increase in volume from time to time. So again, any volume issues, just let me know. Alright, this guy's having the longest intro known to mankind, but that's fine. I will politely inhale, take a deep breath, a nice stretch, and then we'll get into it, okay? Pomodoro, I know. I was telling the Cubs, I'm like, look, I know I've been doing like study streams, like nobody's business, and being like an absolute maniac by not doing Pomodoro and only taking breaks when I felt like I was on death's door, which is not really an efficient way of studying. It's time. Let's go. Oh. So, we have about 25 minutes, so we'll be doing 25-minute Pomodoro with 5-minute breaks in between. I just have to remember I have clothes in the washer, so let's get to it, okay? So, actually, maybe I could put this like here. Okay, so let's talk about stretching really quick. Very basic stuff. We can talk about why we want to do stretches. What are some indications of stretching? Well, other times, though, stretching sounds like a great idea. There might be some contraindications of why we would not do that. So let's talk about the indications of why we would do that. So we would do it because the person's presenting with hypomobility. So we know the difference between hyper and hypo, right? So hypermobility means that they have too much mobility. You don't really want to stretch something that's hypermobile because that may cause for instability and you might lead them to more injury. But that's hypermobile. We're talking about hypo meaning below. So below our normal mobility, we want to get that stretching, and we want to try to have that patient regain that range of motion. We definitely want to prevent structural deformities from restricted mobilities. Are you Cubs familiar with RA, rheumatoid arthritis? I can't say from like super experience if this is like okay or not, but let me see. Rheumatoid arthritis. So this is warning sign. This is like a slight deformity of the hand. I don't I'm so sorry. It's not body horror, but it might as well be. So basically, your fingers are what they should look like. You look at your fingers and you're like, oh yeah, my fingers are straight. Well, for really late stage RA, they might start looking like this. There's a lot of deformities that can happen in the hand alone, which is something that we could talk about potentially with the other class final that I have to study on Thursday. But really, to prevent the structure from getting this bad, maybe stretching would be a little bit more beneficial, you know? Bro, what happened to his fingers? Late stage rheumatoid arthritis. I heard an ad for some medicine for it, but they never said what it was for. Oh, I'm not well versed in medication. Come back to me in 6th term when we have pharmacology. So, stretching can also be used as a component for total fitness or sport-specific conditioning. So basically think of, hey, you know, a lot of people when you start working out, they're like, hey, you should incorporate some stretching pre and post. And it's like, oh, okay, sure. Good luck. Pharmacology is tough. I know. I am so well aware of like how stupidly complicated pharmacology can be, and understanding how this benefits, how this is gonna do this. Thankfully, We're not going super into the medication, hopefully not, but we're gonna see like, hey, what does this do? How does this interact with the body? And how can this affect the person when they're doing exercises, you know? Better living through chemistry. Listen, I don't want to take pharmacology, chemistry, anything like that. I'm like, ugh, bring me back to biology and anatomy. Definitely an indication for stretching, by the way, is also a prior to or after rigorous exercise. So that kind of goes hand in hand and putting it into like a fitness routine. They also really recommend doing post stretching for after exercising to reduce some of the muscle soreness. Stretching can also be very beneficial to prevent injury, and definitely we stretch because we want to increase mobility for functional activities. So when do we not do stretching, by the way? So we don't do stretching if we have like a weird end field. So we talked about end fields a few study streams ago, or maybe for the 8-hour study stream. And we talked about how end fields should be. And end fields are basically like you put your muscle into the full range of motion. So let's say you flex your arm all the way. So you do like a bicep curl all the way until you can't. That end field is going to be soft. While when you extend your elbow or extend your arm all the way out, you're going to have an end field called like a bony block. So what's happening is that, let's go back to bringing our arm all the way in, doing that bicep curl. Let's fully flex our elbow. It's soft, right? But what if it was hard? That has an abnormal end field. So what if it was bony? There definitely is something wrong that we wouldn't want to do stretching for that. We want to figure out what is wrong before we even do any of that. You don't want to do stretching if there's like a sharp acute pain to it. You never want to do anything that's painful. For whatever reason, even my clinical experience shadowing, a lot of patients feel like, hey, for me to get better, I need to work through the pain. No. I'm a huge advocate of being like, pain is your body's telling you there is something wrong. You need to like either reduce the activity or seek help getting it. But people are like, but this is how you get the gains. It feels good. I'm like, no, you hacky masochist. Like, wait, stop. You definitely don't want to do that. You want to again indicate what's happening. Why stretching should not be painful is basically what we're saying. You don't want to do. Amma, thank you for the head pad. Thank you. Oh my goodness, hi. So we definitely don't want to do stretching if there's any like infection or inflammatory or inflammation in the area. Pain, no gain. Period. Don't do it. Like obviously there's a difference between pain and like soreness, because people are like, hey, I worked out really hard. Instead of like working with 2-pound weights, they worked with 5, and I feel this burn and it feels good. That's fine. That's your soreness, that's your body doing what it does. But if it's pain, not even trying to be a baby about it. It doesn't make sense. Body, here's some pain so you know not to do that. Person, how about I do it anyway? Panic. Alright, so you definitely don't want to do any stretching if you have a recent fracture. Oh my goodness, for whatever reason, let's say you fell out on your arm and you're like, you know what, I'm gonna do like some kind of arm stretch. I will come over out of Bearcat Mountain and kick your butt. That definitely, some things just don't make sense, but people still stretch it anyway because they're like, oh, but my muscles. Because what happens with a fracture, vaguely, in a very like brief, vague way, I guess, not vague, general way, is that when you have a fracture, sometimes you might have to be immobilized because you want the bone to heal and facilitate that healing, and then afterwards you can work on mobility and range of motion. But for some people who don't take the medical help, they're like, well, I don't want to get stiff, which that's great. I'm glad they're being proactive. You definitely don't want to stretch with a recent fracture. You're not helping the healing process with that. Similar to the next point, which is the bony union that's incomplete. So basically you have that fracture and the bone is incompletely unionized. It's not together. You don't want to do stretching. You don't want to do stretching if you have a bad bruise. So bad bruise can be also known as a medical term as hematoma. So what happens with a bad bruise is that it's a solid swelling of clotted blood within the tissue. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm so sorry. I know it's like, Tippa, aren't you supposed to know this? Yeah, but I don't. Something about having blood clots, and if you stretch, you just move the blood clot somewhere else. That is what my understanding was for, I think, like semester 1. So that's why you don't want to stretch if you have a bad bruise, because you can bring the clotted blood somewhere else. Correct me if I'm wrong. You definitely don't want to stretch at an incisional site. It's basically the idea of like, hey, you just recently had an incision. Well, we don't want to stretch it and pull it apart. We want to make sure that's together, it's healed. Don't pull it apart. Joint hypermobility, we talked about that with hypomobility. We don't want to stretch if someone has medical equipment such as an IV in them, because we don't want the IV to come out. And we don't want to do it with shortened tissue. So what did I write here? Do not want to stretch if it helps with joint stability or aids in function. You don't? Example, spinal cord injury patients. Individuals will rely on shortened or stiffened muscles to perform certain actions. Okay, I'm like, what's going on? Oh my goodness. Do bone bruises fall under bruises? I would like to say so, but I'm not well versed in bone bruises to be like, yeah. But I'm just like, hey, has the word bruise? I wanna politely slide in that category. Emily, hi, nice to see you again. Please no IVs out. Bro, I'm gonna do all the stretching. IV out forever. Hi though, I hope everything's been super well with ya. Huh? Riff says, Tippa doesn't know something? That's a lie. Tippa knows all. I wish. I super wish. I'm a pretty modest individual. when I don't know something, I am first to be like, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. I'll get shy though, because I'll be like, maybe I can look it up later, but I don't understand what this guy is saying. Oh my goodness. Ballistic stretching? Yeah, we're gonna go, as the cool kids say, balls off the wall with ballistic stretching! Yay! I don't think that was a saying. That was just something that popped up in my mind. I'm so sorry. Yay! Oh, posture check? Okay. Hold on. Amma says I'm just asking because the bone bruise is the only serious injury. How did you do that though? Just asking for a friend. You became 40 years old when you said that? Who's to say I'm not 40? No, I'm just kidding. Nothing wrong if you're 40, by the way. I'm just fun to say like I'm forever 17, and then it's just like I'm a 45-year-old woman. I don't know. Anyway. So, we'll talk about stretching in a little bit. So how I formatted the study guide was basically she gave us like a boot camp review of notes to like learn, and so a lot of these things are kind of like in and out of order. So anything in box were like specific scenarios or questions she wanted us to know, which may or may not slightly relate to the topic we had just talked about, unfortunately. Amma says I did a high jump. Oh, and I ended up not only jumping over the bar but also past the mat laid behind it, so you popped. Big ouch. I am so sorry. Oh my gosh, but you know what that reminds me of? I know this is gonna sound really weird. There's a TikTok I saw of this man performing. I don't know if you consider a high jump, but it was a high as an elevation jump, and he just did it so flawlessly, and I wish I could find it. Do I really want to go through my TikTok likes for the meme? Because it looked like he was holding weights and everything. He just did it like he was made out of air. Is it worth going to TikTok? Yeah, maybe. Because I haven't been on it for a hot minute, so maybe I could find it easier. No, but I'm doing the Pomodoro method. No! My time! It's fine. We'll just reverse it. Talk about suffering from success. Honestly, like, hey, good job to ya. You did it. You did it a little too hard. Oh my goodness. That is not an issue whatsoever. Let's see. Oh, I found it. I did find it. Yeah, let's go. Hold on. sorry. You'll have 5 minutes to do it later. Oh no. I did it and then I couldn't do it again, but only 5 wake ups. You can't give me this time pressure. Hold on. My brain is so dummy right now. Hold on. Okay. So this is the TikTok, right? I'm gonna make it big, don't worry. So I was just super impressed by this guy. Look at him. He's holding like I don't know if it's like super heavy weights, but either way, he has like I guess maybe it's for balance purposes. I have no idea. But look how high the stack is. Actually, there's no justice. Hold on. Let me put it higher because look, there's more. There's more to this TikTok. Heck. So look how high he has to jump, right? And look. Isn't that Isn't that amazing? I'm like, this is not real. There's no way. I don't know. I don't judge anyone. Real or not. I'm just like oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm started reading the comments. Time to turn the dummy brain to dummy thick with knowledge, honestly. Big wahoo. Those look like maybe they're 10 pounds each, which is even worse. Cause this guy is I'm looking at his feet right now, not to sound like an absolute like hacker. It's just yeah, he like rolls back and then he uses his heel to jump off. It's just so crazy. Imagine this. Oh my goodness. But yeah, no, it's so good. I wonder if this guy has more content. No way! No way, this man! No way! No way! Oh my gosh! The comments is like, bro, this guy is an Avengers level threat. Whatever's coming, he got this. My neighbor at 2 a.m. Hi, Baz. Hi. Welcome. Hi. I could do this in VR? I can't even do this in VR. Hello. Welcome, Baz. I hope everything's super well with you. Welcome. It looks real to me. I knew people during my parkour days who did stuff this crazy. No, but no way. What is this man doing now? Okay, he's just jumping. See, this is what I expect normally, right? No! What is he doing? What is this? Oh my goodness! Okay, that's crazy. Human body is really amazing. I wish in another life that I got really into, how do you say it? I'm looking respectfully too, like the muscles on this man. I'm not a muscle person, but like obviously studying anatomy, I'm just like, holy heck, to see something like really well defined. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, this is gonna sound really morbid. The cadavers we get are all old people, so their muscles are very like atrophied because a lot of them have died being bedridden for the remaining time of their life. And thank you for the contribution to science, but holy heck, their muscles were not super visible. Thankfully we had a policeman or security guy who's big and bulky, so seeing the muscles like that were really nice. But a lot of them were like really frail older people, which God bless their heart, but goodness gracious. What? The camera's shaking with that power of the hops? Honestly, it is. Huh? I want to see him jump without the weights. He looks like he would break the ceiling. Honestly, yeah, look at this. What do they call it? The jump box squat? The caption says workouts to help when you're about to get hit by a car. What is this man on? Was that him just jumping with his feet? Yeah, that's the only thing with it. This dude's body fat percentages must be like possibly, yeah. But yeah, that's him jumping without the weight. FTW, hi. Thank you for the like. I hope you've been super well. I hate these box exercises. I can't jump. Let me be honest with you. Thank you for the hat. Thank you. But this is so cool. And then we saw this one. 1G to 5G. I express internet speeds from 1G to 5G by contact time. What is this man doing? I'm sorry, I'm reading the captions. Someone's like, I now have a better understanding of internet speeds. Oh my goodness. Sorry, what? We'll go back to studying, I promise. Ah! fine. We won't look at that. He got injured. Obviously, it was supposed to be like a... What? No way, this man... No, don't jump, don't jump, don't jump, don't jump. Don't do it. You're just balancing. Good. Okay. replay. No. You could... Hold on. Ah! You could watch the TikTok for yourself. I'm not getting in trouble. I don't know what the man injured, but I don't want to really look at blood because not necessarily squeamish anymore, but I don't want to look at injuries. Especially if they're open fractures or open wounds. Whoa. Anything for content? Honestly, anything. But TikTok is cringe? It is cringe, and yeah. It is cringe, but sometimes you see like really cool things like this, so it's just like, wow, amazing. This guy's practicing for double jumps. He is. That hip mobility though, oh my goodness. So cuz you know how we're talking about biomechanics and like the ball and socket joint, his open chain motions are off the hecking chart. His hip mobility is crazy. Okay, I said one more a long time ago, but hold on. This man has maximized the jump stat. He has. At least at the end of the day, perhaps we're all a little bit cringe. Yeah, we're all cringe. No way. Get this man out of here. I can't watch this man anymore. I'm too impressed by his like what do they consider this, like explosive exercises? Oh my goodness. Selleck says he has a bit of arm resistance for those jumps, but those one like pistol squat jumps are hella high. They are. They really are. This is Roselli. Roselli? Mr. Roselli? Is this you? TikTok would be cool and all, but it gathers too much info for my taste. No, I completely understand the concern, especially with the biggest news that was happening before with TikTok and the whole... Well, yeah, we won't get into it. Bear says, I've never been cringe in my life. Oh, same. Fellow non-cringer, handshake. It's explosive power, yeah? Yeah, look at it! Anyway, I sent the link a little bit above if you want to see more of this crazy guy's content, but basically, I'm so sorry. Your high jump incident has inspired this, like, me finding this guy's TikTok, so thank you. Jameli, hi, by the way. This guy is single-handedly responsible for the earthquakes in Japan. No, leave him be. This guy is doing great. Robo says jumping from sitting to your knees, though. Damn. Yeah, no, seriously. And it's such a high bar, too. I promise you, if I was jumping from my knees, I would do the most babyest hop, and my knees would break. I'm made out of glass. I've never broken a bone. So no, it's actually like super crazy. Someone's like, do you ever get shin splints from doing continuous jumps? Which is actually something we learned about last stream. But yeah, anyway, sorry. Oh my gosh, anyway. The human body is great. This is why we learn about it. So super fun. I spent more than 5 minutes talking about this, so we're just gonna go back into it. Glass bones of paper skin, Tipanya? You bet. I'm fragile. Anyway, so let's talk about this question that my professor had asked us. So what are two mechanical receptors of the muscle unit that convey information to the central nervous system about the physical environment? Not every study session is equally productive. It's not. I give it that. But I have to be productive because I have this exam today. And and segue back to study. Honestly. Well, now that I got your attention. Cedric says, yeah, he has crazy good hop form in general, but his explosive power on just his hips alone are that awesome. I know, his hips are crazy, and again, the mobility on that. If I start rolling everything, I might start hearing like some grinding, which actually I might need medical attention for that. Anyway, so receptors are, well, receptors. They receive information. Mechanical is just referring to like the mechanical aspect of like movement and all that good jazz. So we just combine those two things. So what two mechanical receptors of the muscle unit are going to convey information to our central nervous system? So recall, the central nervous system is our brain and spinal cord. So how's that going to go to the CNS about our physical environment. Before we get to the answer, hi my son Ichi. Hi, welcome. Thank you for the hydrate. Let me grab my water bottle. One moment. My water bottle is so far away. Right, sipping ASMR for the lo-fi. I'm dehydrated. I'm so dehydrated. And thank you for the posture check. Thank you. Hi, Jay. Hope you've been super well. Welcome. Right. So the answer for this is that we need our two mechanical receptors. The first one is going to be our muscle spindles. So our muscle spindles are going to be able to detect and convey information relating to the muscle length and the change in velocity. While our Golgi tendon is going to be monitoring the tension and then provide signals to inhibit alpha motor neuron activity and then decrease the tension. So, summary. Muscle spindles basically muscle length and velocity. So how fast can we do elbow extension, elbow flexion, elbow extension, elbow flexion. Well, Golgi tendon is going to be the changes in tension to be like, do we need to increase this? Do we need more tension to hold this? Like hold our grocery bags, or do we need less because now we don't have any grocery bags to hold? Basically, that is a little TLDR. Mox, no problem. Also do chores, but good luck with your finals. I honestly appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out. Hopefully I'll catch you later when I'm not studying for finals. But good luck with your chores. Remind me I still have clothes in the washer that need to go in the dryer. If I don't remember during the 5-minute break in our Pomodoro, they're gonna sit in the washer and then I'll have to rewash them, and that would be a waste of water, so I just have to throw them in the dryer. Then I could forget about them. Unless they're still wet. Anyway, so here's really like one of our biggest highlights. So let's actually talk about the different types of stretching. So stretching's good for you. I've been told to do stretches prior to exercise and after exercises. But did you know there's a lot of different types of stretching that we do, but we don't really consider what it does and what type it is. So we're going to be talking about two different categories. So basically understanding that stretches are either dynamic, meaning that they involve motion, so that answers the question from one of my cups earlier, or static, meaning that they involve no motion. So dynamic stretches are going to affect dynamic flexibility, and static stretches are going to affect static flexibility, and dynamic to some degree, but they pretty much go hand in hand. Dynamic helps dynamic, static helps static. So let's talk about the different kind of stretchings we could do that are a combination or a mixed bag of it is either a dynamic stretch or it's a static stretch. So we'll talk about ballistic stretching, dynamic stretching, active stretching, passive or relaxed stretching, static stretching, isometric stretching, and PNF stretching. We'll definitely go a lot into that because PNF, or otherwise known as proprioceptive neural facilitation, I think that's the meaning of it. That's something I had to do as my as a practical, so an in-person practical of how to stretch, and we'll talk about the purpose of PNF stretching. So Alex says I do both dynamic and static. Dynamic before workout, static afterwards. Honestly, I think that sounds great to me. I think really getting as generic as it sounds, getting blood flow to your body, having that movement, and just like encouraging your body as like a warm-up before you work out is really nice. And I think and then static is just also really nice just because you avoid soreness and you probably don't want to move anymore. But let's talk about ballistic stretching. So I have some images on the side. Unfortunately, this image on the side is not an example of ballistic, but ballistic stretching is using momentum of a moving body or a limb to attempt to force it beyond its range of motion. So let's use like a really popular example. So, Cubs, can you can you touch your toes? I certainly can't. My hamstrings are tight, baby. That's from like the 24 hours of me sitting. I am a lazy cub. I'm a lazy bearcat. But what happens is that some people you may see when they go into, when they try to touch their toes and they have their knees extended and they're reaching down, they might do some kind of like bounce motion into it. And so when they do the bouncy motion, that is considered ballistic stretching because you're using the momentum of the moving body or your torso to come on down and try to attempt that, try to force it beyond its normal range of motion. Because normally, without you bouncing, you're only able to maybe get what? Below your knees? But with a little bit of bouncing, maybe you can get to mid-shin now. And then I can't really tell you the science of anything of like touching toes because personally I have not done it. I always wanted to do is like, oh, 30 days to touch your toes, increase your flexibility. Yeah, that's not me. I love blood in my body? Same! Vampires, stay away. Isometric exercises? Like what Principal Skinner does to lie to the superintendent shows? What? My mama bearcat really did not like me watching Simpsons, so I actually don't understand the reference. Selic is a fellow red blood cell appreciator. Honestly, yeah, I love red blood cells. I also love white blood cells. I love all the things in my body right now that are not gonna kill me. Yay! Secretly has a benign tumor. What? That's why I need to do a physical checkup soon. Anyway, that's not like a real thing. I'm just saying that's why it's important to get physicals and checkup and all that other jazz. But gosh darn it, I'm grateful for my body and what it has to offer. I can so easily touch my toes. Marsha, that just means you're super flexible. I'm jealous. Anyway, so let's talk about, so if ballistic is that, let's talk about dynamic stretching. So some people might get this concept confused. So dynamic stretching is going to be moving parts of the body and gradually increasing the reach or the speed of motion or both. So a really common example that you may be familiar with, Cubs, is just doing trunk twists. So basically this image right here on the right. So you will eventually be able to increase your range of motion a little bit the more you do this. You could do it by the speed, you could do it by increasing the reach. Maybe you're able to reach back a little bit more because you increase your range of motion, or you do both. Maybe you're just doing like really fast trunk twists, which I don't really recommend. I always recommend doing slow and controlled movements so you're not hurting yourself. Robo says I love red blood cells. They truly take my breath away. Good one, Robo, good one. Pat, 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 pat. It's very good. Another type of dynamic stretching we can do is going to be walking lunges. So for walking lunges, that's basically, if you're familiar with lunge, one foot in front of the other, you bring your body down, you stand up, and just start walking. You switch to the other foot, lunge, come back up, walk, take a step. Those are also going to be examples of dynamic stretchings, and the more that you're doing like each step, the lower that maybe your lunge goes. So that's really really neat. How do you call it? Dynamic stretching, by the way, so again, just to make sure you're not confusing with ballistic, is that dynamic is going to consist of controlled leg and arm swings that are going to take you gently to the range of motion. So like I was saying earlier, you don't want to do like trunks so super hard or anything like that. As you see, even though this video is like a little bit slow, this is kind of where you should be. It's not robotic, it is a smooth motion. It just, of course, the GIF is just going part by part, but you want it to be slow and controlled, and you could gently bring yourself. While in comparison, the ballistic is basically forcing your body to go beyond the range of motion, which can be a little more intense. Oh no, my timer wasn't going off. Sorry about that. Is it going off now? Perfect. Sorry, I'm like, why do I still have 17 minutes? Did I freeze myself in time? Alright, we have less than 8 minutes. Let's do this. Astro says I'm anti-blood? Huh? I remove about 6 liters every day with a big rusty needle? You must be really up to date with your techno shot, right? Technos? Definitely not on your side with that. I'm so sorry. Hold on. So I got nasally again. So let's talk about active stretching. So active stretching is that you assume a position and then hold it with no assistance other than using the strength of the agonist muscle. So we have agonist, antagonist, and we have agonists. So pretty much what's happening here is that, let's read the example. Bringing your leg up high and then holding it there without anything other than the leg muscles themselves to keep the leg in an extended position. Then the tension of the agonist and the active stretch are going to help relax that muscle by being stretched. By the antagonist, by reciprocal inhibition, which reciprocal inhibition we'll talk about a little bit later, but basically just know that both of your muscles are working. So a lot of people assume like, oh, my hip flexors are like, it's like a really weird concept. But know that all your muscles are kind of working. So let's talk about this concept. This guy has his knee extended, right? So if his knee is extended, that means that his quads are working, but his hamstrings are also working, but they're working eccentrically. They're contracting lengthily. Not one person talking about this, but basically know that there's like concentric contractions and eccentric contractions. So what's concentric, or the muscles are shortening and tightening and activating, all that good stuff, are going to be the quads, while the ones that are lengthening are going to be your hamstrings. Because understand that the hamstrings, which are going to be the muscles in the back of your thigh, those muscles are actually responsible for knee flexion, while the quads are going to be about knee extension. So your quads are working, and then your hip flexors are also working, and they're going to help concentrically contract, while the hip extensors, like maybe your gluteus maximus, are also working, but they're doing an eccentric contraction. So basically, summary, because we don't really need to go in depth with that too much. Active stretching is just you. You're going to assume that position and you're going to hold it, and it's just you, yourself, and you. It's just your muscles at work feeling that stretch. So what about the opposite of the active stretch? What about a passive or relaxed stretch? So definitely going to be the opposite. So that's definitely going to be a concept of, how do you say it? Just assuming a position and just holding it with another part of your body. So you guys have done like tricep stretches before. Super easy peasy stretch. You can see the guy doing it on the side, where basically you're stretching your tricep, which again are going to be the muscles. Oh, where's my mouse? Muscles in the back of the arm that are going to help extend your elbow. So again, when you bring your arm out straight, your triceps are working, and then when you bring your arm back, those are your biceps, or the muscles in the front of your arm, that are working. Okay, so we talked about active and passive. What about some static stretching? So static means that you're not moving. It's pretty much stretching a muscle or even a group of muscles to its furthest point and then maintaining or holding that position. Whereas passive stretching, which we talked about earlier, is just someone who's relaxed, and then there's just some external force that is bringing them into that range of motion. So as you see here, we basically have the other hand supporting them and moving them into a certain range of motion. That's passive because we're not really activating the triceps. We're just kind of keeping it to where it is and then stretching. While static is, like you can see from the image on to the right side, what's happening is this guy is reaching for his toes and he's stretching out the back of his leg by doing this motion, but he's not activating any, he's not actively contracting any muscles. He's just there, chilling, living his best life. What about isometric stretching? So this is going to be interesting because we talked about like concentric muscles, like working, tightening, and bringing the person to that motion. We talked about eccentric, where the muscles are relaxed, but they're doing their own thing. But what about isometric? Isometric actually does not involve any movement whatsoever, which is like, what? What do you mean? So what's going to happen is that though it does not involve any movement, it's going to involve the resistance of a muscle group to a tension of a stretch muscle. So a really common example that you guys may be familiar with is the exercise of wall sitting. You're not doing anything necessarily for wall sits, but gosh darn it, wall sits are really difficult. But through that tension of you just doing there, you're placing tension on the muscles, and those are helping it to stretch. Ox says, I enjoyed hanging out. I'm squeamish for things moving inside my body, but it's been fun. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you for hanging out, though. Best of luck on your exam, and you all take care and good luck. Thank you so much. You too, okay? Thank you for hanging out. Thank you. I hope to catch you later, okay? Bye. Then why does wall sitting hurt so much? Because you are weak. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's just not the most comfortable position to place your body in. It's kind of like, yeah, you do this forever. Like when you're sitting in a chair, you're already in that position, right? But when you're going against gravity like this, it's just not as fun. It's just not fun doing this kind of motion, you know? And then I think we could talk about our last stretching before the timer goes off, okay? So we could talk about PNF stretching. So I think it's, proprioceptive neuromuscular. That's the word I was missing, muscular. Neuromuscular facilitation. So we'll talk about this a little bit more below in detail because, again, I did have a lab practical and she does want us to know about certain techniques like this. But pretty much understand that it's a combination of, passive stretching and isometric stretching in order to achieve maximum static stretching. So we could talk about these two different techniques that you could do with PNF stretching, which can be like agonist contract relax, or you can have another technique which is contract relax, or oh my gosh, it is escaping me. Why? Hold on. Hold relax, or contract relax, or agonist contract. There you go. Or you could even do a combination of hold relax with agonist contract. So the combination of these two. But again, we'll talk about that in just like a hot moment, okay? We'll talk about this concept a little bit. This one is still a little bit wacky to me, but we'll do that a little bit after our break because we have about excuse me, about 20 seconds left. So what I'm gonna do with those 20 seconds is put my washer clothes into the dryer. I think I'm gonna actually take a little head start, so I'll set up a raffle and I'll see you cubs in about 5 minutes, okay? There's an agonist muscle and the antagonist muscle? Yeah. The close to put the close. I will. I'm gonna do it. Here, Pomodoro for those unfamiliar. Raffle. I go. I might be a little bit late though, so you have to forgive me. I'll be right back. Be right back. I'm back. Oh, chicken enchiladas. My bad. I was on the wrong tab. That's what I'm making later tonight. Anyways, hi Dingus. Hi. Welcome. I was so scared for a moment. I had what do you call it? I put my clothes in the dryer, and basically the dryer didn't work, and so I had to like yell out to one of my rooms. I'm like, "Hey, the dryer doesn't work," and I was in panic. I was like, "Please work. There's a blanket in there. Don't make me do it the old-fashioned way. Put it out on the porch or something." It just turns out I didn't close the door all the way, so crisis averted. Yay! Go! Ratsney, hi! Welcome! Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. Your name looks familiar. Let me see. Dryer doesn't work. Yeah, that's basically how he sounded. Dryer doesn't work. Door stuck. The door was stuck open, I guess. Door stuck. Yo, thank you. No, thank you. Thank you for being a winner. Congratulations on the raffle again. Oh my goodness. Doing a little alert because I'm working out here? But yeah. Oh no. Calling stepdoor? Oh no, stepdoor kun no. Anyway. Your model's adorable? Thank you. I'm only this cute because of the wonderful, beautiful Terupancake. So thank you so much. Thank you. I'm sorry, Fair. You're still a winner in my heart. Watch, I'll win for you. I can't win. What's negative gals? Huh? No, it's okay. Gambling's a scam anyway. Me who brought like a $2 lotto ticket the other day. Yeah, gambling's a heckin' scam. Anyway, let's get back into it. So, I think I saw like a question, and I'll reverse the timer. Negative gals in this economy? I know, right? Wait, does that mean I'm in debt? To myself? Hello?
I've been waiting for this.
Oh no! Hi. It's been such a hot minute. Hi. Welcome. Thank you so very much for the raid, and welcome, raiders. Hi. My name is Tipanya. I'm a bearcat YouTuber. I do the gao and the nyan. It's very nice to meet you. Welcome. Oh my goodness. Oh, Possum, hi. Welcome. Buddy, hi. Welcome. Not the gao nyan already. Well, welcome. How was your stream? How was Cooking Simulator? No, I had to do the whole spiel, especially for the new cubs here. Holy heck. Where's my hi? Welcome? Oh, I'm so sorry, Marshall. Hi. Welcome, Marshall. Thank you for coming on in. I appreciate you. Welcome. Very good cooking today? That's gonna be me and my chicken enchiladas. No, but seriously, welcome. Thank you so very much for the raid. Let me do your little gao and nya. So for those unfamiliar with gao and nya, it's the sound of a bear cat. Gao being like a bear roar, and nya being like a cat meow. So on the count of 3, let's go gao and nya together, okay? 1, 2, 3. Gao. Nya. Oh no! No, that was my gao nya. Stolen. No, I'm just kidding. Ratsy, thank you so very much for subscribing to Sugar Bear. I appreciate you very much. Welcome to the Sugar Bear Club. Welcome. Oh my goodness, but I'm glad that the cooking went super well. You cook lunch for chat and they pay you in kissies? Oh my goodness. Can I pay you in a kiss hammy? Xander Inferno, by the way, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cook Club. Welcome. Roar, meow. Marshall, can you not do it with the English dialect? Roar, meow. It's just not as cute as gao, nya. Sorry. That was even. You studying hard there, honor student? I am studying hard. I have to. It's my second to last final. I gotta do it. Kisahemi's a welcome currency. Let's go! Sorry, my ignorant American is showing. You're definitely A-okay. Marsha has overloaded that economy, but it's still welcome. Wait, do I have the other one? What is the other one? What is Psalm's edit called again? It's not Kiss a Hammy. It's like the homie one, right? The homie, not Kiss a Homie? Oh my goodness, why can't I remember what it's called? It's not Kiss a Homie in this one. This one is the one where they like, as the cool kids say, debated. Yes, reject the hammy. Let's go. We're gonna ruin the economy where you reject the hammies. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. How dare you use something so evil? I'm so sorry. Do not edge your I'm sorry. Polite. No, sorry, let's not do that. Anyway, Riff says, what the heck is meters? I don't know. Freedom units. Exactly. Freedom. Oh my goodness. I know, it's rejecting him is like so heartbreaking. Shout out to Big Ham for making Kissing Hammy though. Shout out to Sam for getting the edit and then getting the edit approved afterwards. Shout out to both of them. Hold on. Heck, sorry, I wrote them all in caps. Not the hammy. I know, it's the saddest thing I've seen. Okay, wait a minute. I look away and I see edge my hammy. Okay, we have context. We have the context. Here you go, dingus. I need to learn this. I'm gonna have to study medical stuff soon. Oh, what do you mind? Do you mind me asking what your major is? I'm just curious. I still think it's made so people would use it towards me. No, I actually don't remember the origin story. Wait, I think actually that was the origin story. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. For once, there's context. Yes, finally, context. I'm sorry I can't hear you over the screeching eagles in the background. One of the funniest things I heard a redneck say. Caw-caw! Oh, you need to run to work? Oh my goodness, no hecking problem. Thanks for having me. Do good on your exams, and Dad says he'll pick up pizza on the way home. Dad? It's been years. Not a problem. Please have a good day at work. Thank you so very much for the raid. I'm so glad to hear that you had lots of fun with it. Hopefully you also have lots of fun at work too, okay? But thank you so much. Thank you. Also might bring milk. Tell them to bring almond milk. I'm not lactose intolerant, but I don't go through milk that fast. I'm only one bearcat, and those things last for months. Sits with 3 almond milks in my fridge like a maniac. But have a good one. Even if Dad doesn't come back, I'll treat us to pizza, okay? Or maybe you could treat me to pizza. We'll do a cooking simulator. We can make pizza together. But have a good one. Bye. Oh wait, but cursed head pads? Hold. I don't know where my hand is. I found it. Alright, cubs. This is it. This is my hand, and this is me doing cursed head pats. A 1, a 2, let's go do. What does Lightning McQueen say? Kabam! Kabam? No. Ka-ching! No, ka-chow! There you go. Those are your cursed head pats for you. I've never watched a Cars movie, by the way. Anyway. Red says, not sure if it's a major, but I'm primarily focused on caring, rehabilitation, and medical assistance for elderly and sick. Oh, ooh. I guess there's a good handful of majors that you can definitely go into. If you're talking about caring, there's definitely like the certified nursing assistants. I hear a lot of those go into nursing homes or nursing in general. Rehabilitation, you can definitely go into like any kind of the therapies, like physical therapy, occupational therapy. To some extent, maybe you can even go speech therapy, speech pathologist, medical assistants in general. That's where all my information goes. I'm so sorry. Ka-ching. What is toe pain time? Toe pain time is when I hit my toe onto a table and I go ah! But Topany time is just a fun gimmick for high channel points, you know? Mr. Astro says I can't drink almond milk. I'm sorry. If it helps, I don't really like almond milk. Like if someone's like, oh, do you want some coffee and have some almond milk in it? No, almond milk's kind of gross. But like in cereal and whatnot, I actually don't mind it. Oh, nice. Time to save up for the redeem. No problem. Robo, thank you for contributing to karaoke. Holy heck. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, Cubs, I have to put back the Pomodoro timer. This is probably why I don't do Pomodoro, first of all. You keep forgetting? No, do not worry. We're at almost 60. We're almost at 70%, but we're at 68. Let's go! Let's go! Alright, Cubs, let's get back into it. Let me put the timer. Let me go slightly back into break. So we're gonna be sitting here in the excuse me for the burp. I'm so sorry. Digesting my boiled egg, which by the way, boiled egg maker, super pog. Those are the best boiled eggs in my life. Thank you, Robo. We'll talk about the eggs later. I put myself on break for a reason. Answering one of the Cubs questions from earlier about the antagonist and agonist muscle, it goes back into the idea basically agonist is the agony. This is the muscle that's going to be actively contracting, while the antagonist is going to be relaxing and lengthening. So like when we're talking about that active stretching and bringing your leg up, what's going to happen is that the hip flexors are going to be the agonist muscles, the ones sort of actively contracting to put you into that motion, while the antagonists are going to be the muscles that are relaxed or relaxing. So like because you're going to hip flexion, the hip extensor, such again as your gluteus maximus muscle, is going to be relaxing. So that's what I wanted to say before I fumbled it up. Astra says my mom broke her pinky foot by smashing it into a table by accident during Christmas. Merry Christmas. I'm so sorry. Breaking any of their toes is just not fun. Huh? I'm gonna use Tipanya as a background noise so I could go to sleep for about 7 hours and then I could wake up and play WoW with American people. Nice! No problem. I will politely put you to sleep with my study stream. Z. Here comes the lo-fi. And it never healed? I'm so sorry. Pinky toes are kinda stinky if it helps. So she died and that what I'm sorry to hear for your loss. I send my condolences to you. Wow, Santa, a fracture, just what I wanted. Exactly. Merry Christmas. Anyway, look, that's the timer and the lo-fi music. So let's talk about the difference between reciprocal inhibition and autogenic inhibition. So with this, we have to understand where the heck is my timer? Hold on. Got it. And so with this, we have to understand the two differences, especially when they play a role in PNF, which again, PNF is going to be our proprioceptive neuromuscular facilitation. PNF, by the way, though we had talked about it as one of our stretches, it's going to be the stretch, or yeah, this kind of stretch that is going to integrate active contraction into stretching, and it's going to utilize the principles of the two things we're going to talk about. So autogenic inhibition is basically when the muscle contracts, the GTO, the Golgi tendon organ. Yes, I'm so sorry. It's gonna help with facilitating that tension. Oh, where did I go? I went too far. Because remember, we have the Golgi tendon and the muscle spindle, and the muscle spindle again is going to be helping with the velocity and the lengthening, while the GTO or the Golgi tendon is going to be helping with the how much tension should we be applying. So when the muscle contracts, the GTO or our tensioner is going to be activated, and it's going to be respond by inhibiting this contraction, which is also known as the reflex inhibition, and contracting the opposite or the antagonist muscle group. So we'll talk a little bit about that later, about more of its application, but just know that autogenic is basically going to inhibit the contraction and start contracting the opposite muscle. So we'll talk about that as one of the PNF techniques. when we talk about contract relax or agonist relax. Another inhibition we could talk about is reciprocal inhibition. So when this occurs, this is going to be in relationship to the muscle spindle, which again, muscle spindle is going to be in relationship to the muscle lengthening the velocity. The muscle spindles are going to activate and cause a reflective contraction in its agonist muscle. So the agonist muscle is again the muscle that's contracting, and this is going to be known as a stretch reflex. And then it's going to have relaxation, and the antagonist muscle. So this is basically reciprocal inhibition is typically what you see, while autogenic is going to be the opposite. But just knowing that autogenic is going to be in relation to the Golgi tendon, while reciprocal is going to be in relationship to muscle spindle. So we could talk about how to stretch the bicep. So this is really interesting. Stretching in general is interesting. You think to stretch a muscle, you would put it in its action. Well, no. That's if you put it into its action, you're going to be working and strengthening. You know, if I do so many bicep curls and I flex my elbow, you know, that's going to be strengthening. But if you put it into its opposite motions, you're going to get like a nice, really good stretch of the opposite muscle. So our biceps brachii, or you know, the bicep muscles that we have, if you have your palm up, it's going to be the muscle above your elbow, anterior, like front facing. Those biceps are not only responsible for elbow flexion, but they're also responsible for supination. Supination again is going to be the motion of when you put your palm up. When you put your palm up, it's kind of like you're holding a bowl of soup, correct? So the opposite is going to be pronation. So we're going to dump that bowl of soup and become pro basketball player. We're going to start dribbling. Dribble, dribble, dribble. Sorry, it sounds like a reach, but that's how I kind of memorize it. But as long as you know bowl of soup, you know the opposite. So with that in mind, so to stretch it again, we're going to put it opposite of flexion, so that's going to be extension, and we're going to put it opposite of supination, so we're going to put the muscle in pronation. So what we're going to do is that if we have a patient on the table, we'll have them seated towards the edge. We'll have them seated towards the edge of the table so we can get more mobility of the arm. What we're going to do is that we're going to put the forearm into pronation, so the palm is going to be down. We're going to extend the shoulder, and we're going to extend the elbow. And so with that, even if you do it right now and the edge of your chair, you feel a stretch in the front of your arm. Of course, you'd feel more of a stretch if you had like someone helping you and stabilizing you, but just doing this motion by yourself, don't you feel the stretch in the front of your arm or where the bicep should be? This is basically explaining how that's going to occur. So we can actually stretch out our hip flexors as well, understanding how to stretch that. So iliopsoas muscles, I wish I put pictures. I'm so sorry. Give me one moment. I'll grab us a picture, okay? So our iliopsoas muscle, as you can see here, is going to be a combination of the iliacus muscle, which is going to be located here on the iliac crest, and then our psoas muscle is going to be the psoas major combining with that. They also talk about minor, but really when we talk about iliopsoas, it's psoas major and iliacus. There is maybe some evidence that psoas minor might be evolving out, but that would be really weird. Psoas minor, by the way, is just like a tiny muscle that lays over the psoas major. So these two muscles are going to help with hip flexion. So what does that mean? So I assume many of you cats are sitting in your chair right now. So if you were to bring your knee up to your chest, and not dramatically, or just bring it up like if you're doing a marching motion, so just even bringing up the foot off from the ground, you're doing hip flexion while doing that, while kicking back is going to be hip extension. So how are we going to be able to stretch our hip flexors? So again, we want to put them in the opposite motion. So this is kind of like a layout of how to do this, but this is kind of going with the so I don't know why there's so many typos in here. This is going to be similar to the Thomas test, which is something that you cubs may not be familiar with. So let me also grab a photo of that, okay? Don't really need it that big. We don't really need that much of it. And then we'll put this. So pretty much what's going to happen is that you place a patient in prone. When you place them in prone, that means that you're laying them on their back. No, you're placing them in their front. Wait, why are we laying them prone? Hold on. This is wrong. I'm not gonna talk about that. So this is talking about stretching the hip flexors and it's saying it's prone. You can do that. We personally did not do that in our practical. When you stretch your hip flexors, what we like to do is that we like to put them in like a Thomas test position. So it's this image that you see here. This image is when you have them laying supine. So supine is going to be laying on your back. A fun way to differentiate between the word supine and prone is that supine is how do you say it? If you take out the letter U in supine, you get the word spine. So that means that they're laying on their spine. Wow, yay, so quirky. Anyway, so when you have them lay supine, right? I thought this was a Q. It looks like one, right? The Q. Do you call it QWOP? Or do you call it like QWOP? Yeah. It could be. This could have been their draft. Anyway, so with this Thomas test, what you have the patient do is that you have them sit at the edge of the table, or you have them stand at the edge of a table, and then at the end you kind of help them maneuver so their butt is like at the edge, so their legs can hang off when you put them in this supine position. So when you go from here, what's going to happen is that the hip is naturally going to drop, and it can place them into hip extensions, so their hip flexors, which are going to be again located towards the front of their body, is going to be stretching out. There's different things to do in the Thomas test. You could test which muscle might be tight, which muscle must be normal, but I'm not really going to go into that, unfortunately. But if you do place them into this Thomas test position, if you want to give them more of a stretch, you could place your hand over their thigh and you could push down to help with that hip extension, and they should feel more of a stretch anteriorly. Doing this kind of stretch is really neat because this is something you can actually do yourself, but you can also ask like a friend to be like, hey, can you push down on my thigh really quick, and you could get more of a stretch for your hip flexors. As for the rectus femoris, you could do something similar. So rectus femoris, I won't get a picture for this one, I'm sorry, but it's actually one of your quad muscles. This muscle is really cool because it is one of your quads. Your quad muscle, this is the only quad muscle to have like some type of hip attachment because it's going to attach to the AIIS, or the anterior inferior iliac spine on your hip. And what's going to happen here is that you can go ahead and isolate this or stretch it out a certain way, and that's why I didn't want to get into the Thomas the Thomas technique. Let's see if it says it here. It doesn't say it. It doesn't say it. I don't remember how to read the results of a Thomas test. Oh, gosh darn it. I'm gonna try to find the results for us. So we saw the normal position of a Thomas test, right? Again, the patient's laying supine. They're using their hands to grab onto their other leg, so they're bringing their knees to the chest, and the other leg is just gonna be hanging. Like, hey, what's hanging, bro? Surfer lingo, you know? So that's the position that they should be in. But if you let their leg hang, what's gonna happen? So if they have a tight iliopsoas or rectus femoris, their leg is not down. Their leg is going to be... Hold on. Going back. For the Thomas test, when they have their leg bent like this, and you ask them to extend, if their leg is coming up, what happens is that the hip flexors are bringing the leg up in this position, so their leg is going to be slightly elevated, which can be indicative of one or two things, if not both. So it's going to be a tight iliopsoas or a tight rectus femoris or tight quads are going to help bring your leg up like this, so that's not normal. If you have them to extend, then if their leg is at like here and it's not going really down for whatever reason, because it should have like this natural relaxation, then that might be indicative of only indicative of a tight rectus femoris or tight quads. So, yay, Thomas test. Sorry, I promise I have more enthusiasm for it. It's just like right now, I'm just like, oh, this is oh, it's just going back a semester. Not a fan of going back. I just want to focus on what we have now. So again, we'll go back to our PNF techniques. So we could talk about the types of stretching techniques, and we could talk about the hold relax or contract relax, or we can also talk about the agonist contract, or we can also talk about the combination of the two, the hold relax with agonist contract. So for the hold relax, what's going to happen is that we're going to place the muscle into the range limiting, so we're going to put it to its end range. Oh, let me just read it, I'm so sorry. So hold relax or contract relax is where the range limiting muscle is lengthened to the point of resistance. So again, we're placing that muscle in the end range and we're stretching it from there. What's going to happen is that then the patient's actively going to perform a pre-stretch contraction, which is submaximal in nature of the range limiting muscle to match the resistance of the PT in an isometric fashion. After 5 seconds, the limb is moved by the PT into a new range of limiting position. So let's see if I actually have some GIFs to show you what that may look like. Give me one moment because I have another study guide. There, hi, welcome. What's with the what's with the gasping emote? Let's see, PNF. So early? Oh, I am a little bit early because I asked off for today, which I'm very grateful, honestly. Do I have gifts? I don't think so. What would be a good example to show you, Cupsto? Hold on. Sorry, let me put you over here. So we can maybe we can use the tricep. Excuse me. So, but can we do contract relax? I mean, I guess we can, but what is something more visually? We could talk about the biceps again. So again, we talked about the biceps being like a elbow flexor and a supinator. So the bringing the palm forward or bringing the palm, up, like you're holding a bowl of soup. So again, when we place the body into the position of opposite of its action, so forearm pronation, so the palm's down, the elbows extended, and the shoulders extended. So we're bringing the arm back, and this is something you could even do while seated. When we have that patient into its like maximum range, like that's all they can do, we can ask them to do one of two things. We can have them push towards us, so we could try to bring them into shoulder or elbow flexion. So you see where this therapist's hand is. So we can ask them to do a contract relax. So what's going to happen here is that when they place their hand over this patient's hand, and we ask the patient like, hey, even though you're in this like really wacky state of opposite actions of the biceps, can you try to bring your shoulder into flexion? So shoulder flexion is going to be bringing the arm up. Shoulder flexion, a better visualization is that maybe you have your arm to your side right now and you bring it up overhead. That's shoulder flexion, while shoulder extension is just again bringing the arm back, like towards your back. So for contract relax, you can apply a little bit of resistance or hold, and then you're asking the patient, hey, can you bring your arm up into shoulder flexion? They're gonna hold that resistance for about 5 seconds. You'll have them relax, and then what's gonna happen is that the therapist will then be able to push them into a new range. So even though that they're here, now a little bit of that contract relax, their arm might be like down here now, which is actually super, super cool. For the other method though, the agonist contract is going to be a little bit wacky because this is not really something we do with patients that have normal mobility. But for this one, we're going to actually have them, instead of going against our hand, we're going to be like, hey, I know you're pretty much at end range, but can you go even further? So we ask the patient to put themselves manually a little bit more back. As they go a little bit more back, we ask them to hold that position for 5 seconds. We'll hold to their new position. We'll follow them into that new position. They'll hold it for 5 seconds, and then we just keep them into that new position, and then they should be feeling even more of a stretch in this case in their biceps. So it's just like a really interesting concept of doing the difference between the hold relax or the contract relax. And then hold relax with agonist contraction is just a combination of both. So we can have them against our resistance. Hold. Perfect. All right, let's move you into this new range. All right, now that we got you into this new range, can you move more by yourself towards the back? All right, bring your palm more towards the back. Okay, hold, and then you fall into their new range and you hold it from there, and you just keep doing that. All right, we have a little bit less than 8 minutes on Pomodoro, so let's talk about the application of the stretches and how we can. This is gonna be a lot. I actually might take more than 8 minutes, so it's fine. So we got a case scenario, okay? So we're gonna be dealing with a patient named Brenda. Sorry, there's no way because my head is too big, and no, this is too close. There's no winning. I promise I'll read it to you though, okay? So our patient's gonna be Brenda. Brenda is a 60-year-old retired librarian who enjoys dog training and gardening. Last week she quote-unquote overdid it, attempting to plant flowers in her front yard, and then trained a 40-pound Labrador Retriever to walk on a leash. Brenda reports... Oh. Hi, Sugar. Hi. Wait, I'm not falling. Absolutely no hacking worries. Don't worry. But thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. Officially. Welcome. So let's go from here. Hold on. Yeah, so she did a lot of gardening in her front yard and then trained a 40-pound Labrador Retriever, which is a chunky dog. Brenda reports she initially felt soreness in her right bicep muscle and did not use her right arm in order to allow full recovery. She is no longer complaining of pain, but reports tightness in her right upper extremity. Examination findings reveal positive MLT findings for a shoulder extension, abduction, and external rotation. So now we just have to determine what muscles are tight. So MLT is the muscle length testing. This is where we're going to place the patient into, again, its opposite position to help facilitate or encourage its stretch. So while we're doing this, we're finding tightness in shoulder extension, so they're not able to bring their shoulder back. They're not able to abduct, so they're not able to bring their arm away from their side, like T-posing. And they're not able to externally rotate, so if you have like your elbows close to your waist, and then you bring your arms out, and that's going to be external rotation. So what's happening is that though she has tightness for this, that means that there must be tightness in these opposite muscles. So even though she's having tightness in shoulder extension, this is where it gets really wacky even for myself and blew my mind when I learned this. Just because she has tightness in shoulder extension doesn't mean like her shoulder extensor muscles are tight. What's keeping it tight is the opposite muscle. So her shoulder flexors are the ones that are tight, and that's what we have to address. Because they're so tight, they're keeping it into that shoulder flexion, which is why she's having issues extending. Same with abductors. Her adductors are tight, and so that's why it's limiting abduction. And then her external rotators are tight, which is why in this case her external rotators are going to be showing limited motion. So again, when we say tight, they just mean that they have limited range of motion at the moment. So what could these muscles possibly be? So we have three suspects. Her pectoralis major can be tight. So we're familiar with the pectoralis. Let me actually get pictures because this is like something I think is super beneficial to like see. Pectoralis major. Like we're all familiar with our pec muscles, but I think it's beneficial to see where they attach. You don't really need all this, right? This might be better to have it like that. Yeah. So we have that. Let's go find a good picture of our bicep brachii muscles. This one's also really good. Let me put this here. we'll put this in the center, and let's see if we can make it a little bit smaller. Not for anything, but. And then we have our internal rotators. Internal rotator muscles. One moment. This picture might be a little bit small, but it does its job. Alright. So her pectoralis major muscle can be tight. So we have like a pec major. So if we have a major, we definitely have a minor, but we're not going to talk about minor. We're going to talk about major. So pectoralis major, our chest muscle, what's going to happen is that it can help adduct and internally rotate the arm. So what does that mean? So when we do adduction, that's referring to the arm coming more towards the midline of our body or towards the center. So the pectoralis major is going to help bringing our arm in front of us and then internally rotating. So that's going to be bringing our thumb down. What's going to happen is that the pectoralis major has two different attachments, as you see. So the pectoralis major attaches to the clavicle or our collarbone right up here, and it also attaches to our sternum or that main chest bone that you feel like right between, well, your chest. The clavicular head muscles are going to also help flex the humerus. So that's going to help with, again, shoulder flexion, so bringing the arm up overhead, and the sternal heads are going to help extend the humerus, so bringing that arm back, like Naruto running back. So pectoralis major can be a suspect because look, the person's having tight external rotators, so that means that their internal rotators are going to be at play. Those are the ones that are going to be keeping them or limiting their external rotators, because these might be the suspects in them being so tight. Clavicular head, so we see this range right here, it inserting into the clavicle or collarbone. That again is going to help with the flexion of the humerus or the shoulder, and so shoulder extension is tight, so this is also going to play a part. And then as you see, again, we talked about it adducting or adducting, and it's saying that abduction is tight, so it's going to be the opposite. It's like a weird concept to wrap the mind around, so let me see if I can recite it really quick again. So when we do stretching, we saw that there was again limited range of motion in shoulder extension, abduction, and external rotators. So the opposite muscles must be the ones that are actually tight, which is why they're limiting these three in their ranges of motion. Bam. Okay, so let's see. I have 22 seconds. Should I cheat the timer? Nah, we'll go whatever we can. So our bicep, which is the muscle of the hour that we've been talking about, bicep brachii is going to be helping with flexing and supinating the arm. So when we talk about elbow flexion, that's a really common occurrence. And supinating the forearm, it's going to be again bringing that palm up. Let's see if we could extend it maybe by 4 minutes. Sorry about the timer. Beep beep beep. No, not yet, not yet. I want to finish this topic and then we could take a little baby break, okay? Alright, so for internal rotators, what we're going to be doing is, again, that's going to help with internally rotating the arm. So if you have your arm up in a thumbs up position, like good job, and then you bring it down like, okay, maybe not so good job, you're doing a bad job, thumbs down, that's going to be internally rotating. The muscles that are going to help with that are two. It's going to be the subscapularis and the teres major. So the subscapularis muscle is interesting because this is going to be right here in the front. I know it's like so visually weird to like think about, but the subscapularis is going to be in the front into this like little fossa, and then our teres major, I don't know why the minor is pointed out, but the major is going to be where's the major? No, I have to find another picture because I think they cut it out. Teres major. Alright, we'll try to keep them side by side. Sorry, not to like crop out credit. There you go. And then we'll make it a little bit smaller. We'll make it a little bit bigger. Alright. So Terry's major, it would have been a muscle that sat right underneath the minor, so that's why I was confused. I'm like, where did it go? So the major is right here. That's also going to help with that thumbs down motion, the external rotation. It's also going to help adduct, so as you see, the pull can bring the humerus or our arm closer to our body or closer to our side, and it's also going to help extend the arm. So again, that Naruto running, bringing the arm backwards. These four muscles can all be suspected of why this person has a tight MLT. Excuse me. For shoulder extension, abduction, ER, because our pec major can adduct and internally rotate and flex. Our bicep helps with flexion and supination, and our internal rotators, well, they the teres major can also help with extension as well, right? No, but that wouldn't make sense. Hold on. Sorry, but the teres major is more for their internal rotation and adductors, and that's why it might be tight. But again, it's really hard to kind of like isolate muscles, but that's why you put them in a group and yada 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 yada. Alright, when we come back, we'll talk about how to perform the stretch. If we talk about the concept we talked about earlier with the autogenic inhibition or the reciprocal inhibition. What would be recommended following the performance so they could keep that new range? How would you strengthen it functionally? And pretty much how would you position a patient? We'll come back after like a really short 5-minute break because of Pomodoro and all that good jazz, and I'll put like another raffle, so more chances to gamble. Yay! Alright, I'll politely be right back. Maybe I'll take a 6-minute break. Anyway, I'll be right back. Ali.
あの場所で待ってるから空っぽの世界の中全てこぼれちゃっても鮮やかにもがきながら時間を歪ませながらも見つけて花びらがゆっくりと二人を包むよ星の夜にねえねえ迷い込んでしまった出口のない迷路をぼんやり口ず
Sorry, just a little tad bit late by like 30 seconds. I just rewind it because I'm like, oh no, 30 seconds. But I am back. I am renewed. I'm getting a little hungry. I feel a little bad. I got Oreos. If you guys have ever tried that cereal, so I might snack on that. Maybe in like 2 to 3 more sessions, you know. And let's get to it. So we have. Oh no, this guy moved the timer. No way! Hold on. No! I definitely heard of them. They're tasty. I like them. Kind of hard. Not hard, but like hard on the palate. The roof of your mouth? Yeah. Aw. Man. Congrats, Rip! Congrats! Hold on. Can't believe this man has changed his timer on me. Oh no, I can't even grab it anymore. Okay, I can do it. Bam. 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 Maybe I'll make it a little bit smaller. There you go. Alright, now I have to go back. That took me 1 whole minute. Alright. So let's go ahead and do this. So we talked about Miss Brenda, who's experiencing again tightness in her range of motion for extension, abduction, and external rotation, and we said, hey, these opposite muscles are going to be at it. So if we were to perform a passive stretch, how long would we do it for? So I'm sure you Cups have heard about stretching for about like 30 to 60 seconds, maybe 2 to 3 times. There's like different research about it, but my professor's personal note was saying that although there's debate and research about the length of a stretch, it doesn't matter as much as like the frequency. So like, yeah, you can hold it for 30 to 60 seconds, but if you do it once, it doesn't matter as much as like the frequency of how much you stretch. So that's why general rule, I think even in my own clinicals, they try to do it like 3 times for like 30 seconds, especially when you're doing like a incline stretch, so like, you know, when you're stretching the back of your leg, like the gastroc stretch, like the back of the calves or the soleus, and it's just like, oh yeah, just stand on this incline board and lean in. Do you feel the stretch on the back of your legs? Yes. And it's like, oh good, hold it for 30 seconds. Alright, so if a therapist wanted to do autogenic inhibition or contract relax for pectoralis major, would you be able to explain it well and realize that a written description is in fact autogenic inhibition? Or I guess it's just saying, hey, would you be able to tell the difference? So let's use our active recall skills. Sorry, there's no enthusiasm in my voice anymore. But we talked about autogenic and reciprocal inhibition. So autogenic was going to refer to the GTO, or the Golgi tendon, and that's going to refer to like the tension and all that jazz. So that's why they might have said autogenic or contract relax, so about the tension and how much you contract. While reciprocal inhibition was dealing with the muscle spindles, right? And the muscle spindles, again, we said again, are going to be about the length and velocity of a muscle. Contract relax, again, is when a patient, it contracts and then gets into a new range, because it'll contract the muscle, relax, and then we can move them into their new range passively. And then agonist contract, this is when we have them move themselves and be like, hey, I know you're in a really uncomfortable position, but with like your arm, especially for the bicep stretch, but can you bring it a little bit further out? And once they bring it up a little bit further out, then they should be good, right? Yeah. And then you hold it to that new range. So stretching is cool and all, but what would be recommended following the performance of stretching techniques for the patient? So you really want to make sure that, cool, you got the stretch, that's great, but why don't we strengthen into that new range so that can become your new norm? So ensure that you strengthen into the new range that you gain. So for stretching the pectoralis major, we're actually going to bring that person into horizontal abduction. So horizontal abduction is different than your regular abduction, because normally when we say abduction, it's like, oh, we have our hands to the side and then we T-pose. But horizontal is bringing the arm straight in front of you and then bringing it horizontally to one side or the other, and then that's how you do your T-pose. It's really interesting. If we want to strengthen into that new range, we could also talk about doing scapular retractions with the arm straight. We can do that as well. We can go back into squeezing the scapula, such as rows. So you might have like, what do you call it? Like ropes or weights, or even like the resistance bands, and then you're just bringing them back down to again also squeeze these shoulder blades, and pretty much just go ahead and bring your body out of the range that was tight, essentially. So we want to be doing everything that was opposite of tight. So if it's doing extension, okay, we'll go ahead and do some flexion and do all that stuff as well to help keep into that new range. I hear T-pose always and forever when I talk about abduction. So how will we strengthen it functionally? And so pretty much when we talk about functional, we're talking about what works for that person. So we want to do it based off their patient's goals and what they're trying to accomplish, as well as what we as movement body specialists are trying to accomplish. So we want to keep it relevant to the patient. Hey, this patient loves training dogs and they're a gardener. All right, what kind of exercises can we do to like get them going? So maybe this is going to be a weird wacky one. Maybe I can get like the paint out for this. So this is we'll do it in crown because goodness gracious. So let's say this is Miss Brenda, right? And she's 68, so I don't know. That's how she looks in my eyes. Probably wears a really fun gardener hat. I don't know, man. Anyway, so this is Miss Brenda. Probably short hair, because I don't know. I feel like a lot of older people have short hair. It looks like just an older Tipanya. But this is Miss Brenda, and she loves gardening and all that. But I think a really good exercise for her would be like, let's see, if she likes walking dogs a lot, then maybe. She's adorable. Thank you. So she likes walking dogs a lot, and this is a this is a dog that is dog and this is a dog, and she likes walking dogs. You know, dogs can go like left. That's not left, that's right. But that's her left, right. Tippin' when she finally moves on the beat for everything. No, I couldn't. But she's walking her dog, and you know, the dogs can go like different ways, so we'll just see different color arrows. It can go this way, it can go that way. I think maybe a really good exercise for her would be to work on her internal and external rotation. So basically what she can do is that she can get this, she can be into like a 90-degree angle with her arms, and we can give her like a little string that's on a wall. And then what she can do from there is that she can work on her internal and external rotation. So what does that entail? So basically, if she has her arm from here and it's like to her side, then she could bring her arm to maybe it's so hard. Is there a gif of external and internal rotation? Hold on. External, internal rotation. I'll show there, because you can also do internal rotation or external rotation around the hip. Oh, this is a GIF. Let me just put it here. So, oh, you can't see it. Heck. So basically, this guy apparently said it was a GIF. Maybe I have to download it. Or you know what? Heck it. this. So we'll place a towel right here for stabilization. She has like a resistance band, and what she could do is that this is internal rotation, but then we could also, if we position her a little bit differently, we can apply the resistance so she has difficulty doing external rotation. So we'll keep her in, and so now she has to go externally. So she could do both, and that would be a really functional activity for her, because imagine this is like the dog leash when she's training her dogs. Wow, amazing. Life's good. Okay. Oh no, there's so many other stuff I have to talk about, but thankfully we're like, we're approaching the halfway of the document, thankfully. So, if the patient requires cryotherapy after, which means that they want like an ice pack or something after they completed therapy, how would you position the patient? Would you put them in a lengthened or shortened position? Ideally, you put them in a shortened position. So a really common thing is that maybe you'll see them seated with maybe their arms supported with a pillow, elbow flexed, and excuse me, and then you can place like a ice pack over their shoulder. Okay. Ooh-wee. Alright, so the next thing we're going to talk about is the different type of contractures that can occur. So what's going to happen with a contracture is that there's almost complete loss of motion, and it's how we identify each contracture is by how they look. For example, a flexor contracture is going to shorten flexors. This is like a super heavy image-based thing, so excuse the document looking like that for a moment. Let's grab some pictures really quick, okay? Sorry. So, oh my goodness. I wonder if we can actually find different ones. Hold on. Pseudo? No, hold on. Let me see if I can find another one. Cause to me this is image heavy, but it's saying that it's not. Okay. It's fine. It's truly whatever. Before I delete this slide. Contracture again is defined as the adaptive shortening of the muscle tendon unit. So we're talking about the two mechanical receptors for the muscle unit. Again, was the Golgi tendon and also the muscle spindle. So this is going to be a shortening of those along with other soft tissue that's going to cross or surround the joint. It leads to significant resistance to passive or active stretch and limitation of range of motion, and it may compromise functional ability. So this person, they have shortened flexors, so that's why they're stuck in this wrist flex position. So let's see. So we have various types. So we have mild static contracture, mild referring to muscle, static referring to lack of movement contracture. So although the muscular tendinous unit has shortened, there's no muscle pathology present. It's just adaptive shortening. So an example of this is the pec major or minor due to kyphotic sitting posture. So this can be, what they mean by this is like if you're hunchback and rounded, you're going to have shortening of the pec major or minor muscles because they're so used to be in that new position. They don't really know what lengthen is because you haven't lengthened them in that long. And that's why people get this rounded shoulder posture as well, because the muscles become shortened or tight and they're pulling them into this position or pulling them towards them. You can also have a shortening of the soleus. So the soleus is going to be a muscle behind your gastrocnemius, which is in your lower extremity. So like in your calf muscle, the big chunky muscle in the back of your calf, the most superficial one's the gastrocnemius. So when you do like go ahead and squeeze your muscles in the back of the calf, you're most likely squeezing your calcaneus. So if we took off that layer of that muscle, underneath it's going to be the soleus. What's going to happen is that this muscle can shorten if you wear high heels regularly, which is why don't wear high heels regularly. These kind of contractures thankfully can actually benefit from stretching. So, oh my gosh, you have rounded shoulders? Alright, let's do some scapular retractors. Let's bring your shoulder blades back, and then that's going to help unround the shoulders. Doing stuff like that and having those stretchy interventions and holding again for maybe about the 20 to 30 seconds will be super beneficial. So now we have like a really interesting contracture right here. So this is called pseudomyostatic contractures. So pseudo, we are familiar with that word being called false. So we have a false muscle non-moving contracture. So this is going to be the result of hypertonicity such as spasticity or rigidity associated with like a central nervous lesion such as a CVA, or otherwise known as a stroke, or even cerebral palsy. So essentially the muscles appear to be in a constant state of contraction, but they're not really. It's because of the condition that they're in. So let's see if maybe this one we can get like a decent image of. So it says, for example, in cerebral palsy, these individuals have impaired movement of the hamstrings. Okay. So let's see. Cerebral palsy contracture. Oh my goodness. They're showing these images and it looks like awful. This is spooky. Yeah, no, seriously, this is so spooky. I feel compelled to share it, but I think that has like I don't want to get in trouble either. Spooky images? So I feel like they're almost as bad as the foot flattening, you know? Maybe this one is probably like the least offensive one. But I still feel bad for posting it. So what happens is that people's cerebral palsy and whatnot, they end up with these other kind of contractures that's gonna happen, and it's just not fun. So they can have a contracture that's gonna pull their head back or to one side, so it can be pulled back like kind of weird, or they could just have like a bias of like either left side or right side. Their arms could be constantly bent, so like kind of thing like the ooh zombie or ooh ghost. They most likely have a sway back as well. Sway back is kind of what you see here. They have heavy kyphosis, or that shoulder rounding, or that hunchback. And what's going to happen here is that sways and then goes in, hence the sway back. They'll have a bent hip contracture, so their knees, their hips will be bent, so they're going to be slightly forward. Their knees will be bent. They'll have knock knees, so that knock knees being like the anime girl knees, so their knees are stuck together, hence the word vowel gum. And they also have tiptoe contracture, and maybe their ankle will spaz out, and they may like just out of not even their own will, they'll have like their toes pointed up and down basically. So that's the pseudo myostatic contracture, because this is not myostatic contracture, which is it's weird. It's just basically the muscular unit has shortened even though there's no pathology, while this one is a pathology in the sense that it is a central nervous system lesion, or from like a stroke, or like again from cerebral palsy. Blah. Sorry, seeing the other photos still spooked me out. I'm so sorry. Anyway, let's talk about another contracture. Arthrogenic contracture. So due to a intra-articular pathology such as effusion, irregularities in the articular capsule, cartilage, or osteophytes, this can actually limit normal arthrokinematics and impair movement. So arthro is referring to the joints. So the other two, which we talked about, myo, is referring to the muscle. This is more external, while arthro, again, is going to be more internal. It's going to be talking about effusion. So again, swelling within that joint. Irregularities of the articular cartilage, or osteophytes. So like I believe that's just bone growth. So with that, that's going to limit that bone movement. So that's what we were talking about with biomechanics when we're talking about like the concave convex rule, or how well something moves. And fibrotic contractures, that's going to be a change in the connective tissue of the muscle and the periarticular structures that's going to cause the adherence. So they're just basically not going to be able to move a certain way just because of the connective tissue, rather than either the muscle or the joints or the cartilage itself. There is a picture of this, but I think we get the idea that basically contractures is just where something gets stuck in a certain position. So with these types of contractures, it's often difficult to regain optimal length, such as optimal length. So even though we can keep stretching and doing what we can to make it, well, not worse, scar tissue can occur, and these scar tissues are gonna not be super nice to us. A really common contracture that you might hear is Dupuy twins. I have to say it like that because that's how I learned how to say it, but Dupuy twins. I have to sound like uwu talk. Contracture is the thickening of the tissue underneath the skin and in the hands, which cause flexion of the fourth and fifth finger. So I can show you Cups a picture of it, but this is what I also think what they call a priest hand if you have like a nerve issue. So let's see. Dupuy twins contracture. Big boy image, hello? So let's go over here, So this is Dupuy twins. This is gonna be the idea that, hey, yeah, oh wait, you know what I could do? I'm so sorry, hold on. I know this is like a little bit late. Hold on, is this it? Yeah. There you go, I'm so sorry. So sorry, there's no reason to be showing the gray area like almost 3 hours in. But now you can see it a little bit better. But yes, as you see, so our thumb is associated as the first digit. From there, first digit, second digit, third digit, fourth digit, and fifth digit. What's going to happen is that this thickening, it's going to occur. This what we can associate with the, I think we can almost associate it with fibrotic. Yeah. Or we can, because it's the connective tissue that's thickening, and because of that, it's going to shorten the flexors, which is going to force the fourth and fifth digit into this flex position. So with that, we do have about a little less than 6 minutes, so we can talk a little bit about elasticity, necking, toe region, plastic region, viscoelastic properties, and what they are and how can you apply them. This is pretty much a graph of the stress strain curve, and so we have the definer one. The question she had asked was, what is the definition of a plastic range in the stress strain curve? So the plastic range is going to be where permanent tissue deformity occurs. So that might have been jumping the gun a little bit, so let's just talk about the stress strain curve. So excuse me. So stress is going to be in reference to the load, so how much your body can handle, and this doesn't have to really even be the body. This can be an object. So think of like, I don't know, aluminum tin can. How much stress do you have to put onto it for it to start not cracking, but like bending and breaking and compressing and closing onto itself? That is what we can associate with load. While strain is going to be the percentage of the deformity, so that's going to be like when it starts moving, it starts changing shape. So with anything, we have a toe region where basically it's like, oh, I'm getting a big idea that something is happening, and so the tissue is going to start straining it out, because normally it's in a crimped, I don't know, is that how you pronounce it? Crimp? It's basically, crimp is in reference to, like, you know, maybe when you were in like elementary school and you were doing fun arts and craft projects, they would give you like a strip of paper and they're like, hey, can you keep folding this onto itself? And so you keep doing that, you keep doing that, you keep doing that, and then when you let it go, it has all these bends, and it's like all these hills and valleys basically, or it looks like this little like crunchy fries. I don't know how to say it, I'm so sorry, but basically that is what your tissue normally looks like. So when there's a little bit of stress on it, we go into the toe region where that crimping actually straightens out, so we're no longer like folded up like that piece of paper, we're straightening out. So from there we go into the elastic range where you can change a lot of things and it'll go back to its state, like stretching a rubber band. When you stretch a rubber band, well, until it breaks, it goes back to its original form. When you start going to plastic though, we could talk about our aluminum can example again, and this is where permanent tissue deformation occurs. So when you crush an aluminum can, that aluminum can is not a rubber band. Other than the obvious, it's the idea that when you start crushing that can is not going to go back to its original form. And even if you try to push it like, oh, we'll just like we'll do something, it's not going to look the same. It's still going to have that deformation. Necking is going to occur without the use of or considerable deformation without the use of much force. I'm not quite sure of an example of that. And then we get to failure. So failure is when something breaks. So we could think about like our ligament sprains that we're all hyped about during our 8-hour study stream. For that, what's gonna happen is that when that ligament tears, it tears. It's failure. There's no plastic or elastic region. It's just gone. There was so much stress on it. There was so much strain on it that it just does not work. Hence the term failure. So let's reiterate some of these like in a more defined way. So plastic range is beyond the elastic range. So yes, beyond the elastic range. So we see it right here. And it's to the point of rupturing, or again, in this case, it's going to fail. Tissues are strained into this region where permanent tissue deformation occurs and occurs once the extra load is released. So even though, hey, we let go of the stress, but it's still in the plastic range, you're not getting that back. You're not getting it back into its original condition. But when we do put things into the plastic range when we're considering tissues, it's going to allow the tissue to achieve a new and greater length, which can be, well, beneficial. So stress strain curve is not all negatives, you know? For the elastic range, just to put like a quick definition to it, it's basically at it's the end of the linear region, so right here, and it's able to return to the original length when the load is removed. So again, that rubber band example, you stretch. All right, remove that stress. And then bam, the rubber band is back to normal. Alright, and then again, necking is a considerable deformation without the use of much force. So we'll talk about creeping and the creep response when we get back. It's actually kind of interesting. And then we can go into about this case about NTTs, which will be super exciting as that's something that I recently had a lab practical about, okay? But maybe we can talk about creeping. So creeping is not just, you know, ooh, you're a creep, or I'm a creep, I'm a weirdo. What the heck am I doing here, you know? Creeping is going to refer to the gradual deformation of something. So the example here we see is that there's like a weighted ball at the end. And from here, the tree branch, like you see, this was at 8 a.m. Sorry, it might not be a really good seed, but this is 8 a.m. and then this is 6 p.m. The branch was here. We put a load to it around 8 a.m. and then at the end at 6 p.m. what's going to happen is that this is going to be brought down. Again, creeping is going to be the tendency of a solid material to slowly deform because of the strain that's also occurring to it, and also because it's under the influence of a constant load time. That's 1 week tree? No! No, the tree's strong. It's just, you know, a mechanical advantage. You put like a load on that branch, especially at the end. Yeah, eventually it's gonna creep. Well, over here, maybe if you put the weight like here, it wouldn't bend so much, you know? Boo, boo. But yeah, with that, I politely take a little break. This one might be a little bit longer, just because, how do you say it? I'm actually getting really hungry. And I feel my energy going away from me, which is fine. I don't mind reading like this. This is my low energy reading, but I would like to eat something. So I'm gonna go ahead and eat my little Oreos. So I might take a 10-minute break rather than a 15. Okay? So yeah. Get those nutrients. I will get as much nutrients as Oreos let me. I wanted to cook, and I think I still might be able to cook today. But oh gosh darn it, do I need something quick? I don't tend to get snacks, unfortunately. So I can't snack on something, and I guess cereal is a snack. So I will politely BRB. I'll set up a raffle again, and I'll write like a little notice like, hey, a little slightly baby longer break. I'll be back around this time, hopefully, okay? Alright, but I'll be RB. I'll be right back. Whoop.
かに響き渡る教会のチャイム、祈りを捧げ恐怖を裏切る。暗い森の中をさまよって暗絶の壁が残月になるの。透明な嵐に待ちなさい。甘い淡い蜂蜜でもっとベトベトにした。お願いいい子になるから私を承認して。風に舞う絵本のページが影になって記憶を揺らすの。ずーっとあの場所で待ってるから。空っぽの世界の中全てこぼれちゃっても鮮やかにもがきながら時間を歪ませながらも見つけて。花びらがゆっくりと二人を包むよ。星の夜にねえね迷い込んでしまった出口のない迷路。ぼんやり口ずさむ同じ聖書。秘密の呪文ちぎるようにオルゴールが静かに歌うの。透明な嵐に待ちなずに弱く荒く噛んでもっとぐちゃぐちゃになったら。お願いいい子になるから私を承認して。絡め合って恍惚な時が重ね合ってあの日を照らすの。ずーっと私はここにいるから。曖昧な未来であって何も怖くないよ。差し出された手に触れて絡まった糸が優しくほどけた。不条理な気をさせて舐めてあげるから星の夜にねえ。あの森で待ってるから。あの場所で待ってるから。あの場所で待ってるから。空っぽの世界の中全てこぼれちゃっても鮮やかにもがきながら時間を歪ませながらも見つけて。花びらがゆっくりと二人を包むよ。星の夜にねえねえねえ。かすかに響き渡る教会のチャイム、祈りを捧げ恐怖を裏切る。暗い森の中をさまよって暗絶の壁が残月になるの。透明な嵐に待ちなさい。甘い淡い蜂蜜でもっとベトベトにした。お願いいい子になるから私を承認して。風に舞う絵本のページが影になって記憶を揺らすの。
Ah! I'm so sorry to hear that. I was contemplating about eating, what do you call it? Ordering in, because I'm like, I kind of want sushi for whatever reason, like craving seaweed, and I'm just like, no, I want to make my chicken enchiladas. But I'm sorry, go complain to either the Uber Eats and DoorDash and be like, wah! But you know what? I know what'll make you feel better. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Da 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 da. Peace. I got her on camera again. The hecker. So hopefully she will chill out and relax here. We tried to do this earlier in stream. She was here sleeping, but as soon as I started speaking, she's like, nope, don't want this. And I'm like, okay, I get it, I get it. No way! I can never find peace! I can never find peace in my heart with that. Holy heck. Curse head pats? I'm too sad for curse head pats, but I'll do it. I'll stay strong. Alright, a 1, a 2, a scooby doo doo. Ba 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 ba. No peace for peace. Ba 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 ba. Mama speaking, I leave. I am so sad. Ba 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 ba. I put this away now. Mama speaks, I leave. I'm like, the child, don't leave. She went under the bed. This will do wonders for the head pie economy. I know, but what about the gal economy? You don't understand. I have negative gals apparently. Not anymore. When I gambled earlier, it said that I was negative. It's like, you can't gamble negative economy, sorry. Negative gals. I'm like, oh, okay. The gal economy? Honestly, truly. Alright. I feel a little bit better now. I ate some Oreos, but that's not gonna really sustain me. I could feel my energy draining. You want one of your raffles at what cost? The lack of peace camp? No way. No way! We live in a society? We do, fellow Galmer, we do. Alright, let's get back into it though, because we are on page 13 out of 27, so that's really exciting. Sorry, I just seen Oreos, but thank you. Alright, Galmers in a Gal Society. Let's hecking do this. Let me switch over the music. Boop. Boop. Excuse me? So we talked about being a creep, right? So, we talked about the creepy response, basically just, hey, something's gonna change due to a constant load on it. Like, we can use the really popular example of a weight on a tree branch, and then over time, because we see this is 8 p.m. and now this is 6 p.m., that the load will cause it to go into plastic strain. We could talk about deformity of the stress relaxation response, but this isn't really anything she wants us to focus on, so I'm just gonna kind of read it out. So stress relaxation response is also a type of deformity we can have, and this is the tendency of a material held at a constant length or a constant strain level, and to experience a decreased magnitude of stress, decreased stress over time due to increased load. So what does that all mean? Because that's a little overwhelming. Basically, hey, this is the material. Okay, now we're gonna strain it. We're gonna keep putting that strain. Okay, now we're gonna let it go a little bit. Alright, now we're gonna decrease the magnitude of stress, and what's gonna happen is that there is a deformity, but as you see, the the surface got smaller. So this is the final product, and then this is your main product right here. Orville, hi. How did the foot exam go? For the lab stuff, it went good. It actually went well. I am really happy with my grade. I still have the lab lecture portion of it on Thursday, so there's still more foot to talk about, unfortunately. But if you mean the actual test, oh wait, the actual test. I never told you, Cubs. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Wait, this guy moved his timer again? Hold on, I have to fix this timer too while I talk about this. Something. I ended up getting a C on the exam. I studied for 8 deserves to get a C on the exam. Shout out to me. So that was a little bit, that was really silly. But it's okay because I still have like a decent grade in the course, so I'm not mad, but it just makes me really worried about the potential of this cumulative exam that I still need to study for. But I'm studying for the one that I have today because the girl doesn't knows, I feel confident in passing. I just want to pass with a high grade because I have I have an 80 in the class. Almost an 81, and I would love for this exam to just keep me at that B. I won't be mad if I get a C, but I would love a B. This is why I'm trying to see if I could dedicate like my whole life to this right now. I'm worried about failing theoretical IT, but theoretically speaking, what if you don't fail it? No, but seriously, no, I'm so sorry. Failing classes is honestly like a super scary thought. Like some of you guys know my other program. Again, if you got a C, it was basically failing, while this course is like, hey, if it's a D, it's you didn't pass, and it's like, oh, that's the system I'm used to. But yeah, let's go back though. Alright, but I wish you the best of luck. Stay strong. Stay super strong, or reach out to your professor and see what options you have available for you, okay? So let's talk about the sequence of stretching, okay? So we skipped the other ones because this is like, how do you maintain gains in stretching, and basically it's just making sure you're strengthening the muscle that is also opposite to what may have made the muscle tight. So excuse me, for shoulder extensors, if you're having limited range of motion shoulder extension, it might be because the shoulder flexors are tight and keeping you to that tight position, and because of that you want to make sure you're stretching those or addressing those, as well as strengthening those, because as you strengthen you're going to have them put into a new range of motion. So that's super exciting. So now we're going to go ahead and talk about the sequence of stretching. So in particular order for the finger flexors and extensors. So here's our example case that we're given. Mary has complained of tingling in her left upper extremity for several months and is attending PT for initial evaluation. During the initial evaluation, the PT was able to reduce her symptoms following abduction of the lower extremity to 110 degrees, extension of the wrist, fingers and supination of the forearm. Mary wasn't able to tolerate full lateral rotation of the shoulder, so the external rotation, which normally should be 90, was about 0 to 60, any range from there. While doing this really weird, wacky motion, she was able to reproduce the symptoms, and it increased with contralateral side bending. And the reason why we're doing that contralateral side bending, I think it might be best to show you what we're talking about here. Hold on. The only issue is just I don't know if I have like a gif of it, so give me one moment. I feel like I had an exam review. And TT. Wrong one. And TT. Unfortunately, I don't think I have pictures, or maybe I do, maybe I don't. No, I don't have pictures. No. Wait. Oh my god, this purple thank you for the 500 bits. I appreciate it. Itty bitty bits. I was just like shook. I haven't heard bits in a while, so I'm like, huh? What? 500 for a C, 1000 for B, and 2000 for an A. Okay. I'll try my best, but I don't know about this one in particular. Again, I just want to keep it a B. Not saying anything. Again, C's not awful either, but like, gosh darn it. Bribes always work. Money. No, but seriously, I'll try my best. Thank you so much for the 500 bits though. Thank you. I love myself. 500 bits, which is the equivalent of $5. Thank you again. Thank you. So what I copy and pasted onto here is basically the way that we do median nerve testing. Median nerve testing is again doing the abduction of the extremity to about 110 degrees. So we're using our thigh to push the arm up into about 110. So maybe like more like here rather than here. Maybe he's in the process. This is just like a thumbnail I pulled from a YouTube video. Extension of the wrist, you can't see it, but basically his wrists and fingers are going to be back. Oh, wait, do I do hand cam? Should I do hand cam? Just to show you what? What do I show you? Wrist extension. Maybe. No, shy. Anyway, so wrist extension. I want to show it because I'm doing it. So anyway, wrist extension, finger extension, and we're also going to do supination of the forearm. So basically, remember, supination is that cup of soup. We're just scooping or going into that direction, so we have a nice bowl of soup to hold in our hands. And so what's gonna happen is that when you're doing this, once you get into the range and once you're at the end, you're like, okay, hey, person that I'm testing on, are you feeling like any tightness or anything like that? And they're like, yeah, I'm feeling like a tightness or a deep ache or whatever. So to confirm that's not muscle tightness and it's something related to neural or something related to your nerves, we can do this thing called sensitization, which basically means that we'll ask when the patient, like maybe in this example, we'll be like, hey, can you bring your head closer to my hand? And it's like, oh, okay, cool. And it's like, hey, does that make the symptoms better or does it make it worse? And it's like, oh, it makes it better, or oh, there's no change. But when they bring their head away, it may make the symptoms worse. So why is this the case? So why is it better? Why is it worse? By the way, if it does make the symptoms worse, we can actually confirm that is neural related. The reason why it makes it worse is because think of a string. The string is all the way coming from like the brain, the head, the spine. Sorry, let's be more realistic. I'm so sorry. The median nerve is coming from like the brachial plexus, which is going to be coming off like the cervical spinal nerve roots off, well, the spine. So from the spine here, comes through the shoulder. There's like a lot of areas that the median nerve is going to possibly be entrapped in, which is why they might be facing this kind of pain. But hi, Kai. I was gone for a bit at first glance. That looked like he was choking him out. I wish I could show you, Cubs, but I really can't. I promise he's not choking him out, though. He's depressing his scapula, or he's pushing down on the shoulder. So a median nerve comes from here. So basically, think of it as like a string that's coming all the way along here. So when you bring the head closer to his hand, what's going to happen is that the string is going to shorten. There shouldn't be any change, or maybe even symptoms decrease. But let's say we put his head into the opposite direction, then that string, or in this case again, the nerve, is going to be lengthening. And when it lengthens, it's going to create that increased tension that that person was feeling when they were already in like this position. If the patient's rambunctious, just kill him. Oh, Cubs, are you I think I had talked about this a few study streams ago, but oh my poor timer. I'll reset. It's fine. My friends and I over the weekend, after we were done with our 2 practicals, we decided to play that coup game again. It's like a little board game where you basically have like 2 roles and you can fake who you are and you try to do a coup and kill other people. And I think it's just really funny because I was playing it with the boys. I for whatever reason, my main group, not that I like, how to explain it? This is like, okay, this is gonna be so silly. So my cohort, basically, there's like a majority girls and like maybe like how many guys now? 7 guys. We're like a class of 25, right? So do math. So there's like 7 guys and the rest are like our girls. And for whatever reason, my main group ended up just being like 3 of the guys, right? Because one of the guys was really nice and he lets the other 3 of us, because we're a group of 4, stay in his place. And that's just like super nice, because coming from where I am in Bearcat Mountain and driving to school is actually really far. I'm not a big fan. Also not a big fan of paying for hotels. So we went over to the other boys' place because they were trying to prepare for their presentation and whatnot. And we're like, oh, let's play this like card game too. And it was just like super fun. And the reason why I bring it up, other than like how fun it was one of the other guys I don't hang out with. Again, the whole purpose of the game is like to kill the other person. So I'm like, I'm gonna assassinate you now. Like, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill your so-called captain. I'm gonna annihilate you. And the other guy's just like, I why do you sound so cute saying that? It's just like, wow, murder is okay. This is serious business, Tippa. You're murdering a man. It's like, yeah, so. I'm politely gonna murder you now. So that was really fun. I don't know how to like say it not cutely. Like, yeah, I'm gonna kill like what? Yeah, guys, just to get the number again, it's out of 25, so it's just like, yeah, that's like a majority. It's weird because the cohort that came right after us, so they're in their first year and first term right now, the majority, like, it looks like pretty half and half, if not like the majority are guys, so I'm like really confused. Excuse me, would you terribly mind dying? I can assist. This brings me back to my memory yesterday. I'm so sorry, Cubs. I promise I'll be studying. I'll reset the timer. But I went to a library yesterday, which I haven't been to the public library in a really long time. The last time when I was in the other part of Bearcat Mountain, I was inhaling air. No, I'm just kidding. Let me inhale air. So the last time I was in the other area of Bearcat Mountain, I went to a library, and the library was really pretty and whatnot, but I couldn't really navigate around because there was actually a lot of no discrimination whatsoever, but there was a lot of like homeless people sleeping in the aisles. So I'm like, oh, I can't grab this. I can't grab this, and I feel too nervous to approach. So it's just like, okay, you know what, whatever. So the reason why I went to the library is because I heard there's this thing that they have, like a program to encourage you to look more around Bearcat Mountain, like, oh, here we could give you free passes to like the museum, or oh, we can give you free passes to the zoo, and whatever. So I'm like, wow, that sounds really cool. And for whatever reason, I just sounded shy to the girl. Because I was nervous because I think it was the idea that like, oh, you're getting a library card to take out books, right? Right, Tipanya, you're gonna be so knowledgeable and be reading. But I really wanted, I mean, that's cool and stuff, and they have ebooks and DVDs you can rent out and all that. But I really just wanted it so I can try this like this program so I can go to the zoo because it's been a while. So I was like speaking like, oh, hi, yeah, my name is Tipanya. I was just wondering if it was possible to get a library card. I was like speaking so airy, I felt so cringe. Yeah, I signed up online, but I was trying to see if I could like expedite the process because I wanted to see if I could get it before the holidays. Oh, thank you so much. I honestly appreciate it. Like, I don't know why I'm so killing that. So I'm just going back to say that I'm cringe, and then I'm going back to say that, hey, I'm never cringe. I just, thankfully, like, I was talking to like another girl receptionist. But like I just felt like so dumb going out of that. Why was I speaking like that? Did I feel guilty? Anyway, guy says, oh, 7 out of 25 is alright, not like that bad where it's like 20 out of 200, or IT where my friend has not a single class or female classmate. Honestly, that's so spooky to me. One of my friends partially went to engineering school before he dropped out and was like, maybe this is not for me, maybe it is, I'll figure it out. And he's like, yeah, there's not a single female in my class. And he's like, I was actually really sad, not because of like on a dating perspective, but it's just the idea of variety is diversity, yeah, excuse me, like the diversity of like a female gender into any of like the super STEM classes, you know, or like engineering or whatnot. So I'm like, aw, I don't have a single girl in my cybersecurity class either. It sucks. I'm sorry. Again, if I didn't go the medical route, I would be here with the cybersecurity IT business. Something related to computers, but maybe I would have went again more graphic designing, but that's not the point. Anyway, I'm sorry. Lack of diversity kind of stinky, to be honest. No, again, the guys make like a very small amount of the cohort. I'm actually just really happy with the diversity I have in my cohort in general, like race, gender, and all that jazz. So it's been really fun, and so I get really sappy because it's the idea that after the semester's over, I would have officially, and with everything passed, completed my first year of Bearcat school. I can't. Again, so that means I have about 3 more years, if not technically 2, because the last one is more clinicals and yada yada yada. So it's gonna be an interesting next 2 years basically, and we can get all really sappy wappy with that when I have my like last stream of the year, and first stream being like, oh guys, what were my goals for 2022? Did we reach them? I think I still look at MS Paint Doodle from the first stream I had, where it's like, oh, do these things. There's still some goals that I know on the top of my head that I didn't really reach, which is really disappointing, but that's also because of the stress of bearcat school and let's sigh in a meme way. Anyway, sorry, let's get back into it. I'm sorry. That sounded like it ended depressing. I promise it was not depressing. I was just talking. Anyway, so how are we gonna treat this left median nerve? And basically we'll talk about the procedure of how to do this, okay? Alright, so what happens if someone has a nerve injury? What the hecky can we do? You don't hear people injuring their nerves all the time, but in case it does happen, we have to learn how to address it when it's in the acute state, when it's in the subacute, and when it's in the chronic stage. So let's scroll down because this is a little awkward, I know. So for the acute stage, what's really going to be important is that we're going to mobilize the nerve. Again, motion is lotion for the body, and I know a lot of people might be fearful to move, but it's important to still continually to move. It's not important to stretch when you have a broken fracture, but it's important to move, and that's why these techniques that we were seeing up above, that stretching, or this guy choking him out, but not really, is how do you say it? Mobilizing the nerve. And when we mobilize the nerve, there's like different techniques we could do. We call them sliders, we call them tensioners. If someone has an acute stage of nerve injury, like this is something that just recently happened and whatnot, mobilization is still going to be key, but we could keep them and like doing sliders, which is not as intense. It'll help again do like a little flossing technique with the nerve and help again regain that mobility, because again, we just don't want them to be fixated. We don't want them to be still. And again, this also kind of goes in part with the, well, we need to know the irritability level. We need to know if it's like low, moderate, or high, because if they have high irritability with their nerve injury, we're not going to do any mobilizations. Maybe mobilization is not the key here, but if they have low to moderate, then we could try to see if we could do something with that. So for the acute, we're going to mobilize, we're going to reduce inflammation, and we're going to try to decrease or remove stresses that are irritating the nerve. With the mobilization as well and getting them to move, we're also going to improve the circulation, because, you know, we are big blood fans here. Woohoo! Oh my goodness. Motion is lotion? That's a good saying. I'm going to steal that. You don't have to steal it. I probably stole it from someone else, so you can have it. Blood and joy is rise up. Let's go. So what's really going to be important is, sorry, that's cropped out, patient education. So basically, hey guy, if this position is making you hurt and reproducing these symptoms, maybe you should avoid doing that position. So just basically being more aware of that, and understand that patients may have to be in an anti-inflammatory medication. Sometimes the nerve pain might be a lot for them and they want to learn how to manage it, and that's where medications could take a good or play a good role into this. We can also put them in a brace. So there's certain motions that might cause them pain, so then maybe sleep with like a little night brace or something. I think this is also really common for like median nerve. Big correct me if I'm wrong sort of situation, is something I can look up when I have more time. But I think carpal tunnel, people have symptoms worse at night, so or they'll wake up in pain at night as well, and so that's why having like a night brace for carpal tunnel will be beneficial for them. So let's talk about the subacute stage of nerve injury. So this is more than acute. They might be, I forget like the days. I think this is maybe like less than 21 days. So it's like less than, I think it's more than a week and less than 3 weeks. That's the period we're in now, 1 to 3 weeks. While chronic is 3 weeks and more, and acute is just like within the first few days, if not like less than a week. So subacute, we want to start inducing some tensioning techniques. So this is something we'll talk about later with the sliders and tensioners, but it's basically the idea of how are we going to stretch the nerve. Recall that in the other example, we're like, hey, when the guy brings it away, he said he hurts more. Not hurts, but he feels the increase in symptoms, like he feels the stretch or the deep bake. It's not supposed to be painful, I'm so sorry, throughout this whole process, but it might feel slightly uncomfortable because it is, well, related to your nerve. We can do something called tensioners to kind of just help facilitate that movement, or we could do sliders, which again is like the flossing technique of flossing like the nerve-related areas that might get stuck in, whether that's muscle or like bony structures or near bony structures. For subacute, we could talk about motor retraining, and we could do that with like gentle range of motion as well. Or we could do something super simple and just do desensitization, which is going to basically help with individuals who have residual hypersensitivity when there's any type of nerve injury. So someone might be like, ow, this hurts, ow, this hurts. Like we didn't even get them into the full range of motion. They're just experiencing that hypersensitivity. So doing desensitization techniques will definitely be very beneficial. So how about chronic? So chronic, this is going to focus more on the emphasis of compensatory function. So basically, hey, they're having this pain for a really long time. Maybe now we just have to adapt to their lifestyle and see what they can do with their current injury. So how can they perform their activities or activities of daily living, and what kind of stuff would be functional, and what we need to work for them? Do they need like assistive devices or anything of the sort to help them make their life easier? And pretty much we just need to note that we need to modify movement that these individuals can perform to perform their activity. Unfortunately, I can't really think of an example of chronic nerve injury. Let's see if we can look it up though. Chronic nerve injury. Ooh. Sorry, some of these are rough. This is peripheral nerve injury. Peripheral nerve injury can include the brachial plexus, so that's like our median nerve with our carpal tunnel, radial, and ulnar nerve. It could be related to peoples with their foot drops, and spinal accessory nerve injuries. I forget, we'll talk about this later, but I forget that nerves can definitely be damaged by severe bruising, a cut, so like a severe laceration, gunshot wounds, stretching or traction the completely like wrong way to progressive, drug injection injury, or electric injury. So we'll talk about that a little bit later when we talk about the different degrees, but it's not really giving me an example of chronic. Like I want to see why you would use like an assisted device, or who would use an assisted device. Yeah, we'll talk about gunshot wounds later, but basically like that's a complete tear of like the nerve, especially for nerve injury, so it's much harder to recover. There's been really weird scenarios. This is in my experience when I used to be a scribe. There was this one, it was really unfortunate. I mean, well, I could tell you two different injuries, I guess. One was not a scribe, one was one recently that I had shared, I think last stream, about someone using like their nail gun. The nail gun, and that went through their leg, and that affected their muscles, but thankfully they didn't hit a nerve or anything. It's just, man went straight through bone. What a hecking psycho. I don't even know how the injury occurred. It's just my teacher talking about it, so I was like, oh. But when I was a scribe, I had to write about a case of someone experiencing a gunshot wound, and it's like one of those really sad situations you hear, basically, where it's just like, you know, kids were playing around with guns, and one of them fired off, and thankfully it wasn't fatal, but definitely hacked up the person to the point that they needed surgery. And that's obviously an option for them. And I forgot where it was just in one of their extremities, whether it was like the leg, the foot, or like, you know, the arm. How often do gunshots occur when you need to study them? America. I don't know, I guess it's pretty common enough for us to notice, but that is one of like the severe cases of why a nerve injury would occur. So gunshot wounds are probably pretty common since everyone has a gun. Yeah, no, honestly, anyway, so what are some mechanisms of damage to nerves? So nerves can be damaged by radiation, ooh, surprise. Electricity, ooh, surprise. Injection, ooh, and maybe that might be new. We talked about stretch, laceration from an injury, so like a deep cut, not just like a paper cut. I mean, like we cut through that. A surgical incision site, if the surgeon isn't experienced, maybe they can hack something up. or compression, whether that be edema, which is again like that swelling, the impingement, there's something kind of stuck, a tumor, which might be doing the compression, or like a bone, which is literally just pressing onto it. So what are some characteristics of a nerve injury? So I could talk to you all about this, but I could talk to you in this prettier table made by Moi. So let's actually talk about it briefly here to introduce you to what this looks like. So we have 3 different classifications of nerve injury. Technically there's like 2 different types of classification. This is the more common one that we use, and we'll talk about the secondary one in a little bit. But we like to use Sedon's classification of nerve injury. For his, he's basically like, hey, there's 3 types of nerve injury that are going to involve the nerves epineurum, perineurium, and endoneurium, and these are like layerings or covers over the nerve. So here you go, nerve, most outer, the in-between layer, and then the most outer layer again is going to be that epineurium. So for neuropraxia, there's not really much injury. It's very minor, or it can return back to its shape. Wow, look at that table. Wait, I'm trying to be funny, but I don't have it. What? Well, this is copy and paste. Me showing off my table. Me turning the table upside down. Anyway, so anyway, so that doesn't really affect it, and we'll talk about that, but there's some kind of damage. There's the axonemia, I'm so sorry, Nemius, which is, as you see, there's going to be a bend here, and neuromeretrius is going to be a complete transection, so it's actually going to impact all the layers. So let's talk about this in a little bit, okay? So now that we have like a vague idea of what they look like, let's talk about each category. So neuropraxia is going to be minimal structure disruption. As you saw from that picture, that didn't look like any change had occurred. But there is segmental demyelinization, which is not fun, because remember, myelinization, if you recall in any like baby anatomy course, myelination helps get those signals in. So if you're having segmented, maybe there's like a slight disruption with that. So as you see, because of the segmental demyelinization, action potentials are slowed or blocked at the site of injury. But the good thing with this is that there's no atrophy, there's maybe very temporary changes or sensory changes, and usually it's from myoischemia or traction, so basically lack of blood supply to that area, or traction like a certain pooling. Recovery is normally really complete. So here's some really common examples of neuropraxia. When you cross your legs, or when you're sitting for too long, like when you go use the bathroom and you're sitting and you feel and you feel your legs going and you're like, I can't feel my legs, they're asleep, I can't walk. So speaking from experience here, that's just a sign of neuropraxia. Recovery is usually complete, and again, it's just a lack of blood supply occurring because you're below the gluteal fold. Basically, you're compressing the back of the leg, you're compressing the sciatic nerve, and that is also going to be compressing outer structures, and that's why you get this tingling. And again, it's going to look something like this. Super easy peasy. So let's talk about axontometrius. Sorry, I don't know how to say it. For this one, this is going to be the loss of the axon continuity, but the connected tissue coverings are intact. So you see, there might be like a slight tear. Oh, I see. So there's like a bent here, and this is actually supposed to signal a tear. Hence, the loss of the axon continuity. But the connective tissue coverings are intact, so like our epineurium and perineurium. So we have worrying degeneration. So what's going to happen for the degeneration is that it's going to be a disruption of the myelin and the axons along the entire length of the nerve below the site of the lesion. So this rip right here is going to be from distal to, what was it? Distal to the lesion. So hold on. Let me see if I understood that. Worrying degeneration is a disruption of the entire length, and the degeneration that's going to occur distal or further away from the lesion. Okay, distal to lesion, not close to lesion. So what's going to happen with this is that now, because we have that loss of continuity, muscle atrophy and sensation loss is going to be present, and this is going to be the result of a prolonged compression or stretch. Recovery is kind of incomplete, so you may get lucky and it does heal on its own, but sometimes you may just need surgery, and there's really nothing more we can do with that. So neurometrius, that's going to be the complete severance of the nerve fiber with disruption of the tissue covering. So it's going to be this right here. So axon is affected and the covering is affected. The axon's only affected, the covering is okay, and then everything is okay here. Remember, recovery is going to be complete with neuropraxia. So with this, we also have warning degeneration distal to the lesion. Muscle atrophy and sensory loss is also going to occur, which makes sense. Again, the axon got affected. So this is normally going to be the result of a gunshot, a stab wound, avulsion, or a rupture. There's no way and heck that this nerve injury can be recovered, unfortunately, without the use of surgery. So this is like super serious things where you need your medical attention and you need to perform a surgical procedure if you want to help regain some of the stuff that you lost, whether that is the muscle atrophy. And atrophy, by the way, sorry I've been saying it, but atrophy is just like it wasting away. It is the idea that if you use it, or if you don't use it, you lose it. And what's happening is that if you don't have really the nerve innervation to innervate, like let's say, like I don't know, bicep, very popular, like flexing your elbow, your bicep muscle is going to waste away. And then with the sensory loss, it's like, oh, you know where the bicep is? Yeah, cool. Well, now if you touch it, you might not feel the sensation of touch. Again, that's all because of this complete transection of the hacking thing. This is actually another picture right besides it as well. See, everything intact, connective tissue okay, axon not, everything's gone. Oh no! And so this is oh my gosh, neuropraxia, axontomesis, neurontomesis. Yeah. New saying, but it's fine. So how do we really recover from all that? That sounds horrifying, right? Oh, because it is. So for acute, we can get into a whole bunch of hackeries, so please excuse me as I read through this. So we have 3 stages of phase recovery. We have acute, we have recovery, and we have chronic. Recovery sounds a little bit weird, but we'll talk about this in a little bit later. So the phases of recovery from nerve injury. For acute, this is early after the injury and surgery, and we want to really focus on is healing and the prevention of complications from this injury occurring. Recovery is going to be about reinnervation occurring. So again, that recovery, we're getting nerve innervation to help us avoid that muscle atrophy or sensation loss, and retaining that reinnervation and re-education is going to be super important. While in chronic, reinnervation has peaked. You might still have problems. This issue wasn't addressed right away. The reinnervation has peaked. I'm sorry, there's nothing much we can do. So then you end up with significant residual defects. So because of the lack of immediate intervention, and when I say immediate, I mean it's not like it has to be the day of, but like some people let things like fester for a long time, which is very, there's a lot of complications of things that can happen basically, and that's why you need to try to address things as soon as possible, or you're gonna end up with stupid defects. Anyway, so what we're going to focus with for the phase of recovery from nerve injury is that we need to understand how now you can compensate in your life and what you may have to do to compensate to perform certain functions, especially with activities of daily living. So now let's focus on the management side, okay? We have about 5 more minutes, and then I think from there, I think we're going to be good. Okay. So for the acute side, management guidelines. So the patient might be immobilized for a minimum of 3 weeks. And why? Why are we doing this? Didn't we just say motion is lotion for the body? It is. But you need to understand when something is broken, we want to facilitate the healing process as soon as we can. Then we can work on motion and the lotion for the body after that is clear, after that patient is cleared for that. So patients may be immobilized for a minimum of 3 weeks, and this is to protect the nerve. and minimize inflammation, compression, and traction to the nerve. So we just want it to heal. We don't want to do any wacky business to it. So for pain or edema management, we could do our favorite thing of PRICE. Remember that abbreviation? PRICE, protection, rest, ice, compression, and elevation. We could do compression and elevation to definitely avoid that edema. And for TENS, we can help that with pain. That's also a pain management module that we can do, or a modality we can use. It's when you put like the little electric pads, and then it's supposed to again help you feel better. Sorry, I'm taking that class next semester, so we can talk more about that later. For movement, we can encourage movement immediately once we get cleared from the immobilization, if you even do get immobilized. And we really want to encourage range of motion of the uninvolved joints. So let's say your elbow's affected, well, we still want to work on like wrist flexion and extension and shoulder flexion and shoulder extension, even if your elbow flexion and extension might be hacked up. We would like to educate the patient by telling them, hey, move safely and protect the injured nerve and avoid injury, because if they avoid injury, we want to recommend them to avoid injury, because the issue with this is that this is similar to like the really silly story that you may have heard, and I forget what the exact case for this person was, but like, you ever heard about the girl who could put her hand on a stove and she wasn't able to feel that the stove was hot? She still burnt herself, of course. She's not immune, she's not a superhero, but the signals of the heat weren't going to her brain saying, hey, this is hot, so she can keep it as long as she wants. That's basically the scenario here. You want to avoid injury due to loss of sensation as much as you can. Just because you can't feel it doesn't mean it's not happening, you know? So also just keep in mind, because this is acute, this is really new, your body's gonna try to recover as fast as it can, but you know, everything in life honestly just takes time. So this is gonna be the phase where reinnervation typically occurs, and emphasis is gonna be on retraining whenever we can and re-education. For recovery, we want to focus on muscle contraction and any hypersensitivity that the patient may feel. For motor retraining, basically we're going to do exercises. We'll also use NMES, neuromuscular electrical stimulation, to help stimulate muscles that might be weak or paralyzed, which is really interesting because you could do it for the quads. You place it a certain way and it helps encourage knee extension, and even though the patient's not doing anything, the muscle's still going to be contracting because of the stimulation, and that's going to help again with that motor retraining. We can also do gravity assisted and then assistive active range of motion exercises. So I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the exercises like pendulums. Sometimes people do this when they have like some shoulder injury and they're like too scared to move. So if you're familiar with what a pendulum exercise. Pendulums are basically like a string with a pretty stone on it, and then you just spin it into a circle. The same thing can be done with this exercise, especially for the shoulder. It's just a what would you consider it? Gravity assisted. So gravity is bringing the arm down, and then all you have to do is spin it, and then yay, you moved it. Congratulations, you did it. Gold star. Sorry, there's more to that, but this is just the general gist of that. Give you a vague idea of again what gravity assisted or maybe active assisted range of motion is. Or sorry, assisted active range of motion. Robo says I could put my hand on a stove too. For safety reasons, I won't though. I hope. Please don't do it. Don't do it. Don't hate yourself. For research purposes and safety purposes, I will now put my hand on the stove. I definitely am aware what heat is. Definitely can still feel stuff on my feet, in my hands, and all that jazz. So recovery, we want to focus on sensory re-education and basically retraining the brain to recognize stimulus. And then for education, we just want to resume use of the limb and preventative care. You're no longer immobilized in the recovery stage. Now we want to facilitate motion, so A, that does motor retraining, and B, you're not stuck. I am going to increase the timer just by a little bit. 3 minutes, cool. And then for chronic, basically, the regeneration has peaked and there's going to be minimal or no signs of reinnervation. So basically, whatever you have at this point at the chronic stage, if you are not better because you never got to the recovery or acute, this is all you have. So what we're going to do now is that, well, you can't live life completely like that, right? So how are we going to compensate? Basically, we're going to train you to function in a certain way that allows you to perform this action, even though this might not be the norm for this action. We could do prevention. So prevention is going to be lifelong care for patient education, and basically just know the potential for reinnervation has peaked. There are significant residual effects. Those defects can vary during the situation. During the chronic phase, emphasis is training for compensatory function. So yay. Remember how I told you there's 3 levels of the pathology about the neuropraxia, axonomy, I'll look it up eventually, and neurotraceus. Yeah, so basically there's 3 stages, but to this other guy named Sunderland, he was like, actually there's 5. Whatever that means, you know. So we don't really need to know 1 through 5, but we need to know, like, oh, okay, maybe he says 5, but technically they all still fall in the range of this is 1, this is 2, and then 3, 4, 5 is 3. So, shrug. We could talk about owner nerves, so that's what we'll talk about in a little bit. Cool. We'll talk about nerve stuff, and we'll talk about NTTs, and then I think that's really it, honestly. From there, I'll do the Quizlet. We'll basically refresh on what we talked about. I take a nice little baby break. I might get in contact with one of my classmates and be like, hey, what the heck are you guys doing? And then life will be good. Yeah. All right, we'll figure it out. But I'll politely be right back. Give me about 5 minutes, okay? Thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'll send another raffle. Okay, be right back. Huh? Oh, Agusha, hi. Sorry, the thing is beeping, so I'm like, stop beeping. No worries. Honestly, thank you for stopping by. Have a good night. I'm back for my tiny baby. Z. So let's get back into it. I'm actually kind of excited now because my knee. I'm not as excited anymore. Man, this guy changed the timer again? Boo. We're fine. We're going until we get the timer back to where the heck it was. Huh? Okay, we're taking that, I guess. I think we're gonna be able to, what do you call it? Finish the study guide for this 25-minute session of Pomodoro. So that's actually super exciting. So let's get into it. There's some stuff that I think I won't really talk about, which sounds kind of rude. I promise it's not rude. It's just because I had to do a whole lab practical on it, so just look at it will be pretty nice refreshing. But other than that, like Monte, hi, welcome. Thank you for the tier 1 for 14 whole hecky months. Holy heck! Tip a study, tip a quiet. Welcome to making it to the last study guide Pomodoro. So after this, then I just focus on the Quizlet, and then life is gonna be good. I hope. Christ. Huh? Dr. Kuma? Dr. Kuma? Yeah! It's a really interesting mnemonic, but we'll talk about it. So let's get into it, shall we? So this is talking about basically if you have any issues with your nerves, for the upper extremity especially, we have like our radial nerve, which is radiating like our thumb side and the whole like back of the hand. Oh, sorry, let me show you a picture. Sorry, thumb side and then the back of the hand. The ulnar nerve is gonna irradiate the pinky and the forefinger, and technically some research it's the half of the middle finger as well. And the median nerve is gonna innervate everything else. It's gonna innervate the other half of the middle finger, the pointer finger, and the thumb. So what's gonna happen is that if you have any compression, nerve injury, or whatever, you might end up with either a wrist drop. So the wrist drop means that you're unable to flex the wrist. There's a claw hand, so we kind of talked about that earlier with Dupuy twins contraction. Remember, that one was actually because of the flexor retinaculum and not shortening, so the tendons, the retinaculum and all that was making it into flexion, so that was all connective tissue and whatnot, while claw hand is nerve related. When we try to extend our hands, this fourth and fifth one are going to be stuck there. And then for the hands of benediction, what's going to happen is that if we ask the person to make a fist, they can't. Their third finger or the middle finger, their pointer, their thumb is going to be stuck up there. So we can refer to it as a mnemonic called Dr. Kuma. And Dr. Kuma is going to refer to Doctor. The D is going to stand for the drop, such as the wrist drop, and the radial nerve. C and the U, C is going to stand for claw and U is going to be for ulnar, and then M, which is the medial nerve, it's going to be, well, M for median, and then A for ape, because this is also known as ape hand as well. Hannah benediction looks like, you know, like a priest, like, oh, welcome to the cup cult. And then, but ape Hannah, it's like, I'm an animal. Gorilla sounds inserted here. You know? So this is just saying basically, hey, what's gonna happen if you have an ulnar nerve? And so let's use Dr. Kuma. Well, the U and the Kuma is there, so that's going to be our ulnar nerve. So the letter right next to it, the C, is going to refer to the claw hand. So you end up with partial claw hand. For radial, remember, Dr. DR, that's going to result in wrist drop. And this can happen because of injury or maybe like a shoulder dislocation or a mid-shaft fracture. But Monte, thank you for the words of encouragement. I cry. I will do it though. Very excited. And the ulnar nerve, basically, again, a lot of these nerves, especially for the upper extremity, or all of them really, are coming from the brachial plexus. So if you like feel the side of your neck, pretty much, a lot of those nerves are going to come out from, well, cervical spine area, down the neck, down the clavicle, down the arm, etc., etc. So the ulnar nerve, this whole paragraph is basically like, hey, this can be entrapped here, 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 or here. And what happens is that when you have nerve entrapment, other than what we just see right there on the image on the left, there's also going to be sensory changes. So again, they might not be able to feel sensations like hot and cold, or something is even on them. And there's also going to be progressive weakness, so they're not going to be able to grab certain things. They're not going to have the certain grip strength or the hand strength to perform certain actions. Okay? What about posterior tibial nerve? So posterior tibial nerve is a nerve that runs from the back of the leg, comes off the sciatic, and it's going to come all the way down, wrap around, and then it's going to end up at our medial ankle or medial malleolus. So the posterior tibial nerve occupies a groove behind the medial malleolus or a medial ankle, along with the other tendons of the other muscles, flexor hallucis longus and flexor digitorum longus. Remember, very intimidating muscle names, but break it down. Flexor means that it does flexion of that muscle. Hallucis is big toe. Longus means long muscle. So long flex toe muscle. And then FDL, flexor digitorum longus, is long flex digits or the other toe muscle. So not just the big toe, but the fourth and fifth toes. What happens is that entrapment can occur to the posterior tibial nerve right here, and that's right by the tarsal tunnel, which is right here, and this is going to be frequently referred to as the tarsal tunnel syndrome. So let's talk about more about those injuries, shall we? Because again, it's a little out of order, so I apologize. So we talked about the neuropraxia and then the axon and neurometresis, correct? So let's talk about injuries that can happen or pathologies that can happen intraneural or extraneural. So what's going to happen is that here's our refresher of those 3 steps or 3 stages. What's going to happen for intraneural? Hold on, I think my cat's trying to enter or exit. Huh? Oh, hold on. Sorry. Okay, never mind. It was a ghost. Someone was at my door. I don't know. I love her. It's been a world record for steady streams where I had 2 piece cam for about approximately 30 seconds. It's been great. I guess. Anyway, so let's talk about intraneural. So intraneural is going to be a pathology or like a condition, a medical condition that's going to affect the conducting tissue or connective tissue or the nerve. So it may restrict the elasticity of the nervous system around itself. So that's going to be all intra, or like more internal, affecting the connective tissue or the actual nerve itself. Well, extraneural is going to affect the nerve bed or mechanical interface. So this may restrict some gross movements, and when we talk about gross, we're not talking about ew, yucky. We're talking about like shoulder flexion, extension, etc. So this may restrict some gross movement of the nervous system in relation to the surrounding tissues. So intra is more internal, more actual nerve. Extraneural is going to refer to the nerve bed and how that's going to do like mechanical interferences, such as, again, we might not be able to move a certain way. Both of these are going to result in adverse neurodynamics. So adverse neurodynamics is very simple in concept, but it's just basically the idea that if you move a certain way, you're gonna feel like this deep ache and stretch. You're gonna have like a abnormal physiological or mechanical response when you move a certain way. So you know when people talk about bending and they're like, oh, I just felt like a sharp pain in my back. That may be nerve related. Maybe. We have to analyze a lot of things. But that can be a sign of adverse neurodynamics. And again, adverse means bad. Neurodynamics means the nerve dynamics and how it moves. And that's what we were talking about earlier with the like nerve flossing and whatnot. So, how do nerves adapt to movement? So we can talk about the mobility of the nervous system. So it's going to adapt mechanically and continue to conduct the impulses. Okay, cool. That's what the nervous system should do, right? The thing is that our nerves are so cool. Yes, we're sitting right now, but what if you're stretching? The nerves have to stretch along with you, you know? Okay, but what if I put myself in this weird wacky position? Your nerves just have to adapt. They need to adapt mechanically for all these crazy movements that we do as individuals. And now don't get me wrong, I'm a big bearcat. Well, not big, but I am a big potato. And I'm a big couch potato, that's what I meant to say. And if you let me sit, I will sit forever. Minus these Pomodoro 5-minute breaks, am I right? But what happens is that a moment of silence as I inhale air. Anyway, so what happens is that our body just adjusts to those kind of different things, and what happens is that we have to they mobilize themselves through elongation or gliding, also known as flossing, through these structures and muscles. And so biomechanical adaptations to movement. So we could talk about it sliding. We can read through it, but I'm not a fan. Biomechanical adaptations to movement. Sliding in relationships to mechanical interface. So sliding in relation to mechanical interface is just going to refer to the tissue or material adjacent to the nervous system that can move independently to the system. Mechanical interfaces are considered extraneural or outside the nervous system itself. So we could talk about like the potential places where these nerves can be entrapped. Lateral foramen of C5 to T1, the scalenes, which are the two, like muscle, not two, but there's three, but excuse me, three muscles on your neck, the costoclavicular space, so the rib, clavicle bone space, the pectoralis minor, which is basically your pecs, but a deeper muscle. Ligament Strutzer? Don't have to ask. Bicipital aponeurosis, pronator teres, which is a muscle, arch of the flexor digitorum superficialis muscle, and carpal tunnel. These are different areas where the median nerve can get entrapped. So it's the idea that these are mechanical interfaces, and if anything happens to these, that would be considered like an extraneural pathology. What's going to happen is that sliding. Let's talk about elongation. So elongation is going to result in increased intraneural pressure. So blood supply to a nerve will diminish by 8% elongation and stop around 15. So our nerve is actually really interesting in the sense that it can elongate, or blood supply will diminish at 8% elongation. So you'll stop having as much blood as you stretch, but at 15 it'll just stop completely. So you gotta just be really careful. Not that we really get there frequently or anything like that, but it's just something to keep in mind. Zach says, what are the projections of another 8-hour stream? Not likely. I had talked about this early in the stream that as much as I would love to do another 8-hour study stream, I am so passionate about anatomy. My test is at 7, so it's 4, 5, 6, 7. I had 3 more hours. And that's if I want to go all the way. Thankfully, my study guide is almost over. There's one concept I'll like touch about briefly, but not necessarily. And then we'll go into a Quizlet. And once I'm done with the Quizlet, I don't think I'm studying for the other test today. I didn't think this was gonna take me 4 hours. I was like, oh wow, this study guide is now 40 to 60 pages. Let's do this! I can do it! And now I'm just like, this is only like a, what did I say it was? A 27-page study guide. So I'm just like, okay, maybe I can't do it. Alright, it's fine. I'll take my sweet booty time. So, Monty, thank you for the contribution to karaoke. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are now at 6:08 still. Yay. So yeah, hopefully I'll end in the next 2 hours. Not really reassuring, huh? But it's okay, it's okay. So, what can happen with elongation as well is that the blood supply to a nerve will diminish. Alright, the spinal canal is 5 to 9 centimeters longer in flexion, so as we flex forward or slump forward, our spinal canal is going to get 5 to 9 centimeters longer. And then these contain structures within our spinal cord need to adapt to, hey, if I want to flex forward, I can flex forward, yeah? Yeah. And so the bed of the median nerve, which we had talked about, which is that nerve that comes off from the brachial plexus, which is off your neck, what's going to happen is that the bed of the median nerve is approximately 20% longer from wrist and elbow flexion and elbow extension. So my boy, but basically I remember it was just an image, and you put yourself in a really wacky position where you place all these tensions. So it's wrist flexion, elbow flexion, and then elbow extension. So basically going from wrist flexion all the way, like your palm touching your shoulders, and then going elongating out, your nerve has to adapt to that motion, and though you don't necessarily feel it, it actually gets about 20% longer. I pray that the study gods let you end with all the knowledge you need and soon. I know, get me out of here. I promise this was not even cramming. This is just general studying. I think there's like a general rule though that like for each credit hour you have to study like 2 hours or something. Yeah, that rule sucks, by the way. Study a week, by the way. Anyway, when tension is applied across a nerve, the cross-sectional area of the nerve will decrease, thereby increasing intraneural pressure. Think of a resistance tube. As you stretch the tube, the diameter will become more narrow. The tension will also lead to diminished blood flow to the nerve. As the blood vessels become tensioned off and close off themselves, the reduction in blood supply to a nerve will then infect the axon transport system. Blood stretch bad. Big stretch, no blood. Be careful. Anyway, let's talk about double crush syndrome. So double crush syndrome sounds really intimidating, and it kind of is a little bit. So pretty much you know how it's like, oh, you can have like a compression of one nerve on this side and you're experiencing tingles because of this. Well, now you have it on 2 sides. Congratulations, double crush syndrome. So it's the compression at 2 or more sites along the course of a nerve that can coexist and synergistically increase symptoms intensity. So the median nerve, yeah, I can have median nerve compression at my carpal tunnel or at my wrist, but I can also have it at the scalenes, which are my neck muscles. Oh, and guess what? It's also compressed at the costoclavicular space. Like, huh? What? So having 2 or more sites along can actually increase the intensity of what you may be feeling. And pretty much the symptoms are predominantly going to relate to the PNS. So basically, the median nerve, if I'm feeling compression here, maybe I'm feeling that sensation again of where we were talking about with Dr. Kuma, of where I'm going to feel it along my arm, but I'm definitely going to feel it in my middle hand, middle finger, pointer finger, and thumb. These are common sites of where these nerves can be entrapped, but I'm not really going to talk about it. These are basically how to do each of the motions for like the median nerve, alternate nerve, radial nerve, ulnar nerve, and straight leg raise, slump, and prone. So many. I could briefly touch on this in the next 8 minutes though, so that's good. Double crush syndrome. Me when Akiba Maid War introduced the second best girl. Honestly, big sweat. You know, hi, welcome. Nervous? Oh yeah, you bet. I love me some nervous. But hi, let me give you a shout out. One moment. Da 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 da. How's life? How's the stream? I hope everything's been super well. Just studying for my final that I have today. You know me. I'm a study-o-matic. Dice. Anyway, so the median nerve, again, a lot of these are just better if I show you, but I wonder if there's like a video we can like all watch and be like hunky-dory with, you know? Thank you. Yeah, of course, not a problem whatsoever. Hecky never. Let me see. Sorry, I just wanted to see. Oh my gosh. Alright. Median nerve NTT. Okay, I can show you this one. Let me see if the video will pop up though. One moment. YouTube? YouTube. Okay. So what's happening here is we're gonna do a median nerve bias or upper limb tension test. Basically, we're gonna help what do you call it? Do the neurodynamics for the median nerve. So what's happening is that the person has the patient laying down, supine, they have their arms slightly bent, and they're going to go through several stages. So the first thing they should do is to press the scapula. So they're going to press down the shoulder, and then using their thigh, they're going to put the patient's elbow onto their thigh, and they're going to help push it to about 110 degrees of abduction. Okay, cool. We could work this slow motion. So he's going to abduct the shoulder, the interesting way. He is going to anytime now. Oh, you have to ask each time, like, hey, are you feeling okay? Are you feeling okay? Are you feeling okay? Abduct, so he brought it up to about 110 degrees. He's then gonna flex the wrists, fingers, and shoulders. Or okay, I guess he isn't. He externally rotated. Okay, fine. He's doing it incorrect, but it's fine. Anyway, so he's gonna externally rotate. He's gonna extend the fingers and the wrist. So he's bringing the wrist back, as you see. And from there, he is going to extend the elbow. So instead of this elbow flexion position, he's going to extend it. Go, sir, go. Go. Extend it. Don't make me skip the video. And then from here, there should be like a deep ache. You see how she like opened her eyes a little bit? So he's asking like, hey, are you okay? Can you bring your ear away? And what's going to happen here is the concept I was talking about, like thinking of the nerve as a string. You're increasing tension as you're bringing your head away from this. You're increasing the tension, so the symptoms are going to get worse. And if they do get worse, and then you try the opposite side and they get better while you close in that gap, then it's related to the nerve. So, wow, amazing. Love life. Sir, please don't break my arm. Oh, I promise this doesn't break your arm, but your arm does scream a little bit. Hey! Thank you so much for the tier 2 sub for 20 whole hecky months. Bearcat. Hi. Welcome. Thank you for the continued support for 20 hecky months. I hope you've been doing super well. We're learning about MTTs. Yeah. What a hecky long study stream. Zero, you weren't here for the 8-hour study stream. I recommend going to the VOD. Okay. Anyway, so that's neural tension testing, and basically we do stuff similar for the alternate median nerve, which is the same thing except facing the patient. You're going to be facing the patient's feet. Radial nerve, let's see if I can find like a decent video. Baby. Oh, it's the same guy! So you have the patient lay diagonal, because what happens is that same... Excuse me, I'm so sorry, I'm so rude. Anyway, what's gonna happen is that he's gonna use his thigh to push on her shoulder, so that's gonna depress the scapula. Is he gonna do it? There you go. And so when he does that, what he's going to do now is that he'd slightly externally rotate. I think he does pronation of the arm, so the arm is going to be down. Zero here on Fair. Thank you for the karaoke. Thank you. So he's pronating the arm. Then he's going to put the wrist into flexion. Sir, how are you grabbing this person? Sorry, I'm not judging. Oh, I mean, it's a good secure grip. I can't hate the technique. But so he puts it in pronation. Then he's going to flex the fingers and the thumb, and the thumb's gonna be tucked in, and then the fingers are gonna flex around, and so he's gonna do wrist flexion. From there, he's gonna go to ulnar deviation, so he's gonna turn the hand out to the side towards the pinky, and then he's gonna abduct the arm, so he's gonna bring the arm away from midline, and so the patient should start feeling symptoms. And it's like, hey, do you feel it? Yeah, I feel it. Okay, now we're gonna do sensitization where we check, hey, is this nerve related? Bring the ear away. Does that increase the tension? Do you feel better? Worse? Worse? Cool. Nerve related. Bam! This is why I don't want to review it, because I have a good understanding of it. Yeah. I guess I could show you one lower extremity now that we're here, though. And Watch, thank you for the karaoke contribution. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow, karaoke progress? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Nice. Nice number. Alright, slump test? So there's an interesting test called slump. Oh my goodness, this guy is peck. Okay, sorry, anyway. Slump test is really interesting. So slump test is for helping out the sciatic nerve or helping the sciatic nerve mobility. And as you recall, the sciatic nerve is coming from the back, and then all those like pain stuff is radiating down the leg. So what's gonna happen here is that the slump test is basically how it sounds like. This patient is gonna slump, so he's gonna bring his chin to his chest, his shoulders are gonna be rounded, he's gonna flex his torso down, and the therapist should be applying some overpressure onto his oh, this is an interesting kind of slump. Hold on. Hold on. Are you gonna bring his head down? Yeah. Apply slight overpressure. And while doing this motion, what's gonna happen is that he needs to bring his leg up into dorsiflexion. That's your posture. Stop! No way. No way, gamer. Get out of the gamer posture. So, what's happening here is that when you bring the leg up, and it should be into like your toes pointed up as well, you should feel some tension in the back, and so you're stretching the sciatic nerve. But to test that, it's just not like muscle tightness or whatever. You have to do the sensitization technique. So as you bring the knee higher. Oh no, not my timer. No, I don't think I like that slump test. Is there a better slump test? This guy? Hold on. I guess this is what it's supposed to look like. You can test bilaterally. Guy basically slump, blah blah blah. Hey, do your symptoms get worse with your leg higher? And do they relieve with the leg lower? Yes, okay. Stretch the sciatic nerve. Bam. And then you do your sliders, your tensioners. Bam. Super easy. Sorry, I don't mean to rush it. I just had the exam at 7, so I'm like, anyway, so ulnar nerve is a similar thing. Straight leg raise is when the patient is on their back and you bring their leg up, and they may feel like a sensation in the back of their leg. That's always fun. There's a prone knee bend test where basically the patient lays on their tummy. What else is new and cool with the world? Yeah, like they're on their tummy and then they have their leg up. Their thighs on the table, but their foot is up, and then you just bring the foot towards their butt and away from their butt, and then you're like, hey, do you feel any symptoms? Hey, can you bring your head up from that prone position from you laying on your tummy? Hey, are your symptoms worse or better? Worse? All right, nerve related. Yay! That's basically the test I had to do all this weekend, but I had to know 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 different ways to do this dummy test. I'm kind of mad. But yeah, then we have sideline femoral nerve, which is basically the patient lays on their side and you wrap their leg around you, which sounds kind of wacky, but let me see if I could just grab that because that's maybe a little less intuitive. Blah 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 blah. Sideline. Blah 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 blah. Bend the leg. Bend the leg. Bend the leg. Leg bent. Ta-da! This is my spine. Look at the skeleton. Why did they fix this man? Anyway, but yeah. Side bending femoral bend is just wrapping the leg around. Alright, now that I've sped around through all of that, I will now politely take my 5-minute Pomodoro break. We'll get into the Quizlet, which I'm actually super excited for because I've been waiting for this, you know? This is going to be the combination of like all the stuff that we learned, and hopefully that takes maybe about another, well, not hopefully, but maybe it's about like another hour so I can end a little bit before 6. I take like a mental break and then I am prepared for that exam. I'll let you cubs know how that goes. And then most likely tomorrow I'll just go through the world's fastest study guide. It really depends on how I feel. I really want to talk about it. I really want that Hawthorne effect to take place and be like, Tippa, you're gonna work harder because people are looking. And I'm just like, gosh darn it, I don't want to work hard anymore. I want a refund. So we could take this out and then we can do I can't find the window for my flashcards. Ah, there it is. Ta-da! And then we could get back with, ooh, what are some common sites of nerve injury? Wow, amazing. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys in a little bit. Let me take my full 5-minute break, okay? BRB, BRB, be right back. Ta-da! again. Hi Taya, hi, welcome. Sorry, I was scrolling through my Twitter feed, right? I was laying in bed on my phone until I started hearing the beeps, and I'm like, boo, beeps. Which is why, actually, I'm gonna get rid of the Pomodoro. And now Tipanya is just floating. Hold on. The reason why I'm doing that is because we want to try to get through this Quizlet! Woo! So no more Pomodoro right now. Heck it. We're gonna just listen to some lo-fi and like la life. What I was gonna say, quick thing. So I was scrolling to Twitter and they're like, oh yeah, I got a Fortnite sponsorship. I'm like, a Fortnite sponsorship? I want that. So guys, if you see me playing Fortnite on stream, forgive me. I was really curious about it. I'm like, people are paying to play Fortnite? No way. Anyway, so let's get into it. Let me actually do something really quick. Okay, let's get into it. So basically what we're going to be doing is going through the Quizlet. So now that we went over like through the main guide and everything, we're doing the Quizlet so it could just reinforce some of the stuff that we had talked about, memory and potential questions, or not necessarily like, oh, these are the questions on the quiz, but this is like a vague idea of like, hey, if at least you know this concept, then you're going to be good for similar questions that might be on the test. So let's talk about some common sites of nerve injury. So we talked about where they could be compressed, but where can they be injured? So they could definitely be injured with soft tissue or osseous structures, so bony tunnels, sorry, not structures, where the nerve branches tend to be a very common place for nerve injury as well. Where the system's relatively fixed, I'm actually not sure what they mean by that, unfortunately. Areas of close proximity to the mechanical interference, so we talked about that when we were talking about extraneural structures, or extraneural pathology, and like the structures that may be affected, like again, median nerve with the carpal tunnel and such. That's going to be a mechanical interference, or any of like tension points, you know. So what are some mechanisms of nerve injury? So this can have different variations. I don't know if they want to talk about like the 3 different types of nerve injury that we talk about, or like how nerves can get injured. Oh, okay. So I haven't seen this name in a while. So mechanisms of nerve injury. Some are serious, some are really just not serious, you know? So we have compression. So think of Saturday night palsy. So we haven't talked about this, but I remember hearing about it, and it's when you get drunk at a party and you like pass out on the couch. That is what they call Saturday night palsy. Let's see. Is there a good picture though? Yeah, this is pretty good. So what happens is that like you pass out and you're just like while you're passed out like this, you have like your arm out or something like that. And what happened is that this chair is providing compression, and you're gonna end up with wrist drop, because remember, what did we say? Remember, Dr. Kuma's the abbreviation, so DR, so our radial nerve is getting affected with the wrist drop, and that's going to be again compression of the nerve right here in the armpit or the upper arm when someone's sleeping with like in this position. Hi, Lamokai, hi. What? I've never seen that emote before. Nurge? The heck? Either way, welcome. Oh, sorry, this is what I talk about. This is really what I mean when I say like Saturday night palsy, by the way. You're slumped over and your head's basically compressing. So, boo. I'm also studying today, so we are both. Lamric, when are you graduating? You know, I was just thinking about you yesterday, because for whatever reason I got a hold of Athos randomly joined our Fortnite games. I'm like, Athos, I haven't heard from you in months. Oh my gosh. And we're catching up and blah blah, and how's life and whatnot. And we ended up talking about you because we were talking about schooling and whatnot. But we were talking about lying about our educations. I'm like, I could just say I have a doctorate already. No, I can't, but I'm sure many people can lie about like their bachelor's. Not that I recommend that. Anyway, so by the way, that's nerve injury, that's compression, and that's the Saturday night palsy. Lacerations can happen, so remember lacerations are going to be like that deep cut, and that's 30% from like knives, so don't play with knives. Projected date is 2025 to 2026. Oh, that's basically when I graduate. We could be graduation buddies. But I'm doing competency based so I can finish class early. Excuse me. Let's go! Let's go! I'm so happy actually to hear that. Honestly, I'm glad it sounds like your classes are doing well, and I see that you're always studying hard. We love a good study buddy. I finished my first course in 2 weeks with a projected span of 2 months. Maybe it's like for the super hybrid people, like, you know, people who have like 3 kids, work 2 jobs, and are looking for a career change, I guess. It's like, we want you to at least work once a week. No, that's good to hear. Then heck the projected date then. You can definitely get it within the year if you wanted to, honestly. Holy heck. Nerve compressions can also happen by stretching, so like the radial nerve following like a humeral injury, so something about like your arm bone gets injured, maybe dislocated or something, and then it stretches the nerve into such a weird way that's why you get the nerve injury. There's radiation, so think of like breast cancer or any kind of cancers that can affect the nerves when you're having those treatments. Electricity is really rare, but think about basically getting shocked like in the cartoons, and yeah. And then injections can go directly into the nerve, which they shouldn't, but if they do, that's how nerve injury can also occur. I'm gonna need some Adderall or something. Oh, don't talk to me about Adderall. Not anything bad, but I started working at a drug-related place. And that's all that people request for, honestly. They're like, hey, can I have this controlled substance, this controlled substance? It's like, Nurge? Big nurge. So intraneural pathology, remember that's going to refer directly to the nerve. So let's see what this beautiful Quizlet has to say about it. So it's going to be a pathology that affects conducting tissue or connective tissue or the nerve. It may restrict the elasticity of the nervous system itself. So that's intraneural. So that's going to be 3 things. What are the 3 things again? Nerve, connective tissue, conducting tissue. Quizlet? I know. I was going through my study guide. Like my study guide or method is I like to create one big study guide and just scroll through it or download it and then use like my tablet to write notes. This program has not been writing down notes friendly, so a lot of my notes ended up being Google Docs, and then a lot of people share resources like this, like the Quizlet, so it's been like really handy dandy. Like I've been telling my cubs, I have an exam at 7 and it's 4:37. Scream! Tip's very organized and big study brain. God, I wish. There's people actually more organized than me. I just have the endurance to like make a study guide, but there's people who have their lives together. Like I'm one of those people who don't write stuff on their calendar because I don't have a calendar. I've just been relying on a classmate who's like, oh, here when the assignments are due, and I'm like, nice. I try to be those people who can have like a Google Calendar and be like, oh, this is when I'm free, and I send it to my friends. I'm not one of those people. I realize I'm not, but I like planning, so it'll work out some way or another. Anyway, so if this is conducting tissue, connected tissue, and the nerves, and this is affecting the elasticity of the nervous system itself, so what's extraneural? This is going to refer to the mechanical interferences and all that other cool stuff, okay? So we're going to refer to the pathology that affects the nerve bed or mechanical interface. It may restrict gross movement, so we talked about like that flexion extension of the nervous system in relation to surrounding tissue. Easy peasy, right? So what is adverse neurodynamics? So I don't know how to say it, but basically if you move a certain way, your nerve doesn't move that way, and that's why you may have like some pain or something, again related to the nerves, whether they're getting stuck somewhere or they're compressed, and that's why we have to do these NTTs, the neurotension testing, to assess that and also help it with these 2 other things such as sliders and gliders. As you'll learn in your neuroscience course, those kind of people are actually crazy. I don't ever think I can use a calendar like that. I mean, like, I think, like, this is so cringe. This is a year ago, holy heck. But when I had first moved when I moved from this area of Bearcat Mountain, I still had like a calendar, like a cat calendar that was gifted to my mom for the year of 2021. And I was just like, wow, this is so cute. But you know, I don't know really where to hang a calendar. Oh, you know, I could put it on my fridge. So it was really nice because I let like my roommates know, like, hey, this is when I have school, or hey, this person's coming over. It was like nice. Not that I like anything in particular, but then I didn't get a calendar for the year 2022, and so I've been zoning out. But yeah, I don't think those people are crazy, but they're very particular about certain things, you know. Zach says, heck no, I've always been a go with the flow guy. When people send me a calendar, I just go, how about I can't. I'm so sorry. I am the opposite of go with the flow. I am like, look, I am not going with the flow. If there's not a plan in state and that plan does not have like a backup plan to its backup plan, I will end you. I will end you. Do not waste my time. Oh my goodness. I not to be selfish, but I'm like, no, my time is pretty precious. Yeah, I also need plans and plans. Let's go. This is my high five sound to you. I had a friend who basically was like, oh, we can go out and hang out in this area and da 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 da. We could just walk around and we could just walk in the places that look good. I'm like, no. I am not that type of person. If I know the area that we're going in and I don't like plan like what kind of restaurants I want to see, like, oh, this place has like a really cool food item, we should go check it out. Or, oh, this place has a really unique pastry. Or, oh, this place is apparently the best Philly cheesesteaks, you know, and it's highly rated and it's $1 sign, we should definitely go there. I'm not gonna walk into some random store. I don't even have the audacity. I think I've only done that. No, I've actually never done that. I've never walked into a random place. I've always done like some kind of research, and it's not heavy research. It's just like, hey, what's in the area? Hey, what's $1 sign and rated over 4.0? Then from there, once I get my stuff, here goes like, I'll address it. Then I can walk around and have fun. I'm like, okay, I did the thing I wanted. I got the food item. Blah 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 blah. If I find another cool place, which is rare, but if I find this place and it looks really interesting, I'll check out like a small item or get like a kids menu item. I don't know, you know. Sorry, Tip, but every friend I made here is still on Kisa time. That sucks. Look, did you say happy birthday to Kisa, by the way? It was her birthday yesterday. But yeah. In vacation time, it's fine. But yeah, it's me. I'm the random store guy. You and Baz have to spend 2 hours. Me and Baz need to talk. Me and Baz, let's plan. Baz, I want to plan. Heck, I was so sick yesterday. I didn't even realize it was 12/12. No, you're perfectly fine. Do not even worry. Yeah. I want to go back to Texas. I want to visit both you, Baz, and I think you have a third roommate, so I will be more than happy to meet them, question mark. I want to go visit. There's so many cheap flights from Bearcat Mountain to Yeehaw Land. I want a little vacation. Does it snow in Texas, by the way? Just asking for a friend. Will it snow if I visit in January? Heck yeah, brother. It snowed last week? But it doesn't stick? Oh, that's fine. It's whatever. I'm not expecting it to be like New York or whatever. Snow in Texas? No, that's fake news. No, don't break my dreams like that. I'm glad that it snows. I was just so sad because speaking of like trying to visit people and whatnot, I was trying to arrange meeting with Big Ham, but the week she's going is just such a weird time. Like, she's going to New Bearcat City in from like, you know, like New Year's time, and I'm just like, oh, the tickets are so expensive, and this and that. When I move up in there's a snowstorm. Every road was iced up. Oh heck. It snows in Oklahoma? Oh, I bet. Plenty of snow. I will politely visit. Excuse me. Don't get me wrong. I live in an area of snow. It just has not been snowing. Sorry, Zach, but global warming is real. Sorry, it is. Hi, Zap. Hi, welcome. Study stream. It is a study stream. Speaking of study stream, let me get you 5 cards. So extraneural is going to be a combination. Oh wait, no, sorry. Adverse neurodynamics is going to be a combination of the extraneural and intraneural pathology. Abnormal physiology and mechanical responses produced from the nervous system structures when their normal range of motion and stretch capabilities are tested. So again, this is going to be mechanical interface or nerve bed. This is connective tissue, conducting tissue, and nerve. Yay! Adverse neurodynamics is a combination of intra and extraneural. Abnormal physiology, and basically what these symptoms and signs occur when they're reproduced, when their normal range of motion and stretch capabilities are tested. Bam! So easy. Corval, hi, Neshi, hi. Falls to the roof. Eshi is here. There's a lot of flossing and dancing around here. Hello. It's more like a dance party. Hold on, let me get the rave music. Do people still say uns? Anyway, hi you two. Welcome. It is 4:45 in Bearcat Mountain. How are you cubs doing? Sure, why not? No, it's okay. Look at that. Hello. That's cute though. I wish I could copy and paste it. Ashley Falls Guy? Ashley confirmed for Falls Guy 2023. I am tired. Work has been super duper busy. I am so sorry. I've only been here sitting on my booty for almost 5 hours studying. I'm tired in a different way. But I hope with a lot of work and everything, at least work has been maybe going fast for you, maybe, right? I'm sorry. False Sky? Yes, False Sky. I feel like I feel dumb for saying that. Not fast enough? I'm sorry. Here are the classifications of nerve injuries. Sedans and Sutherlands. Sedans is 3, while Sutherland is 5. Wow, amazing. I do be beat as well. Stream and then therapy totally wore me off today. I know, and it's still like a whole day ahead of you too. Holy heck. Congratulations on both though. Now you just need like a U category. So you got like alphabetical order. You got the S, you got the T. Now where's the U? Where's the V? Where's the W, the X, and Y, Z? No, I'm a forbidden kind. European! No, then you're totally a wife. What is it over there? Is it like 10 p.m.? Or almost 11? Is that how math works? Yeah. Almost 11 for you over there? Holy heck. 11 p.m. gang, let's go! I'm so sorry. A lot of my other cubs and mutuals and friends tend to be EU too, so I'm so sorry. Ashley, get out of here! Get out of here! Ashley says European? Go to the bathroom, you nut. Okay. 11 p.m. yeah? 11 p.m. yeah! I want to live in 11 p.m. time. I want to visit 11 p.m. time. Cubs, when I am rich, when I am done with my Bearcat school, I would love to do like a little EU trip. I actually still want to go to Austria. I want to visit Ripnil and Cullen. Wait, you have bathrooms there overseas? Nah. No way. Anyway, classifications, we talked about these two. Seddon's level of injury, we have the 3, we have the neuron proxia, and then we have the axonal and the neuronemius, right? I'm gonna learn how to say it. I'm tired. I'm tired of not knowing how to say this word and sounding like a complete buffoon. Pronunciation. And here I've been going to our primal woods. Oh no.
Action at Mises.
Mises. That didn't help me at all. How do you say it? There's a 1-minute video.
Axonot Mises.
Axion Mises. Alright, sorry, that was me trying to figure out how to say the word, but like, gosh darn it, that first one was from the freaking fracking dictionary website, so I'm very confused of why they made it sound like no, again, discrimination to people who may have slurred speech or anything like that, but holy heck, you can't be like, how do I pronounce this, and then put that out there. Anyway, neuropraxia characteristics. Axonomesis. I'm just gonna say no. Neuropraxia characteristics. So, we talked about this. So again, it's going to be minimal structure disruption, segmental demyelinization, which leads to slower action potentials, or maybe action potentials that are blocked at the site of injury only. This is really temporary because there's no atrophy. It's just a temporary sensory change. This is usually from mild ischemia or traction, so minor stretching or pulling, or minor blood loss. So usually the recovery is complete, and the example that we had used for this is that, like, when you go to the bathroom and you're sitting for a long time on the toilet seat and then your legs go numb, this is an example of neuropraxia. What about axonomesis? So for axonomesis, yeah, sure, okay, sorry. There's gonna be a loss of axon continuity because we saw in the picture that it comes off, but the connective tissue coverings are still intact, so like the perineum and the epineurium. There's going to be Warren degeneration, distal the lesion, muscle atrophy and sensory loss, and there's going to be a resultant prolonged compression or stretch, and then usually recovery is incomplete, meaning that, hey, you actually might need surgery to help out with this because it's not going to recover on its own, sadly. Huh? My legs go numb in 2 to 3 minutes? Am I dying? Do you mean like in general, or do you mean like when you use the bathroom? It might just be how you sit. No, not for anything. You're still going to be compressing a certain area, but I'm sure some areas are more sensitive than others, you know? I don't think you're dying though. Hopefully not. I'm not a doctor, you know? When I do poo-poo, oh, I'm sorry. Why don't you get like the, what do they call it? The squatty potties? Not squatty potties. The things to help you poop. Like they gave you like a little bench underneath the toilet, and then like you like hike up your knees a little bit higher, and it's supposed to get, that made it worse. You're supposed to like just go, isn't it supposed to put you in the body position and the poop just shoots out of you? Like that was the purpose. It probably made it worse because you're angled in such like a weird position. I'm sorry, my dude. Please? What do you mean, please? Please what? Please stop? And then neuroendometriosis is going to be the worst kind, because then the connective tissue and the nerve fibers, the connective tissue and the axon are actually going to get severed. So there's a complete severance of nerve fibers with disruption of connective tissue covering. Warring degeneration is also going to be there, and that's going to be distal to the lesion. Muscle atrophy and sensory loss is going to occur. This can be a result of a gunshot, stab wound, or an avulsion rupture. And really with this, as you can tell, you need medical attention. There's going to be no recovery without surgery. Your body's not going to be like, hey, buddy, I know you just got shot in the hecking leg and you lost your nerves, but you know what? It'll heal. Just give it some time. Yeah, everything takes time, but it also takes medical attention, so yeah, buddy. Anyway, I'm over 6 foot and the toilet's like for feisty parents, so there's no need for the stool. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a big fan of super low toilets or anything like that. You gotta get you a big boy toilet. Sorry. So what is double crush syndrome? So double crush syndrome, this is gonna be again where we may potentially have the oh no. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry. So this is applicable to the study stream. So that's why I'm like, oh no, oh, I gotta test out some games for potential future. Oh, okay, no problem, Carl. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you. Sorry for the poop talking, but have a good one. So I have my phone near me, right? And my brother recently went to get surgery for his leg. For whatever reason, my brother, who is a much older individual than me, he keeps breaking his legs. Even like throughout his like youth, he was just breaking his legs. And what had happened was he got a tib fib fracture. So tib fib was in reference to like they don't say if it's proximal or distal, so I'm just gonna pretend it's by the knee. The first tib fib fracture he had with surgery, went to therapy, recovered without hiccups, but this other leg has been nothing but pain and the hardware is infected. He almost had surgery 7 months ago, so oh my gosh, my brother, oh no. Basically I think there might be some like weird complication, basically, that they're trying to fix, but still, you know, still like, oh my gosh. Just breaking them like that, or is he like a skater boy? No, he's just so my brother, the first time he did it was sorry for the TLDR and sorry for the information about my brother. Then my brother would probably be not mad to share, but my brother is kind of silly sometimes. One of the most like admirable people that I know, right? I admire my brother in a sense of his accomplishments and what he's done in his life, and he was like a father figure to me. No, but seriously, he broke his legs really early on when he was going to graduate school to become like a doctor, but he never ended up becoming a doctor. When he got invited by his friend who was also going to the same graduate school to be like, hey, let's go to China. And they went to China and they went mountain climbing. He broke both legs because he ended up falling off the mountain, which I'm glad he's alive. This is a long story, and this is the story that motivated me to get into my career path. So the tip of lore. Again, I can tell you, there's like a big age difference between my siblings. My siblings are definitely like 15 to 20 years older than me. So I was like a child, and this was a college student, like graduate college student, breaking his legs. So it was really sad because he was like really always active and everything like that. So to see him like wheelchair bound for a long time was kind of like, oh my goodness. But yeah, definitely falling a mountain will do that to you. And definitely I will be a bone healer. Kind of, not really. So that's how he broke his legs the first time. The second time, I forgot what it was, but he had just broken one of his legs, and it's just like, oh, okay. The third time was he has kids now, obviously, but he has like a younger son, and basically he had he was chasing after his son, and what happens is that he just felt a crack and he collapsed, and then his bone just broke on him. I don't think there was any reason. So that was the third time. The fourth time was because he's in the like military and whatnot, and he's still serving or whatever military people do. I'm so sorry, I'm not that cultured into that side of the stuff, but he's still doing stuff for military. And what happens is that I think he twisted his ankle, or I don't know, he did something with his leg again. And what happens is that to be relevant, I guess, in the military, yeah, I know that once we have to start counting past 1, it's crazy, especially as someone who's never broken a bone before talking about this. The most recent time was, I don't know, something happened with his knee again. It was crazy. So in the military, he needs to keep up to shape. He needs to catch like a certain standard, something about like running a lap or a mile or whatever. So he's doing like a competition for a part of his military stuff, and he's been training. He's like, I've been feeling pain, but you know, I'm just gonna go through it. Which brings me to my point with what I said almost 5 hours ago. If there's pain, stop. Don't do it. But he's like, you know, it's because probably because I've been working really hard and soreness. So it's the day of the event where he goes to like run, and he's almost at the finish line, and he hears a that was a very weak cracky noise, but he just hears a crack, and he falls on the floor, and he's wincing in pain, and all the other like military people are kind of making fun of him, like, are you serious? Are you serious? You're like right there by the finish line. Stop acting, man. It's okay. And he's like, no, this is serious. This is for real. So broke his leg for, I don't know what time I said, the 4th or 5th. So he got surgery, he went through therapy, life was good, but now his other leg is affecting him now. Because that's what happens. Your other leg has to compensate for the bad leg, right? And there's a lot of stress that's going to be placed on that, and yada yada yada. Human body is amazing, but the human body is also kind of dummy. So they're saying that the surgery that he got for his leg for the most recent incident might have had a complication with it, in addition to him getting his other leg fixed. So it's kind of like, oh, what's happening? But yeah, that man cannot catch a break, or he can catch many breaks. That's the interesting. I think you should become a cyberpunk modder and just build him cyber legs at this point. You know, I contemplated. But as for the isn't there like a certain engineering course, bioengineering or something like that? They can handle that. Is double crush syndrome having a crush on two dudes? Because that there have news. Oh no, I was just talking about my brother. I mean to be studying, but I just looked at my phone because they're like, oh my gosh, is he gonna be okay? You know, biomechanical engineering. Yeah, that sounds like a real thing, right? Isn't it real? But welcome. I hope work has been treating you well. Really, I hope you'll make a full recovery. Same. I'm not like super worried, but any like surgical complications kind of just sucks. It's just more inconvenient than anything. They can definitely be addressed. It's just no, I'm sorry. Double crush syndrome again is going to be compression at 2 or more sites along the course of the nerve that coexists. Blah blah blah. Synergetically, to increase system intensity. So we talked about again how the nerve can be compressed in multiple areas basically, and the more areas you have, the more likely that your symptoms will increase. The peripheral nervous system and central nervous systems are considered one blank track. What do they mean? One continuous track. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, yeah. Org is good, hiding around and wanted to get the learning. You know what I've done, and this sounds absolutely awful. So you see I have like short hair, right? right. So my hair, like, yeah, I can kind of put it up, but I don't really have to. So when I used to work in food, it's like, oh, Tipa, your hair is like an okay length, you know? Like if you put it up, you have like dumb baby ponytails. Or like pigtails, so you don't have to. So I'm like, yay. My last job, even though it sucked, sometimes it would get really slow, and I invested in these how do you call it, these earbuds, the wireless ones they could get now. I got it really cheap, refurbished for like I think like $40 for the Galaxy earbuds or something like that. I might also be making up the price. I just know it was a pretty decent deal, and basically my hair covers it. And so basically I could be listening to my lectures while I was working. It kind of sucked when the customer did have to talk to me, but I only had one earbud in normally most of the time, but no one could see that I had the earbud in. Let's say I hope he won't break any more legs. Yeah, same, he only has 2. How many more legs can he break, my dude? But thank you, Robo. Kat says, ponytail tip look win. I don't have enough hair for that. I'm gonna have like the dumbest, like, hold on. Back, oh my gosh, this is how I know I've been studying for a long time. The Brenda situation is still here. I don't know, because how to say it. If I keep this, I'm just gonna have like a that's gonna be my ponytail, you know? It's gonna be very tiny. This used to be a Brenda stream. It is, but now it's my stream now. Sucker. Tipa's getting space buns. You know, maybe, honestly. Space buns would be cute. But then wouldn't they cover my ears? Do you want longer hair? I don't know. Not necessarily. So when I was a young cub, pre-17, right? My mama bearcat, even though mama bearcat had short hair, my mama bearcat was like obsessed with my long hair. She's just like, Tippa, my child. And I'm like, yes, mama bearcat. She's just like, your hair is so beautiful. Just grow it. And don't get me wrong, I like long hair. I had really long hair. Like maybe like to my butt. Sorry. This is so yeah, this is what I probably looked like, right? I had like hair too about my butt, but it's just, I don't know. I really didn't care for the maintenance and anything like that. And normally most of the time anyway, I would put my hair into like a pigtail, so it's fine. Perhaps a bit too long for comfort, truly. I would either just put in a long ponytail so it's like somewhat manageable, but still, you know. But I told my mama bearcat when I was in senior year of high school, I was like, Mama bearcat, I'm an adult. No, but I was like, I want to cut my hair. It's really just a lot to manage. I think I'd look cuter, da 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 da. And so I cut my hair, and this is the hair that you basically see now. But I mean, sometimes I miss long hair, but I realize I do a lot of cosplay anyway, so I normally look like. Sorry, I promise these are bangs. I cosplay a lot anyway, a lot of long hair characters, so I just like, you know, the sensation is still there of like, wow, I'm cosplaying and I had temporary long hair, so I can still have the look. I love my long hair, but I hate taking care of it. Same, that's why I cut it. And even short hair can kind of be a pain sometimes, but I mean, it's not as painful. A lot of people are like, but don't you think of the maintenance of keeping it short? I'm like, my hair doesn't grow that dramatically, and even if it does, it's yeah, I can't say. I really don't know how Teru does it. So you know how Teru has long hair, like you know how you see Teru with long hair. Teru is so beautiful. This is not Teru apparently, but this was my interpretation of Teru in like a short thing. She has like longer hair and then shorter hair. I don't know. Anyway, Teru's a beautiful individual, right? Teru has really long hair. Like you see her model, it has like long hair, right? Sorry with Teru's face. You see that Teru has like long hair like this, right? Welcome back from working. Thank you for the head pat. I will inhale. One moment. So she has really long hair. Her hair is super long. Like this girl is tiny, but her hair long. Only cut it once a year. Experience all different lengths. Honestly, but yeah, that's my hair story. By the way, sorry about that. Teru's all legs. She's a leggy girl. No, I don't know. Teru's not a leggy girl. Teru does have leggies. I do agree. She does have leggies. But she also has a torso. Maybe she has normal hair, but super thin, so her hair looks long. Maybe. No, but like even if it's thin or thick or whatever, it's the idea that her hair is long. I'm telling you, like, you know how I said mine was up to my butt? Hers is probably like to her knees. So this is not Teru anymore, or this is not me anymore. Take out the ears. This is Teru. Alright, now I will inhale air and close this. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, long hair is such a pain. Okay. Looking forward to Teru's cousin. Leave my doodle alone. Ask her to do some banana tricks next time you see her. I'll try. Honestly, I wish I could show you, but like her hair is that long. Lamorca is obviously much. Teru! Lamorca, you didn't have to out me out to Teru. Hello. Hello. But yeah, just saying how long your hair is basically, and it went along the lines of trying to sneak in like listening to stuff. I had to send a screenshot. No, I should have saved it, but I was like, no, I'm not showing this. But yeah, no, I'm happy with shoulder length hair. I think I let it get to my shoulders, and then once it gets there, I'm like, okay, I have to cut it. Definitely below the chin. Definitely not past the shoulders. Hair length is pretty good for me, as you see. Oh my goodness. Okay, guys, I'm only 13 out of 102 Quizlet slides. Can I get through this? I don't know if I could get through this. I only have like an hour basically in my mind. Oh, that was a funny thing. No, my eyes won't get anymore. Anyway, what type of neurons are in peripheral nervous structures? Motor, sensory, sympathetic. Vasa, neurium. I don't know what that is. Blood supply of the peripheral nerve. Good. Innervation, peripheral nerve. Nervosum. That's these Harry Potter ass moody names. Vasa, neuron. That's the blood supply. Vasa. Alright. Vasa, vessel, blood vessel. Blood supply. Nervy, neurosum. Nervy, nerve related to nerve. Innervation of peripheral nerve. Beautiful. English. Anterograde transport, that's going to be to transport that moves from the cell body to the axon. So cell body, axon, moves from the cell body all the way here, and that's going to be anterograde. We're moving forward, and then retrograde will be something else that we'll talk about later. Robo says not getting a mouthful of hair when you bite into a burger is pretty cool. It is. I mean, even with short hair, kind of sucks because sometimes I'm like, oh, there's so much hair. But then guess what? That's why you have ears, baby. You just put the hair behind your ears. Wow, amazing. Love life. Oh yeah, I should probably go do some Quizlet slides. My sick brain isn't concentrating well. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were sick. I wish you the best of luck. I was worried about getting sick this week, but this would have been a worse week to get sick. But absolutely no worries. Do what you have to do. I would have been doing Pomodoro with a lot of you cubs. Right now, I just have to like get through this straight, unfortunately. So I'm like, nice. So what are some specific components of anterograde transport? So we know that there's neurotransmitters involved and there's cytoskeleton material. Nice. Hello, my body. What about retrograde transport? So that's when it's going to go backwards. So it's axonal plasmic transport from the axon terminal to the soma. And we know what soma means because I played that spooky game. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't really play the game. But soma is Latin for body. Roommate brought the Rona back, probably. He calls it bronchitis, but it sounds worse. I'm sorry. I don't want to meet your third roommate then. Sounds like a jerk. Not trying to flex on my really superior genetics, my bearcat genetics cubs, but I still haven't had the Rona, thankfully. As much as some people are like, oh, you definitely had it. I definitely did have not bronchitis. What is it? Laryngitis, I think. I definitely had that. I lost my voice for a little bit. And I tested. I was like, oh my gosh, you know, I rarely get sick. Da 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 da. He doesn't believe in vaccines? Get him out. Kick him out. It's a fucking danger to society. Sorry, Cubs. That's where I put my opinion out there. I was actually talking about that to my classmates, because some of our own classmates in our cohort doesn't have the vaccine. Not because like my body, my choice sort of thing. Not like that. They're just like, we looked at the science and it actually doesn't work. So I'm not gonna get it. I'm like, where did you find that? And they you know, they just give you a bunch of like stupid fluff, and it's just like, okay. And not for anything. It would be like, no, it wouldn't be different. It's just the idea of, why are you allowing it to mutate and letting others who are most likely vulnerable get sick for your own selfishness when it's a free vaccine. I think the worst case is that to get to our program or get like physically approved to get to school, you need to take a COVID test each time you're on campus. Now at this point they probably lie about their results or whatever, but you need to submit one. So imagine spending money on like test kits when you could just get a free vaccine that will help you out and you'll be okay, you know? Oh heck yeah, no runner for me too. Let's go! And it honestly just is probably my lifestyle. I minimize my contact with people as much as I can. But sorry, like talking about how stuff like riles me up a little bit when it comes to that. I don't know. It goes back to my political beliefs of, I think you should be courteous to all. And I think that's like the easiest way to be courteous. Wow. It's like we didn't live the same past 2 years. I think that's what infuriates me so much. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. You must have lived two different, like, oh. Anyway, specific components of retrograde transport. It's going to be recycled neurotransmitters. So we talked about specific components of the antegrade being like the neurotransmitters and the cytoskeleton material. So retrograde, we're actually going to just bring back recycled neurotransmitters. Reuse, reduce, recycle is my cubs, you know? Anyway, the nervous system must be able to do what during movement? So the nervous system must be able to move. We have to adapt mechanically and continue to conduct impulses. When people start complaining about isolation during Rona and you're just sitting alone at home like every other year, let's go! Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, even if I do have roommates and I had roommates in the past, I was just pretty much to myself in my room. I'm comfortable with this lifestyle. Not saying that I don't want to go out or anything like that, but it's just like it made me actually really sad the other day because there's a social media I don't use anymore, and I sent a friend request to like one of my friends who I didn't realize didn't use the social media. I just saw her and I'm like, oh hey, and I added, and I was going through her profile and she had an article in 2020 that basically says, hey, yeah, COVID can most likely go away if everyone masks up in the next few months. And this was like an article in June. And everyone's like, oh my gosh, should we do this? Then we can have like, you know, our 2000s back, you know, our 2020, let's go. But obviously, you know how that went, so. It was just really sad to see that article in 2020 of June where it's like, yeah, this could be over, but people just need to do this and people just can't do the bare minimum to be nice to others, so it's really disappointing. Anyway, biomechanical adaptations to movement. So how do they adapt? So remember, the nerves are going to slide and they're also going to elongate. Sliding in relationship to mechanical interface biomechanic. What is this saying? What? Sliding in relationship to mechanical interface. What is the biomechanical adaptation for that? So what's going to happen is that tissue or material adjacent to the nervous system are going to move independently to that system. When we consider anything like nervous system adjacent, more not nerve, we're just going to just throw that into the extraneural category. So what are some mechanical interfaces of medial nerves? So this can be all these things that we see on the list. Pectoralis minor, costoclavicular space, all that jazz. That's just pure memorization, unfortunately, sorry. So elongation biomechanical adaptations. So this is going to result in increased intraneural pressure, and the blood supply to a nerve will diminish at 8% elongation and stop around 15. So that's the elongation. So remember, as we elongate, our body can do it around 8% of it. We basically get diminished blood results. What about the biomechanical adaptations to movement? So recall that, hey, we can grow our spinal cord. The spinal cord is 5 to 9 centimeters longer in flexion than in extension. So again, when we slouch forward and we bring our shoulders in and we're flexing our trunk down here, what's going to happen is that the contained structures within the spine must also adapt. Signs and symptoms of injury to the peripheral nervous system. So remember, anything that's not the brain or spinal cord, so our nerves outside of that, are going to be considered the peripheral nervous system. So what are some signs and symptoms? So we could definitely see some sensory changes. You're not going to feel like hot, cold, or sensation of touch. They're going to have motor weakness, which may lead to muscle atrophy, because again, lose it or use it, or use it or lose it, you know. There could be ischemic, which again is that like a blood supply or tension pain, and just a general autonomic response, you know. So we could do some sensation testing. So we could do like dermatomes, which we talked about in that 8-hour stream, or check about peripheral nerve distribution. So yeah, that's very similar, overlaps in concept. So what are dermatomes? So dermatomes are just sensation testing for spinal root nerves. So remember, our spinal root nerves innervate like a certain region, so if you don't have sensation there, we can kind of like allow it, like, hey, you don't have, I hope I get the spinal nerve right. I'm so sorry, this is the only one that pops up to mind, so you have to forgive me. They say like your myotome or dermatome of T4 is like at your nipple, right? So for whatever reason you don't have like sensation at the nipple, it's like, oh, maybe it might be this nerve that you might have to look at. And it's not just the nipple, by the way, it's just like anything around that area or region, okay? We can check for myotones. We can check for dermatones. It's just saying where you would feel the sensation, so we'll just skip through that really quick. Sorry, it's skipping it really quick. Saphenous. I don't think this is a huge focus. That's why I'm really confused. Alright, we can talk about myotomes. So we talked about dermatones being like sensation and whatnot. So let's talk about myotomes, where these spinal nerve roots are going to innervate certain motions. So state 3 is going to help with cervical lateral flexion. So that sounds really overwhelming. It's just basically your neck bending to the side. So you can bend to the left or you can bend to the right. So bring your ear to your shoulder is basically cervical lateral flexion. C4 is going to be with shoulder shrugging. So your upper trapezius muscle, this big muscle in your back, what happens is that it can help you with elevation of your shoulder, or as we know as shoulder shrug. I wish I could shrug my shoulders. That's not really it. C5 is going to be elbow flexion or bicep, or even shoulder abduction. So doing that bicep curl, or even just bringing your arm away from your body, that shoulder abduction, alien, wow, wow, wow. That's going to be C5. So what about C6? C6 is going to be wrist extension. It's a fun mnemonic because C5 and C6 have some overlap, but my old classmate would be like C5, C6, biker chicks. And what that means is that basically, you know, when you rev up a motorcycle, you know, you have your palms down, you have them in the fist, and then you're like revving up the engine, and you are bringing your wrist into wrist extension, and that's going to be helped with the extensor carpi radialis longus and brevis muscles. Okay. For C7 myotome, that's going to help with elbow extension and wrist flexion. So elbow extension, just your arm straight, and wrist flexion, your fingers coming towards your palm. C8 is going to be thumb extension. Good job, C8. T1 is going to be finger abduction, adduction. Again, I don't think she's really focusing on myotomes. I'm just saying this because myotomes are a little bit more difficult than all the nerve stuff I was trying to say earlier. Boo! Nerve stuff I was trying to say earlier. Boo! Excuse me. Nice. Oh no! Thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Sorry, my brain is dying. Maybe lacking Pomodoro was a mistake. Goodbye forever. Anyway, so L2 is going to be hip flexion, L3 is knee extension, L4 is dorsiflexion, L5 is great toe extension, S1 is great toe. If she asks me about any of these, I'm going to start crying because this is not like what we had talked about. Thank you. Alright, this is what I'm talking about. So symptoms that can be experienced
I've been waiting for this.
No! Hi, readers. Welcome. Gao gao. My name is Tipanya. I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do the gao gao and yan yan. It's very nice to meet you. Hi. Let me give you. Oh, thank you, Rosalie. Thank you. Oh, you're doing your D&D tonight. Oh, how was it? Did you have lots of fun? What's the highlight? Did you experience any frogs? Or birds? Welcome. Let me say hello. Azealia, hi. Kariana, hi. Welcome. Dark Wolfgirl, hi. Hi, Bill. Hi, Jane. Hi, waifu. Hi. Yarisa, hi. Julie, hi. Welcome. Thank you, Cubs, for defending. Hand Smasher Raiders, a hecking heck. Jane and Bill, thank you so very much for the follows. So welcome, and welcome every Cub coming in. So right now I'm doing a study stream because today is finals week. So if you're looking for someplace to chill, perfectly fine with me. I am also just chilling. I have my exam at 7 p.m. So right now it's almost 5:30 p.m. in Bearcat Mountain Time. So I am panic. Merry Christmas, you sick little monkeys. Do I look like a monkey? Thank you, Bilbo. They found a new ingredient for their bathwater empire? Moth dust from the fairy forest? Let's go! I demand moth dust from the fairy forest. Like blood for the blood god. It makes you grow wings? How does it feel stealing the slogan from Red Bull? And then they found God in a giant moth that forced them into worshipping it? Huh? Man, you can find religion in anything nowadays, huh? I think that sounds more like a cult, first of all. I just want to say that. Like, welcome. Right now, lamp for the lamp god. Yes! Lamp for the lamp god and their new bathwater empire. Wait, how do I say it with the A? Darn me in my American language. I will just say lamp. Oh my gosh, I brainwashed the heck out of them, so like a cult. Sorry. I should not say that like that. But anyway, welcome everyone. I appreciate you being here. Like I said, I'm doing the study stream. We're studying right now about movement science and anatomy and basically like how we can floss your nerves. So that's super fun. Not as fun in Quizlet form. I was going through a study guide, so this is basically review, but we're like halfway. We're about 63 out of 102 cards, so hopefully we can get there soon. Tons of dust. Cult of the Moth? Oh my goodness. This inspires. If Eureka hasn't played this game, I think Cult of the Lamb is a super fun game and super interactive with viewers, so highly recommend, so you can definitely have the Cult of the Moth, you know? Sounds like you got the pronunciation down. Oh, thank you. I love saying lamp. The way you pronounce the A is actually very similar to how you pronounce the A in German. Oh. Sorry, thank you. I appreciate the clarification because my brain would have been like, or sorry, in this case, This completely coincidental. Thank hecking goodness. Yeah, she also had fun. Eureka also had fun sacrificing the followers, aka viewers. Oh, so they did play Cult of the Lamb. Nice. That was honestly such a fun game. I think I got too OP for the ending, but that's my only complaint. I really had lots of fun with the game and hope and wish for very similar games because it was just fun, you know. Anyway, so let's get to it. We'll go back into a little bit study and then we can do I do a lot of chatting. It's like from the side. You would never think it's a study stream. Tipanya is OP for life. Let's go. I will now exceed from this lifetime. Thank you so much, Erika, for being here. I really truly do appreciate you. Ali. Yup. No, my mouse is not big enough. I have now ascended past this lifetime. Oh my goodness, the hands? Ignore the hands. Ignore it. Sorry. Ignore the hands. Alright, I'm back though. But yeah. Why are they still typing? It's to give you like a little like souvenir to be like, she was here. It'll be nice. You could like split it, like, because I've ascended and I already have my hands. These are like, you know, I'm not gonna even get into the topic. Listen. Just because I can't have my own real hands working doesn't mean that these hands are anything less. They serve its purpose, you know. It reminds me of Ice Cold Hands from from the Addams Family. I mean, you're not wrong. It is not connected. Oh my goodness. Okay. Look, new cuz I have to explain this to. I'm learning. I promise. I hope. I have an exam. I hope I'm learning. I normally don't do study. No, let's not say that. I normally do study streams because Bearcat School has been hacking me up. But I promise I play games. I promise. I do. I really do promise I play video games. But for now, I am doing the study stream because I have this exam and we are learning about adverse neurodynamics. So what happens is that TLDR of what we're learning is that your nerve basically can get stuck or compressed or contracted, and so people complain of pain. Maybe a lot of you have heard about sciatica, which is that whole like, oh, they have a pain in their back and it's radiating down their leg. Well, the same thing can happen with the upper extremity and all those muscles there. And so what's going to happen is that we can do neurodynamic testing and NTT to help kind of floss the nerve through these structures, whether they're like bony or they're like the musculature, and help increase that neural mobility to help increase their neurodynamic, so when they do certain actions, like maybe if they bend or anything, they won't have that pain anymore. Sir, I like your username. Sir, prize, not a hacker. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sugar, we are almost done studying. We're halfway there. Halfway there. Halfway there. Plus, I'm giving myself only like an hour max now because I do need some downtime before the exam. So, boo, boo, boo. So, with that in mind, this card is asking symptoms that can be experienced during neurodynamic testing. So if I had to guess, it would be like tingling, a stretch, or like a deep ache. Yeah, perfect. So pain shouldn't really be the main symptom that you feel, but pain can be a possibility when you're putting someone into such a weird, wacky, uncomfortable position. Paresthesia is just like a fancy word for pins and needles. So again, when you go to the toilet and you sit on the toilet seat for too long, you ever have your legs tingle, or like when your legs just feel like they're not working anymore? That pins and needles sensation is the same concept as this. It's the same thing. Or, you know, honestly, you should feel a stretch sensation as well. That's also going to be an option for you as we do put you into these wacky movements. I wish I could show you pictures, but I have to speed run this. Oh no, well, I wish you much success, Tipanya. Unfortunately, it's rather late. I fear you all a good night. Absolutely no hecking worries. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know many of you might be like EU time, so that's kind of like boo, EU time. I mean, not boo, you guys live there, but like, you know, obviously it's much later than in Bearcat Mountain time, so I know for a lot of you, maybe it's like already like 10, 11, 12, that's how time zones work too. So I honestly wish you all a good night and the sweetest of dreams. Thank you for stopping by. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, okay, so it's almost the next day. Holy heck. Go to bed, go to bed. At least for you, I'm sorry. Sugar, thank you. You got this, I believe in you. Thank you. Rip skip time zone. Oh, okay, so just 6 hours ahead. Boo, time zones. But absolutely no hecking worry. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it, and hanging out for a little bit. 2:20 p.m. in San Diego. Let's go! And I'm on the opposite side, unfortunately. So right now it's 5:31 for me. So wait, how's it 2:20 for you, sir? Sir, sir, I think you need to fix your clock. At least fix the minutes. Anyway. But yeah, I'm the nice middle ground between you guys, huh? That's perfectly fine. So, a positive test of neurodynamic testing. So a positive test is going to include that we can do the sensitization technique and say like, hey, is this muscle tightness? Or hey, is this like, you know, related to the nerves? So a positive sign would be like, if you increase tension, the symptoms get worse. So a positive test for neurodynamic testing can include nerve compression, reduced nerve mobility, especially when you take it away and put more tension, inflammation or scarring in between nerve and mechanical interface, physiological pathologies of the nerve itself, and changes in the plasticity of the nervous system. So any of those really bad symptoms are going to be a positive sign for this neurodynamics test, which is, well, to be expected, to be honest. So when we do neurodynamic testing of the median nerve, oh, this comes with pictures, how nice. So we talked about this earlier in that video, but pretty much you place the position in this format. You have to depress their shoulder. You need to abduct, so bring the arm away from the midline or to the side, up to about 110 degrees of shoulder abduction. And basically we're starting with the elbow at 90 degrees, so you have them at a slightly bent. You're gonna extend the wrist, fingers, and thumb. So you see how her thumb is on his thumb? She is pressing it backwards to get that extension. You're gonna supinate the forearm, so having the palm up like this. and then externally rotating the forearm, so you're bringing it back. And then what's gonna happen is that the arm should be like here. Then from there, you're gonna slowly extend the elbow until symptoms arise. So when you extend it and they're like, I feel it, like, oh, I feel that increase in tension, you stop right there. Then you do the sensitization technique and you're like, hey, bring your ear closer to me. Does that make it better or worse? And in this case, if he brings his ear closer to her because he's reducing tension of that nerve, it should feel better, or if anything, no change. But as soon as he brings the ear away, so he brings his left ear to his left shoulder, he's creating more tension and making it more taut, which is going to create more of those symptoms reproducing. Passing out PT would be horrifying. Hey, in any medical field we have an oath of like do no harm, basically, so it would be horrifying, but it is a-okay. What do you call it? I thought about you the other day because there was this like dumb nursing meme that was going around, other than the whole like, oh, imagine having a nursing assistant by your side, hot, young, 26-year-old nursing assistant. No, replace the S with that. Not that meme, but the other meme now where it's like, hey, don't sorry for the term, don't piss off a nurse. We could switch your IVs from like 20 cc or 16 cc to 20 cc. And I'm like, what does that mean? It looks up. Oh, you could just make it hurt more. Okay. All right, I guess. Shout out to fellow nurses. Anyway, so how do we create the sensitization technique for the median nerve neurodynamics test? So what's going to happen is the same thing we were saying. We can either cervically flex or side bend away or towards, and again, if it's going to increase symptoms when we bring it away, decrease or no change in symptoms when we bring it closer, okay? So the normal response to a median nerve test should be the same thing. So they should feel a deep stretch in the cubital fossa. The cubital fossa is if you have your palm up and you feel where your elbow should have been, but like in the front side, that's the cubital fossa right there. They're going to feel a deep stretch or ache right there. They will have a defined tingling sensation in their thumb and the first 3 fingers. So, excuse me, thumb, pointer finger, index finger. A small percentage will feel a stretch on the anterior shoulder, and yeah, the rest I was saying about the sensitization technique. So yeah, for alternate median nerve tests, we didn't really talk about this, and there's really no pictures, so that kind of sucks. But it's basically the same thing, but instead of using your hand to depress, you're using your thigh to depress. So you're like right there on them. So it looks like this basically, but with the hand in a different position. So for, I believe, yes, this was radio. Yeah, so radio, what's gonna happen, you see they're using their thigh to press down and do the shoulder depression, which is going to be the first step of doing this NTT. From here we're going to stummy. Nice soft stummy. No, anyway, I'm gonna stop. Shoulder girdles depression, so that's gonna be depressed with the knee. We're gonna abduct the arm, we're gonna extend the elbow, we're going to immediately rotate the shoulder and pronate the forearm, so their palm should be down. We're going to encourage flexing the thumb and the fingers, which really, realistically, their thumb should have been in here and they should have been making a fist, so I don't actually like this picture, but it's whatever. And we'll add ulnar deviation. So what that means is that, so when you have your hand, like, with your, like, it can be any direction. I prefer palm down, and you're looking at the dorsum or the top of your hand. What's going to happen is that ulnar deviation is referring to doing like a side... like a lateral side bending or like a flick onto the side of your pinky. About to turn on the hand cam like this and like this. Anyway, so the slight flick of the wrist on the ulnar side or the pinky side is that kind of action. That's ulnar deviation, and pretty much you're going to slowly abduct, so bring the arm away from midline until the symptoms are produced, okay? Same thing, basically, you bring the ear closer, they should feel no change or better, and then if they bring the ear away, they should feel worse. Normal response is basically a stretch, pain, tingling, and numbness, and really they should feel this in the lateral elbow, so off to the side, anterior upper arm, or dorsal of the hand, okay? There's some timing with symptoms, there's some norms that you should consider, but really it's not that, like, I don't think that's going to be that crucial, to be honest. Neurodynamic testing for the ulnar nerve. So this one's going to be a little bit wacky. Oh, I don't like, why are they not using our school photos? Ah, whatever. So the patient's going to be supine, so they're going to be in a regular position. They don't have to be diagonal like they are in the alternate median or the radial nerve position. For the ulnar, we're going to do this. We're going to have their hand in this position, about like 90 degrees flex. We're going to have them with the palm of their hand open, and we're going to place our hand over. So romantic, right? And what we're going to do is bend. We're going to extend their wrists and fingers and thumbs. So we're going to place our hand over, bring the hand back. Make sure that the forearm is pronated. So we talked about supination, like holding the bowl of soup. Well, we're going to put them in pronation, or have them in the direction of pronation. So in this particular situation, we would have the thumb internally rotating, I guess you said. Hand holding? I know, scandalous, right? This is the most scandalous thing you're gonna see on my streams. Well, I guess the most scandalous thing you will see is like women in sports bras. But that's, I don't know. That's the norm for the school. So the elbow's gonna be flexed. You're gonna do a lateral rotation, or the external rotation of the shoulder. Then you're going to depress the shoulder, so that's why he has his hand right here, fist into a table, pushing downward. As he pushes downwards, that's a depression of the scapula, and then with his thigh, he's going to abduct the arm to about 110 degrees, so he's going to bring it up. If any of you are watching, you're like, hey, that looks like a hecka serious, like, uncomfortable position. You're absolutely right. It is super uncomfortable, but this is how we get the nerve, this is how we'll get the nerve to do what we need to do for the techniques that we, well, have to do as, professionals. So how do we do it? How do we test? So basically what happens is that you could do the same side bending to do the sensitization technique. Normal response with ulnar, though, is that you're going to feel the same thing. You're going to feel stretch. You may feel pain, which again is not ideal, but it may be painful to some people, so you have to be careful. And why at each step, even though they're super wacky, you need to ask, hey, are you feeling okay? Hey, is there any change in symptoms? Are you good, dude? And they might have tingling, numbness, etc. So the symptoms for here are going to appear at the medial forearm. So again, our forearm is going to be below the elbow, at the actual forearm, and in the hand especially, okay? So neurodynamic testing for a sciatic nerve. So this is a straight leg test. We didn't really get to talk about this too much, and I'm sorry because I was really skipping it through for time purpose. But now that we're here, basically imagine someone is underneath your leg and they're pulling you up to a single leg raise position. So maybe we don't have to imagine. Again, I am a visual person, so I think it'd be more beneficial to anyone also here that they can also see it. What is a good picture though? Sciatic straight leg NTT. Maybe if I just look up sciatic NTT. A lot of these people are not putting their oomph to it when I had to do it. So it's something like this basically. Oh, gal. Hi Raiden, hi. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. So the straight leg test is like crazy because yeah, you do have to straighten out their leg, and then it might reproduce feelings of like the numbness and tingling and the pain of the back of the leg. But I was like underneath my classmate, and I'll explain it through like an MS Paint doodle. But I am posture checking. I'm also polite swatch. Thank you for the posture check. I appreciate it. Thank you. Alright, let's bring out the MS Paint. Sorry for like flashbanging you. So this is the person's leg, right? So this is me. How do I draw? How do I draw? Sorry for the big head me, but I was using my shoulder though. Quality leg. It is a very quality. No, my leggy. Like their leg is on my shoulder. This is me. And I have to put like my hands around their foot. And I'm like, my body is like this on the table. While they're just here absolutely chilling. So yeah, it was that. This is my shoulder somewhat. So that's why when I'm seeing these other tests, I'm like, gosh darn it, you guys are having it super easy. And the reason why I needed to place my oh, these are not it, I'm so sorry, my hands on their foot is because for the sciatic nerve, sciatic nerve is composed of like 2 other nerves, so you could test another nerve while doing the sciatic test. So we have like the tibial nerve, we have the sural nerve, and we have the peroneal nerve. Okay, there's different ways to test it depending on how you put the foot, so that's why I need to hold the foot in a certain direction. I already have to put it adduction and internally rotate it while I hold it in that straight leg pose, but just depending on what they offer, I need to maybe turn the toes up or down or turn the foot in or out. So it's very interesting. The sensitization technique, sorry, I keep saying it weird, but that's how I know how to say it, unfortunately. This technique is a little bit different. So instead of like laterally flexing, like, oh, bring your ear to this side, how we're gonna test is that you ask them in this while they're laying down on their back and you're stretching out their leg in that single leg raise. Hey, can you bring your as I lose my voice, hold on, one moment. I got so nasally. Yeah. You actually ask them to bring their chin to their chest. And then basically, hey, do symptoms get better or worse? Well, when they flex their chin to their chest, their symptoms should actually get worse. So normal response is basically normal degree of hip flexions, and basically you might feel stuff in the posterior thigh, knee, or calf. Variations are right here. Hold on. So we could do this abbreviation called TED, SID, and PIP. So this is going to be testing for each individual nerve. So TED is standing for tibial, and then it stands for foot eversion and ankle dorsiflexion. Sural is another nerve we could test for specifically while doing the straight leg raise, and that's going to be sural, foot inversion, and ankle dorsiflexion. Or we could do peroneal. So peroneal is going to be plantar flexion, or sorry, peroneal is going to be P. I is going to be inversion, and P is going to be plantar flexion. That's just like a fun, cool mnemonic of when we do the test. Some tests we talked about, this looks really overwhelming, but basically slump over, put leg up in the air. Hey, do you feel symptoms? Some tests test what nerve? That's going to test sciatic nerve. Excuse me, I'm sorry. A normal response to slump test is basically that with the cervical flexion, they can have like a sense of pulling or stretching the back of their neck. I'm like hiccuping and burping. What's wrong with my body? Sorry. Anyway, slump with knee extension, that's gonna be mostly like a stretch in their posterior thigh, knee, or calf, and it's just a lot of symptoms like, hey, do you feel it in the back, basically. For femoral nerve, it's going to be testing in prone, and we talked about them laying on their stomach or their stummy in this case, I guess. And then this is the one we're going to bend their foot towards their back or away from the back and see if we can replicate the symptoms, you know? We'll ask them to do cervical spine extension, so it's like, hey, does that feel better or worse? And really it should feel, I think, worse with extension. Normal response is that they feel a pulling or pain of their anterior thigh just because we're stretching that area because we're putting in the opposite motion, which we had talked about before. Neurodynamic testing for femoral nerve, it's going to be the same thing where you cuddle the underside of the patient's leg and you bring it back towards you till you feel reproduction of symptoms. You can ask them to extend their neck to do the sensitization. Normal response should be like stretching, discomfort, etc. We can also do the Obert's test, apparently. Interesting. Sorry, sorry, now I'm just going over it rather than like explaining, so I apologize. Special tests we can use for nerves. This is interesting. So we can use Tenel-Sign. Tenel-Sign is it's very baby. It's basically like tapping. We could tap at like the ankle or like on the front surface or the anterior surface of the foot. And we keep tapping for like about 30 to 60 seconds. Like you're just doing da 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 with your fingers. Or like if you're trying to play the piano rapidly or something. That's the kind of tapping you're doing. And what's going to happen is that you may have a reproduction of like tingling or sensation of like the posterior tibial nerve or the deep tibial nerve, right? Yeah, I think that's the nerve. I'm so sorry, my brain. You can test for either one of those. Cervical compression or distraction can also be a test we can do for nerves. Quadrants test is basically you have the person laying in prone or on their stomach, and what you're gonna do is with their leg bent into the air, you're gonna place your hands above their oh no, I'm sorry. You're laying them supine. You're laying them supine, and then their knee is bent with their foot flat, and you're gonna place pressure above their knee and apply pressure there. Then you're gonna slightly abduct it and then apply pressure there. That's quadrants test. Spurling, I think they must have misspelled it because that's not familiar to me. I feel a little bad. So there's some precautions for neurodynamic testing. So basically, as cool as this sounds about flossing someone's nerves, they're not necessarily ideal. So we have other structures involved in testing that's going to be a precaution. Irritability, like especially if they have high irritability, you want to avoid this. You don't want to mess with it, really. They're actually worsening in their disorder. The rate of worsening is actually very concerning. This might be something outside of our scope of practice, which is why they might need to be referred to a doctor. You don't want to do NTT if there's like an active disease or pathology affecting the nervous system or vascular compromise. We don't want to lack in anything, basically. Contraindications, so we definitely do not want to do it. Precautions are like, oh, be wary about this. Contraindications are like, you cannot do this. So if they have an acute or unstable neurological signs, if they have quadra equina symptoms, so basically quadra equina is gonna, or equina, sorry, either way, that's gonna be the end of your spinal cord. So your spinal curve, your nerves get out and basically looks like a horse's tail, hence the term or Latin quadra equina. And if they have any symptoms there, you don't want to do NTT. A spinal cord injury is definitely a thing that you don't want to do. If they have it, don't test it. And any kind of cancer and infection, you definitely don't want to like start stretching them and putting these people into this position, which may help this infection to travel or create even more pain than necessary. So, oh, is this entrapment stuff? Neurodynamics, the integration of biomechanics, morphological and physiological functions of the nervous system. When a nerve is considered to have adverse neurodynamics, so an individual may have adverse neurodynamics when they're unable to adapt to loads such as elongation, sliding, sectional changes, or compression. So what are some of the guidelines on neurodynamic testing? That's so long. So long, I don't want to read it, but I will because I can say that we read it and then we're good, right? So, guidelines for neurodynamic testing. So what we're going to do is that we want to screen all the joints involved prior to testing. We want to explain the test and exactly what we're going to do, because you never want to do anything to a person without explaining what we're doing first. Test a non-painful side to see what might be normal for them. When possible, have the patient perform the test actively first. So this might be good for like either slump or just slump, because all the other ones, or single leg raise, because all the other ones are kind of complicated. Starting position should be consistent each time. So basically, when you're doing this test and they're laying down on their back, you don't want to give them a pillow. Even that slight cervical flexion of bringing their head up or their chin closer to their chest by even like a few centimeters or inches can create some tension that you just don't want current. We're gonna have them move slow. This is a move slow thing, and you're gonna carefully monitor each time you put them into a new position. Make sure to only move one joint at a time, so it gives us better information to objectify, to be like, okay, when I depressed their scapula, they were definitely feeling it, but when I extended their elbow, they didn't really feel too much, you know? Letting us have this information as well is going to allow us to give us an idea of the range of motion of when the symptoms just first started, the location, the description, maybe there's pain, maybe there is a deep stretch, maybe there's tingling, and we can also assess their level of irritability. Again, it's very important. If they have low or moderate, we can do it, but if they have high irritability, we can sorry, but we cannot do this test. We also have to watch the response compared to contralateral limb. And basically, we just need to watch out for substitutions during the test. This is really, really important, especially for the straight leg test. Hydrate. Thank you. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cough and be like, coughing ASMR. Hold on. I will great though. Thank you so much. One moment. Thank you. I'm more dehydrated than I thought. I still have my gallon water bottle. I didn't fill it up today. But I'm at almost 7 p.m. so that's pretty good to me, seeing how it's almost 6 p.m. in Bearcat Mountain time. So, what are we gonna do with this? So, oh yeah, also response, watch the response compared to a contralateral limb. So, oh wait, sorry. Excuse me. We talked about that. We always want to compare bilaterally, and watching out for substitutions is important for single leg tests because, like I was telling you earlier, Cubs, I cannot touch my toes, so my hamstrings are really tight. So if you put me in a single leg raise, my knee bends, and it shouldn't. If I put my leg up, my knee shouldn't bend, but it does because my hamstrings are tight and they're pulling my knee into that knee flexion. So that's going to be a substitution that we need to avoid, which is why it's important to like help stabilize that knee. In addition, my other knee might also be coming up to help compensate to have more range of motion. It's a weird, wacky situation. The human body kind of stinky. A positive neurodynamic test must reproduce the patient's symptoms, demonstrate differences side to side and knowing the normal response, support findings from the full examination, and sensitization maneuvers are going to change the symptoms. And we know the maneuvers are basically going to be moving either the limb or the spine, whether we're doing like cervical flexion or lateral flexion, or for the leg, in this case, it's like bringing the leg up or down for the sciatic nerve, or femoral nerve as well, okay? So limb or spinal movement is added to neurodynamic tests, which aim to identify the origin of the symptoms by preferentially loading or unloading neural structures. We're done. We're good. We're done. I'm free. Oh my goodness, Cubs. So we are reaching 6 hours of study stream, which was actually what I had mentioned. I had joked about like, oh yeah, nice 2 to 6 hours. So we're good. Let's go. Let's go. We did it. Huzzah! Honestly, I'm super relieved. Way to go. Way to go, you. Thanks for staying, Cubs. I appreciate ya. I don't know how these study streams get so heckin' long. They just do. Like, holy cow. Oh my goodness. But I am I'm very excited to see that we've gotten this far. First of all. Second of all, I don't know. I'm just happy that I had the time. I hopefully will have the same energy tomorrow studying for Thursday's exam. If not, screams. But I'm actually really confident in this upcoming exam. So, fingers crossed that everything goes super well, right? Yeah. Alright, let's see. 12-hour study stream? Doko? No doko. No doko. Nowhere. It's nowhere to be found. But seriously. Let's see. Who is streaming? Oh? There's a lot of people streaming. Oh, it's someone's birthday. Cute. Let's see. Alright, Cubs. So, let me bring this up really quick. Hey, I believe in you. Good luck, stay calm, have fun. I will. I'm like the calmest person you know. Polite. Oh no, someone's playing Choo Choo Charles. Oh my goodness. Alright, Cubs, you have to help me out, but let me do my spiel, okay? Okay? So, if you haven't already, you're more than welcome to join the Discord. Tonight we're actually having anime night, so super fun and exciting. A good way to celebrate, I suppose. So that's super exciting. We'll be watching Chainsaw Man, Pop Team Epic, Spy Family, Akiba Maid War. When are you playing Choo Choo Charles? I think I want to play it. It doesn't look like it looks scary. Like the trains are scary, but I don't think it's like scary, right? I hope not, right? Cup Club shout out, honestly, big shout outs to the Cup Club. I'm sorry, Akiba Main War and Mob Psycho 100. We're getting towards the end of that, and once my school semester is a little bit over, I'm really hoping sorry, wait, let me spam these really quick and then put a poll. I'm so sorry. I'm really hoping to watch like other anime on the side, you know? So let's see, we'll do a poll. You got jump scared by a fork? Bro, but you don't have to remind me of that. I'm skittish. I'm a little scaredy cat. I'm sorry. Anyway, so we have someone playing Choo Choo Charles, which I don't know if I want to play or not. I don't know, but it looks interesting. It looks funny in a sense, you know? There's someone playing Harvestella. Oh, I didn't spell that right at all. Harvestella. There's someone playing. Oh my goodness, what is it? A drawing game. Gartic Phone, right? Yes, Gartic Phone, and it. Let's see. And then there's Nyaru who's playing Stepmania. We love a rhythm idol. Huh? We believe in you, Tip. Get that test ace. I'm trying. I really hope I do really good because I have like an 80, like an 80. So we'll really try with that. With the heart of a bear? Where did the cat go? Where's my cat aspect? Where's my bear cat? Ah! Anyway, Sunny says, I'm sending you my brain cells once again. I will politely But yeah, right now I have a pull up. So basically our options right now is Choo Choo Charles, Harvestella. I didn't spell Gartic Phone right. I'm so sorry. I was not looking at all. Or Stepmania. So all these are very unique and interesting choices. So please do feel free to pick whatever you feel is best. You know. That's all I tip. You got this. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Anyway, keeping all my fingers crossed for the rest of the night. No, don't do that. Then you're gonna end up with like rheumatoid arthritis. No, I'm just kidding. Oh my goodness. Well, let me see. It depends on who we're rating. So it's for the Gartic Phone, it's their birthday. So we might have to change it to happy birthday if they win. But here's the generic, our very special, not generic raid message of Galga Raid. So if you're subscribed, you can use the Tipanya with the Galga Raid. And if you're not subscribed, absolutely no worries. You are more than welcome to do the bear emoji with the Galga Raid, okay? I have a pull up and it's really close. We're a little bit at the halfway point. We're choosing either Choo Choo Charles or Gartic Phone. I'm really nervous which one we're choosing. Do you think Choo Choo Charles is really that scary though? Choo Choo Charles. It just looks scary face wise. As long as there's no jump scares, you know? You think there's gonna be a jump scare? It's a giant train. How's there gonna be a jump scare? You're gonna hear that hecker. Never mind, it's scary. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm looking at photos. I don't like this photo. View at your own discretion. Yes, cope. No cope. I don't want to cope. This guy reminds me of Lisa. Are you guys familiar with that game? I don't put this with RPG. Oh my gosh, my brain is so dummy. But yeah. It reminds me of the McDonald's clown. McDonald's clown Lisa game. Kind of? Maybe all clowns look the same. Maybe I'm being clownish. I don't know. It's the person's birthday. It is. Thomas the Tank Engine was always scary to me. Talking trains? No, I feel ya. I didn't look at the really scary image before. I've only seen this like white guy with the long neck. Like that's all I've seen, like an older white man with a long neck. So yeah. Anyway, here we come. Let me see, hold on. So if we're gonna raid into them, that is no problem to me whatsoever. Let us change our. I'm sorry, I'm closing tabs out. That's why. Let us change our raid message to "Happy Birthday." So happy birthday! Da 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 da. Tipatara is not an exclusive email, huh? Oh wait, maybe is it? I don't remember. Is Tipatara a viewer email or a regular email? What if it's a regular email? No, it is a follower emote. Nah. Okay, we're changing plans. I'm sorry. No, it's a viewer emo. It won't show up on their page. That's the issue. So we'll have to. We'll just do hearts. You can't go wrong with throwing in some hearts. Am I right? So right now we're gonna be raiding into Constellation Corvi. They look super cute. Their name is Corvi. They're playing some Gartic phone with a few of their friends, and it is their birthday, so please do give them lots of love from me, okay? I will hang out just for a little bit in their stream, and then I have to bounce because I would love to stand and feel my legs again. But yeah, I am super happy for them. So hopefully I get to see you guys possibly tomorrow for a study stream where I'll be like, I don't want to do this. But you know, also goodness knows. Hopefully I can be back sometime this week. If not, I'll definitely see you cubs Monday. Good luck on your final, gamer. Oh, thank you, gamer. I appreciate it. Thank you for stream tip. Take care and good luck. Thank you, Robo. I appreciate it too. Thank you honestly for all the good lucks, cubs. Your company really is appreciated. No, but seriously, from the as I mentioned in the my Twitch recap post, from the bottom of my very heart, thank you so much. Gambare, I will. As the cool cups say, Gambarimasu. Gambarimasu. Alright, let's go ready to have a cool birthday celebration, okay? Whoa! Sorry, I looked over to Step Mimi and I looked at Nyaru and I'm like, legs! No, we gotta wait for this person's birthday. But I will shout out Nyaru really quick because I think what she's doing is actually really funny. Full tracking mall, let's go! Anyway, let's go right into Corvi, okay? They look super cool, they're having lots of fun, and it's their birthday, so let's wish them a good happy birthday. Hopefully I'll update you guys by anime night or what the heck is happening, so hopefully I'll also see you for anime night if I don't get to see you tomorrow or Thursday or whenever the heck I stream next. Squeams! Anyway, lots of love, please have a good rest of your night, okay? Bye! Aliu! Bye!